Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Rise of the Champion in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 23, The Finest Treasure. They were now down to 2 children in his estate. Orana was sitting with a 9-year-old boy, patiently showing him how to finger a chord on the lute. And a 10-year-old girl had confessed to Bodan that she could manifest magic. Until he could find some way to get her safely to the Ferelden Circle, it appeared he'd adopted. Orana, at least, was delighted. And, well, he supposed the estate was large enough. If she wanted to keep Caleb, he wasn't going to tell her no. He did, however, draw her aside and show her where he'd stashed a couple lock boxes. If everything did go to hell, there was money enough for her and the children to get out of Kirkwall safely and live well enough. Thank you for looking out for us, Master. You look after me well enough. And don't call me Master. Yes, Master. He caught her lips twitching, and just shook his head. Isabella was in the mansion, talking to Fenris. You know, you could go anywhere you like, now. Fenris nodded curtly. I'm aware of that. Oh. Isabella's eyes brightened. You could become a raider. You could join my crew. The crew of your non-existent ship. Fenris raised an eyebrow. Isabella stood, and put her hands on her hips. Well, with that attitude, you're never going anywhere, are you? She shot out of the room, deliberately bumping Gabriel with her hip as she did so. Fenris sighed. She doesn't understand. Yes, I am free. Daenerys is dead. Yet, it doesn't feel like it should. Seems like you should be dancing for joy. Gabriel took the seat Isabella had vacated. For a moment, he considered getting out the game board. Then he leaned back, and simply watched his friend. I would have thought so. Fenris was staring at his hands contemplatively. I thought if I didn't need to run and fight to stay alive, I would finally be able to live as a free man does. But how is that? He leaned back. My sister is gone, and I have nothing, not even an enemy. You're not reminiscing about the good old days of being hunted, I hope. That got a ghost of a smile out of the other man. I wouldn't go that far. It's just. He sighed apologetically. Difficult to overlook the stain that magic has left on my life. If I seem bitter, it's not without cause. Perhaps it is time to move forward. I just don't know where that leads. He looked up at Gabriel. Do you? Wherever it leads, I hope it means we'll stay together. That is my hope, as well. Fenris's smile trembled, then he stared down at his feet again. We have never discussed what happened between us a couple years ago. Gabriel felt his heart lurch slightly. You didn't want to talk about it. I felt like a fool. Fenris covered his face with his hands. I thought it better if you hated me, I deserved no less. But it isn't better. That night. He ran his hands through his hair, and looked up at Gabriel again. I remember your touch as if it were yesterday. I should have asked your forgiveness long ago. I hope you can forgive me now. Forgiven? Completely? Well, mostly. I need to understand why you left, Fenris. I've thought about the answer 1,000 times. The pain, the memories it brought up. Fenris shook his head. It was too much. I was a coward. If I could go back, I would stay. Tell you how I felt. What would you have said? Nothing could be worse than the thought of living without you. Fenris stood. Oh, I don't know. Gabriel smiled. This might be fun to hold over you for a while longer. Fenris caught him by the hair. If there is a future to be had, I will walk into it gladly at your side. He bent, and kissed him. He tossed a coin purse to his urchin. Or Anders' urchin. Whatever the case may be. Her father had been killed when the Qunari attacked, and Gretchen now more or less lived at the clinic. She kept it clean, distributed the food, and generally kept an eye on Anders. And for that, he paid her 3 silvers a week, plus Orana kept her fed and clothed. Come to think of it, he supposed she'd adopted Greta as well, though the girl was getting a bit old to really be considered an urchin. Inside the clinic, Anders was arguing with a very annoyed-looking Avellini. You think I don't know the city guard is just another arm of the Templars? Avellini folded her arms. That is completely unfair. If they show up here, I'll know who to blame. That's all I'm saying. Avellini glared at the man before stalking out, shooting Gabriel a look as she did so. Ah. So everything was his fault again. Good to know. Anders gave him an apologetic look. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to see that. I just... He sighed. Can't be too careful. Now that the Knight Commander has basically appointed herself Viscount. The guards had known Anders was a mage for years. No few of them came to him regularly for the injuries incurred by their duties, and he knew for a fact both Brennan and Mikon had lied to Templars to protect the healer. Between ruling the city and torturing mages, it's a wonder she has time to keep that sword so shiny. She has nearly crushed the flame of hope for mages here. The mage underground is all but destroyed. And those left have turned to blood magic as their only option. Which Meredith knows will prevent any chance of the public taking their side. Anders sat down heavily on a crate. Gabriel took the crate across from him. You don't think that kind of proves her point? The blight was stopped only with the aid of mages, one an apostate. He shook his head. One your cousin. But it makes no difference. The Chantry set us all on this path long ago. It would take something truly catastrophic to change people's thinking now. No one has come for you, right? I'm a known friend of the champion. Anders smiled. And the last time the coterie came sniffing around they were chased out of Dark Town by my patients. You know, you don't have to pay Greta to look after me. I pay Greta so she has money to look after herself. She looks after you because she adores you. Gabriel shrugged. What are the odds what's left of the underground could get a 10-year-old girl safely out of Kirkwall? Non-existent. Anders' eyes widened. One of Evelina's children. Yes. He sighed. I can look after her for now, but... He shrugged. I'd rather not give Meredith a target if things start to go bad. It's bad enough with you and Meryl, but you two can at least defend yourselves. I'll keep an ear out, see what I can do. Anders stood, then tilted his head to one side. The girl? What about the boy? Orana is teaching him to play the lute. There was a joyful squealing sound, and the next thing Gabriel knew, Isabella was bouncing on the bed that contained him and Fenris. Oh, look who's here. Time to change the locks again. I knocked this time. Bodan let me in. She laid down atop the covers, making herself comfortable between them. He didn't let you into my bedroom. But that door wasn't locked. Isabella grinned. Remedy that, Fenris said. Top of the list, Gabriel replied. Did you need something, Isabella? To be under the covers. Isabella waggled her eyebrows, and he hit her with the pillow. Can we get dressed? He asked. What's stopping you? I hate all our friends, Gabriel muttered to Fenris. Guess what? Isabella said when they emerged from the bedroom. Castellan's in town, and I'm not waiting for him to stick a knife in my vitals. We're going to get him before he gets me. We're going to surprise Castellan? I love surprises. Gabriel considered a moment. As long as they aren't lust-addled pirates. Isabella laughed, then continued. Unfortunately, Castellan's holed up somewhere in Kirkwall. I haven't been able to find him. I do know where Velasco is, however. That's his right hand. We just have to make him tell us where Castellan is. Somehow. What a plan. He put a hand over his heart. Your scheming ability puts me to shame. Well, I haven't worked out all the kinks. She ticked off on her fingers. Step 1, we go to Velasco. Step 2, something exciting happens. Step 3, profit. Well, do you have a better idea? Several. But why start with those? He had, after all, been looking forward to a much more leisurely morning. Fenris was already in the kitchen. There better still be some of Orana's scones left when he got there. If we kill him and search his body, we might find something. Or we could find nothing, and get nowhere. We could hit him till he talks. She narrowed her eyes. You'll just end up killing him. Couldn't we just ask Velasco where Castellan is? Nicely. He's not going to reveal anything willingly. I can't risk him getting suspicious and alerting Castellan. Her glare promised more early morning rude awakenings if he didn't stop messing with her. Castellan wants you. He shrugged. Why not let Velasco bring you to him? And she started to nod. You follow me. Oh, that's clever. I was going to suggest challenging Velasco to a riddle game, and making Where's Your Boss one of the riddles. This is so much better. He face-palmed. I'm ready whenever you are. Velasco's been spending his nights at the brothel, enjoying its many splendors. That's where we'll find him. He nodded, then headed to the kitchen, where two children were eating the last of the scones. Someone was going to pay for this injustice. Fenris smiled, then handed over a plate that contained a scone. Never mind. Dire vengeance could be postponed. He left the estate and walked over to where the Cunary was waiting. The man, Tarbus as he called himself, nodded as he approached. Have you located any Cunary blades? I have. He refused the offer of gold again. Tarbus took the bundle of swords and counted them. Then counted them again. My task is complete. He gave Gabriel a respectful nod. If you were Cunary, you would be Ben-Hassrath. The massive man offered him a Cunary-style long sword. I give you this weapon, it is worthy of that role. This weapon is you. Guard it or lose all honor. After Gabriel took the sword, the man picked up the other weapons. I must go. He took care of Gomlin's latest debt collector. Originally, he'd just been intending to pay the man off, but the idiot had started with the insinuations and threats. When one of those threats had involved slavers, well, according to Avellini it was technically a suicide. He paid a visit to the man himself. Gomlin actually smiled. So you've done well for yourself. I had my doubts the first time I saw you, but... Gomlin shrugged. I guess there was something to that hawk fellow Leandra ran off with after all. He made a pretty good son, anyway. Your mother would be proud. Uncle Gomlin, was that? Gabriel gestured in disbelief. Affection. I'm feeling sentimental. We're the only family we've both got left. For a long time, I thought the Amel line in Kirkwall would end at me. I'm glad you've pulled it out of the grave. He was about to leave when he noticed a letter on the table. He didn't actually mean to read the letter, it just caught his eye as he was taking a few coins from his purse to leave. Gomlin folded his arms defensively. Leave that alone. There are things in my life that don't actually involve you, you know. Stay out of my business, boy. The last time the man had automatically jumped to defensive over a document he hadn't wanted Gabriel to read. That note mentioned the gem of Kuroshek. What's that? It's nothing. Never mind. No wonder the man was constantly in debt to gamblers, if that was the best he could lie. This gem sounds pretty impressive. It has a name and everything. Bah. Don't be stupid. I lost everything chasing that gem. Gomlin shook his head. Our fortune, our home, even Mara. Who's Mara? She's. Gomlin's eyes narrowed. None of your concern, that's who she is. If you're worried about who sent the note, I can go in your place. Did I ask for that? I don't know who sent it, and I don't want to. Gomlin glared. Why don't you head back to your fancy house in Hightown and stay out of my damned business? Happy family bonding time appeared to be over. Do you never intend to give a public answer, Your Grace? Sebastian was worrying over Elthina again. What have I been asked? About the mages. You could calm this fire if you stepped forward. The Chantry's teachings are clear. Those who turn against them would not listen more to me than to Andraste. They might, actually. Elthina could send Meredith to her room like a spoiled child. Sebastian was right, she could calm the fire. Then again, she could have calmed the issue with the Cunary as well. Peace was all well and good, but sometimes action was needed. Or at least strong words. Mage this, Templar that. Is there anywhere in Kirkwall people don't talk about this? No. Varric shrugged. And I've looked, believe me. Even the rats in Darktown are following this mess. Sebastian turned towards them. The last time mages rebelled against the Chantry, they ended up ruling Tevinter. Should we just ignore them? I knew I liked you, Fenris said. Elthina sighed. I did not expect things to deteriorate so fast. I thought after the Qunari, no one would wish for more violence. It has drawn more attention than I would like. Sebastian, if I can ask dash. Anything, your grace. And the champion, too, if you will. If she was actually going to do something, he was right there for her. I am your humble servant. You honor me. The divine is concerned about the situation here. She does not want to see the Free Marches become another Imperium. She has sent an agent to. Elthina considered her words. Assess the danger. Meet with her, please. Tell her drastic measures won't be required. Well. Shit. The Chantry had books and claimed to be a seat of learning. Why is it no one with a sunburst understood the words compromise or middle ground? I don't want to see the Divine's armies march against Kirkwall. Could we keep the Exalted marching to a minimum? Varric asked. I keep all my stuff in Kirkwall. Sebastian was staring. Surely the Divine wouldn't treat the whole city as enemies. She is concerned. Elthina shook her head. It is never wise to draw the concern of the powerful. She is the voice of Andraste. She cannot turn the might of the Chantry against the innocent due to. Sebastian shrugged helplessly. Proximity. Were no innocents harmed in the Exalted marches? She will do her best, Sebastian, but she must act first to protect the faith. Gabriel shifted his weight. What can you tell me about this servant of the Divine? I was not told her real name, only to call her Sister Nightingale. She is said to be the Divine's left hand, sent to do work that might blacken the Divine's name. What argument would convince her? Maybe rock paper scissors? The Divine has heard my protests already. I must trust your own powers of persuasion now. Oh. It was always good to know they were doomed and it was his fault. This cannot wait. Thank you. We cannot allow this. Sebastian spread his hands. Ridiculous mage rebellion to turn into holy war. The agent, Sister Nightingale, will be waiting in the Viscount's throne room tonight. She wishes to remain. Elthina sighed. Unseen. The room has been sealed since the Qunari incident. It may be difficult to get in without attracting attention. He was pretty sure those weren't agents of the Divine. Well, at least not the little old lady who lived in Orlais Divine. Gabriel was about to turn around to deal with the newcomers when both enemy mages fell. A red-haired woman stood behind them. She nodded, then sheathed her blades. The Resolutionists. I might have known they would be part of this. Now that just screamed, secret agent. Are you Sister Nightingale? I am. Or you may call me Leliana. The Divine sent me to investigate the possibility of a rebellion here in Kirkwall. I have. She shrugged. Some experience in unconventional situations. He felt his jaw drop. The Leliana? Who accompanied the wardens to slay the archdemon? Maybe she'd autograph something for him. Now he wished he'd brought Meryl along. She'd have a million questions for the woman who'd supposedly climbed Fort Draken alongside her friend. Leliana smiled. Ah, I see it will be harder to remain anonymous so near the Ferelden border. Yes, I knew the wardens. Perhaps you have heard the songs I wrote of our time together. But that. Her head shake was affectionate. Was many years ago. I am working for the Divine now. In Orlais. I had not thought to return to this part of Thedas. Who are the Resolutionists? It was sort of nice to be able to name his headaches. An offshoot of a fraternity within the circle of Magi, she replied. Supported by the Magi Sters, Fenris added. There's no proof of that, Leliana said, but gave Fenris a nod. Fenris nudged one of the dead mages with his foot. I bet a lot of mages think they'd enjoy Tevinter's freedoms and completely forget that few ever achieve the power to enjoy them. There have always been factions that support freedom from the Chantry and the abolition of the Circle. We have. Leliana gestured. Tolerated them. But the Resolutionists have become violent. They are likely behind the unrest here. The Divine has long suspected that Kirkwall's problems were spurred by an outside group. Like any mage with a brain can't come up with "let's rebel?" Anders asked. Gabriel narrowed his eyes slightly as he saw Leliana give the healer an odd look. Varric snorted. To be fair, Blondie, a lot of those rebellions boil down to, let's feed ourselves to demons. Outside help of the planning variety might be required. Leliana gestured. This attack proves she is right. Ah. So he was a pawn too. Are you saying you set this whole thing up? I let word slip that an agent of the Divine was coming to investigate the mage troubles. It is how they chose to react which condemns them. Will the Divine send soldiers? He really hoped she didn't, considering Kirkwall's standing army these days pretty much amounted to, well, him and whoever he could bribe with drinks that day. Divine Justinia takes the situation here very seriously. She believes it is the worst threat to Thedas since the Qunari invaded. A handful of apostates. How can that possibly dash? Sebastian shook his head. The whole world is watching Kirkwall. If it falls to magic, none of us are safe. None of you, Anders muttered. Tell Elthina to leave. There is refuge for her at the Grand Cathedral in Orlais. She will not be safe here. Leliana turned to go. She'd only gotten a few steps before Anders called after her. And what would the Warden Commander think of mages being enslaved? Leliana started to respond, then stopped, and tilted her head to one side thoughtfully. You are referring to Warden Commander Jarath. He believes mages should be free. Anders gestured. Her eyes narrowed. I see the news has not reached you. Jarath is gone. Anders' face went white. Gone? What happened? How did he die? I did not say he was dead. Leliana was watching Anders carefully. Only that he was gone. Warden Commander Jarath paid a visit to Ferelden's Circle 3 years ago. He has not been seen or heard from since. You cannot believe mages were responsible, Anders said, barely choking out the words. Leliana stared at him a few moments longer, then continued on her way. What would you say to an exciting trip to Orlais? I hear the Grand Cathedral's lovely this time of year. Elthina raised an eyebrow at Gabriel. What? You were right. Sebastian looked at her worriedly. The Divine will be taking action against Kirkwall, though the sister didn't say what. You must take the holy relics from the chantry and leave for safety. Sebastian. I'm surprised at you. Androsta would not thank me for saving a few dusty finger bones in my own skin at the cost of people's lives. She needed to. Wait, what? You keep dead people here. Sebastian glanced at him. The Kirkwall Chantry has guarded the remains of the martyred Ivirina for 800 years. They must be protected. When I became Grand Cleric, I took a vow to the people of Kirkwall and the Free Marches. I will not leave my flock. Would you let yourself die? Sebastian spread his hands. There is no greater devotion than to lay one's life at the Maker's feet. There is no better death than to take the blow for another. Gabriel sighed. You don't hear that one quoted often, do you? Please, Your Grace. Sister Nightingale thinks there will be war. Then I must make peace. Settle yourself, Sebastian. I'm in no personal danger. I am Grand Cleric. Who would dare attack me? If you will not shield yourself, then I will be your shield. Sebastian squared his shoulders. You will come through this safely, by the Maker's name. I swear it. If Elthina won't leave Kirkwall, neither will I. I can't abandon her when the Divine's own agent warned her away. Gabriel twitched a shoulder. How much damage could a few dozen angry mages do, anyway? Sebastian laughed, then gestured at Gabriel's staff. That's the problem, isn't it? Far more than I ever could. But if these Maleficarum rebel against the Knight Commander, Elthina will put herself between them and be torn apart. I must try to make her see reason. This cannot end well. Are you all right? Anders looked up at him, then slowly shook his head. He conscripted me to protect me from the Templars. When they tried again to take me back, he killed them. He is the one that destroyed my phylactery. I'm sorry, Anders. Did I ever tell you about the time he put down a revolt just by glaring? Anders shook his head fondly. Even Varric didn't believe that one. He glared at the rebels, then turned his back on them and casually ordered a food distribution. Said if the nobles whose supplies he was distributing objected, he would happily reimburse them the moment they showed up in person to complain. Of course, he knew they wouldn't, since he and Nathaniel had killed them a week or so previously. The warden wasn't the type to wait for the assassins to come to him. A smart man. I didn't think so at the time, Anders said. He sighed. I confronted him, after I found out he'd killed the nobles. Even though they had been involved in a conspiracy against him. He said playing the game was a waste of time while people were starving. Nobles are granted their power because of their responsibility to the people, and if they were going to fail that responsibility so thoroughly, they were better off as examples than leaders. I can try getting in touch with Carver, finding out what exactly happened. Anders stood, and paced. After a moment, he shook his head. If he vanished on warden business, Carver won't be allowed to tell you anything. If not, then Carver likely won't know either. A large group of armed thugs standing around Darktown. This looked like the place. Are you the ones who sent the note about the gem of Kuroshek? We were beginning to think you wouldn't show. It's rude to keep people waiting, you know. It's not like I don't got things to do. If he hadn't come down to check on Anders, he probably wouldn't have shown. But, he was here. And Anders looked to be in the mood to hit something. To inconvenience an upstanding citizen such as yourself. Where are my manners? Don't talk down to me. I ain't stupid. See, we was hired to give you a note. But this gem of Kuroshek thing the note talks about? We decided we want that instead. You better hand it over. And the man claimed not to be stupid. I'm surprised you know what a note is, let alone know how to read one. Don't need to know how to read, all I need to know is which end of the sword goes where. We aren't going anywhere without that gem. The man signaled his friends to attack. A few moments later, Gabriel was riffling through the dead man's pockets. He found another note, and read it aloud. Isn't there a mallet hanging on the wall in Gomlin's house? Fenris asked. Gomlin glared. What do you want now? What in the maker's name is a wallop mallet? Huh. Gomlin actually smiled. Haven't played wallop since I was a kid. Still got my mallet up on the wall, though. Last time I was any good at something. Varric stared up at the alienage tree. Well, we found the tree the wallop mallet's made from. Now what? An elf walked over. Wallop mallet? You must be the one I'm supposed to give this note to. He handed Gabriel a slip of paper. This person is like an underpaid brothel wench. Gabriel unfolded the paper. He enjoys leading us on. The elf shrugged. I was given a few coins to hand this over to whoever came asking about wallop mallets. Unfortunately, the person was hooded, and it was dark. I didn't get a good look. Obviously a human though. No mistaking that. Even hooded, you all look alike. Gabriel tossed him a silver, and then read the note to his companions. A warehouse, now? We're being played with. Fenris shook his head. Let's hope it's one of those games that ends with buying a round of drinks at the Hanged Man. Fish, and more fish. Pfah. Let's look for those crates. Fenris glared. I'm sensing you don't care for fish, Gabriel said, checking the number on a group of crates before moving on. Not since Bodan tried his hand at cooking them, no. Anders winced. Yeah, that was pretty bad. Thank the maker for Orana, Gabriel muttered. Or we'd all starve. Well, here are the crates we were looking for, Varric said, indicating a group. Gabriel narrowed his eyes. Something seems off. Oh. Great. It's a trap. The mercenaries that attacked clearly had no idea what they were in for. As soon as he and Anders started slinging spells, 4 of the mercenaries fled by jumping into the water and swimming for it. He searched the body of their apparent leader, and found another note. Again, he read it aloud. Anders ran a hand over his face and shook his head. So they were to capture Gomlin and take him to the caverns. Sounds like the opening of a bad romance story. Ew. Gabriel shook his head. It's time to end this charade. I should be getting back to the clinic, Anders said. Let me know how it turns out. Everything caught fire. Varric shrugged. The end. If you can't come up with a better ending than that, you can't come either, Gabriel said. A young woman was waiting in the cavern. Gabriel blinked. For a moment, he thought it was Bethany standing there. The woman gave him a disappointed headshake. So Gomlin couldn't even be bothered to come himself. She sighed. I should have expected he'd send you, cousin. Isabella smiled. How is it you have such pretty little cousins, Hawk? What? I have a cousin. Well, he knew he had a cousin. But this wasn't, or was it? Isabella would have recognized Lenora Mel, right? That was a bow, not a staff. Gomlin never told you? She shook her head. Of course he didn't. Why would he? He was about to ask more questions when armed men showed up. Sorry to interrupt this touching family reunion, but we have unfinished business here. Felt. She asked. What are you doing here? Mikkel is dead. That bastard killed him. Felt pointed at Gabriel. He was still working on the concept that Gomlin had bred. What's a Mikkel? A woman, an actual woman, had let Gomlin within 5 feet of her. Gomlin. And he had a cousin. My brother. Mikkel was my brother, and you killed him. That doesn't make sense. His new alleged cousin raised an eyebrow. Mikkel was just supposed to hand over the note. Oh. That Mikkel. You really think we didn't read it? We know about the gem, charade. Hand it over. I won't let Mikkel's death be for nothing. Charade pointed at Gabriel. You let your brother go up against someone like Hawk for a stupid gem. You know, when she put it that way. You know what, I did find the gem, but you're not getting your pathetic little hands on it, Felt. Fine. We'll do this the hard way. Felt signaled his men. They drew weapons on his new cousin. Entirely unacceptable. Lightning to the face sort of unacceptable. Charade smiled. You're pretty useful in a fight. You don't take after Gomlin at all. And I wouldn't have taken you for his daughter, what with being able to fight. The last time he'd seen Gomlin try to fight had been like watching a goldfish attempt to battle a cat. I guess I should take that as a compliment. She sighed. My mother, Mara. She gestured. She left Gomlin before I was born. He was so fixated on finding that stupid gem, I doubt he even noticed she was gone. She told me about Gomlin before she died last year. I didn't even know about him. So this was her way of trying to get to know her father. Maybe she was Gomlin's kid after all. Next time you want to talk to someone, maybe try knocking on their door first. She really did look like Bethany. Lighter hair, certainly, but worn similarly. He'd have believed her story immediately. Oh, yes. That sounds brilliant. Just show up on his doorstep and say, "Hi, I'm your daughter." I doubt that would go over well. She probably had a point. Showing up on his doorstep and saying, "Hi, I'm your nephew," had ended in him stuck working for mercenaries for a year. I just wanted to see. I don't know how far he'd go for something he really wanted. And then he doesn't even show up. I baited him with the one thing I thought would get his attention. And then Gomlin had gone and grown up enough not to go chasing fantasies. Just her luck. He's got some good qualities. He very rarely farted in public. You might be surprised. He saw Isabella's look of disbelief. Really? Charade looked hopeful. What do you think I should do? I think you should go talk to Gomlin. Does he even know about you? She examined her hands. I'm not sure. Having family might be more worthwhile than you think, Fenris said. Maybe give him a chance before you write him off. Gomlin might not be his favorite person in the world, but he was family. I think I will. She smiled at him. Having a cousin turned out to be a good thing. Maybe having a father will, too. Come on. We'll take you to him. You got to realize this is kind of new to me. Gomlin kept fidgeting, picking things up off the table and fiddling with them before putting them back down. I didn't know Mara had a baby. If I did, I would have I don't know gone after her or something. Charade smiled. She used to say I was so much like you, and I didn't even know who you were. She did some fidgeting of her own. I guess I wanted to see for myself. I need some time to think about all this, but... She gave him a hopeful look. If it's all right, I'd like to come back and talk more. A genuine smile came to Gomlin's face. I think I'd like that. As she started to walk away, he nearly tripped over a chair coming to open the door for her. Keep, safe. He stood there for a few moments. So. Gomlin actually jumped at the sound of Gabriel's voice. It was bloody awkward, that's what. She looks nothing like you. Gabriel smiled. Thank the Maker for small miracles, Really? Gomlin processed the words. Hey. He glared, but there was no real heat in it. You know, I may not say this very often, but I'm glad you're one of the family. But seriously, next time. Stay out of my damned business, boy. Gabriel saluted, and left. And here you enter the story. Cassandra sighed. Burhan went to Sedida after I told him about the meeting. She tried at first to contact Nathaniel Howe, but he didn't respond to her missives. She only had one Templar among her wardens at that point, Sir Emery. Cassandra nodded. I recall. By the time she had the resources to go get Anders, it was already too late. And we still have no insight as to why Jarath did not drag him back. Her eyes narrowed. The warden did kill the Templars. And was apparently the one to destroy the phylactery. Leliana frowned. And, as it turns out, he didn't just remove the phylactery of the mage he stole. I learned recently he also destroyed the phylacteries of Lenore and Wynne. Could he have been involved in? Leliana shook her head. No. If Jarath were involved, he would have targeted Meredith. He killed nobles to send a message. He killed nobles that were actively conspiring against him while they were in the process of hiring assassins to kill him. Leliana shook her head. Zevran sent him a letter warning him that Lady Pacton was hiring crows. Jarath sent back a letter saying warnings were usually more helpful when they arrived in advance of the trouble. Cassandra sighed. And the champion has another cousin. Does Lenore know? Possibly. Probably not. And the champion seemed responsible for 2 children as well. Interesting. If the girl was a mage, that could have been the tipping point. Chapter 24, Zevran. He spent the afternoon showing Salah how to do a simple barrier. She wasn't strong enough yet to block much, but she was getting the basics. It brought back memories of studying with his father and Bethany. After so long, they were bittersweet rather than painful. He sent her off to play with Caleb in the garden, under Orana's watchful eyes. Will we be having guests for dinner, Master? She asked. I don't yet know if I'm going to make dinner. And don't call me Master. Yes, Master. I'll leave some soup by the fire to keep warm if you get in late. She patted his shoulder affectionately before going out into the garden. He just shook his head and went to go meet Isabella. Fenris and Avellini joined them. It was always amusing to see reactions when Avellini walked into the blooming rose. Isabella pointed. That's his room over there. Are you ready? She nodded. Yes, I think so. She turned to face him. Now, this needs to be convincing. And you'll need to get creative. Call me names, even hit me. Stick with it, no matter what I do. Velasco's a clever son of a bitch. If you waver, he'll notice. Well, this should be easy enough. All he had to do was remember the sheer number of relic hunts she'd dragged him on. I'm worried about you. You're enjoying this a little too much. I am, aren't I? She giggled. Whatever you do, just make sure he takes me to Castellan. I'll leave a trail for you to follow. Let's go. Fenris and Avellini took up positions nearby. Gabriel kicked the door open. He loved doing that. Of course, Varric would tell it later as he blew the door apart with a fireball or something. The elven woman Velasco was, romancing fled the room. Velasco glared. I hope you have a good reason for interrupting my private time. He jerked a thumb at Isabella. I brought you a new plaything. She's much less timid. Are you insane? Isabella asked him, glaring. You should see the look on your face. He shook his head at her. This wasn't the plan. We were going to kill him. She reached for her knives, and he touched his staff threateningly. Remember that time you ran off with the tome of Colon? This is like that, only funnier. It was probably a good thing he was facing away from Velasco. Keeping a straight face was slightly more difficult than he'd anticipated. Isabella appeared to be having the same problem. She looked away from him and spat. You backstabbing little shit. You'd better start sleeping with one eye open. Velasco's men began dragging Isabella away. Velasco came over to him. Castellan will be pleased. He's been looking for Isabella for some time. He handed over a coin purse. A token of our appreciation. It's more than she's worth. Avellini came in after Velasco left. Let's find Isabella's trail and get her back before something nasty happens. You're worried, Fenris said. I am not. The trail led them out of Hightown, through Lowtown, and to the docks. Where had she gotten all those marbles, anyway? Fenris punched the sentry in the face almost casually as they entered the warehouse, dropping the man. Inside, Velasco was, well, a generous man might call it flirting. Why don't we work something out? If you're good, I'll tell Castellan to go easy on you. Isabella snorted. Contrary to popular belief, I do have standards. You're going to do whatever I want. I own you. Velasco took a step towards Isabella. It was so nice when they just came right out and asked to be set on fire. Isabella saw them, and smiled. You sure about that? Velasco glared. You. I knew the bitch was up to something. Kill them. Isabella rolled out of harm's way, and Gabriel called up a tempest, forcing Velasco and his mercenaries to choose between being struck by lightning or facing the blades of Fenris and Avellini. It appeared to be a very tough decision. He decided to help them out by adding some ice. Velasco sent word to Castellan. Isabella was grinning broadly as she took her daggers back. He's on his way. She glanced around the warehouse. Let's look around first. I want to know why he's in Kirkwall. The answer appeared to be nasty. Isabella glanced over the documents Gabriel had found. So Castellan's looking to expand his slaving business. Why am I not surprised? Fenris was toying with the hilt of his sword. It appeared Castellan's life expectancy was dropping by the moment. Avellini was never particularly bothered when they forgot to bring slavers in alive. These documents should go to the guard, Avellini said. We'll at least arrest his accomplices. Castellan showed up only a few moments later. And Velasco told me you were all tied up, a lovely present just waiting to be opened. He looked around at the corpses. I see he's paid for that little mistake. What a pretty smear he makes. Well played, Isabella. Crossed and double-crossed. You want to talk? Maybe we should talk about these documents. Slavery in the free marches? They're not going to like that. Isabella's smile was cat-like. Get to the point. Castellan's eyes narrowed. Give me your ship, and your word to leave me alone, and you can take these papers and go. Isabella gestured. Yeah, it really wasn't going to end that way. If you want the ship, can't we just kill him and take it? You don't just kill a man and take his ship. Isabella looked scandalized. That's crude and amateurish. She gestured. How will he tell everyone how I bested him if he's dead? Oh, 4. Can you trust him? He trades people for money. Castellan's a businessman, and this is a business deal. He'll keep his end of the bargain. Ah, Isabella. Always full of surprises. He needed another bucket of ice water. I see I wasn't the only one played today. Castellan smirked. He turned to Isabella. Give me the documents, and you can have the ship. And you will never hear from me again. Swear it. I swear it on my mother's grave. Give me the documents. Gabriel exchanged a look with Fenris. Fenris nodded. Without the documents, Avellini wouldn't be able to arrest Castellan and his accomplices. Which meant there was only one thing to do here, really. Castellan dies here today, if I have anything to say about it. And, since he had brought along his staff, he had several fireballs to say about it. Castellan actually chuckled. Enough with the blackmail then. Let's settle this like civilized people. Wait. Isabella started to say. Castellan almost got his daggers out before Fenris's hand went through the man's chest. Gabriel called up a tempest at the back ranks, then focused on the archers as Fenris and Avellini went to work. Isabella paced back and forth. Ugh. Now what am I supposed to do with these useless documents? I hate to state the obvious but... Avellini held out a hand. I could use them. Fine. Take the blasted things. Go. Isabella practically threw the documents at Avellini. Dispense justice or whatever. She turned to glare at Gabriel. After all we've been through, together, how could you do that to me? As if she hadn't just tried to play him. Again. Ah. Isabella. Remember that time you ran off with the relic? She laughed. You're not still using that as an excuse, are you? Oh, Hawk. She sighed. Castellan deserved what he got, didn't he? She glared. I really hate it when you're right. Apparently, an Antivan lord wanted to meet him outside the Blooming Rose. He was fairly sure at least one of Varric's books had started out in just such a manner. Oddly enough, there actually was an Antivan lord outside the Blooming Rose. Ah, the champion of Kirkwall. Your reputation precedes you. Forgive me. I should introduce myself properly. My name is Nuncio Caldera Lanos, I am a noble from the beautiful country of Antiva. Gabriel returned the bow. It must have taken a lot of practice to say that all in one breath. It's mostly to impress the ladies, I assure you. Nuncio gestured carelessly. I have come to ask your help, champion. Hiding among the Dalish is an elven assassin I have been chasing for months. He is a master manipulator who will endanger even his own kind to ensure his survival. You don't seem the type to hunt assassins. If this was a prank of Isabella's, why are you after him? Then again, subtlety really wasn't her thing. At first it was merely duty to Antiva, but after losing so many good men to him, it became personal. Nuncio folded his arms. He's nothing but a murderer, a thief, and a liar. He definitely needed to bring Isabella along. You want me to use my wily ways to find out where the Dalish are hiding this elf? That is part of it, yes. This elf is very dangerous, and he must be brought in before he kills again. I've heard of your dealings with the Dalish. I was hoping you could go where my men could not. Find out where the assassin is hiding, and apprehend him. I'll see what I can do. Something about this certainly smelled funny. One of the Dalish, a woman named Variel, is a friend of his. I suggest speaking with her first. We won't be here when you get back. We got a campsite outside the city. Look for us there. Variel wasn't difficult to find. And she wasn't particularly protective of her information. This criminal of yours is set up in a cave away from our camp. He said there would be people looking for him, and to tell anyone who asked where he was. I thought the point of hiding was not to be found. Maybe it was an Antivan thing. He said he didn't want to endanger our people by asking us to lie for him. She gave him a pointed look. Not something you'd expect from a cruel and evil murderer, is it? She gestured. He'll be waiting for you at the cave. Good luck trying to reach him, however. They did have to kill a fair number of things before getting into the cave. Isabella made herself useful by disarming some traps. The dangerous assassin smiled when he saw them. Now you I wasn't expecting. Isabella laughed. I thought I smelled Antivan leather. Isabella. If it isn't my favorite pirate wench. Shouldn't you be dead by now? She folded her arms. I could say the same, my dear. It seems we were both fortunate to find powerful friends, no. He bowed. How do you do? My name is Zevranarina, adventurer, and occasional assassin. He shrugged. I must admit, I was waiting for an assault by the crows, Not the mighty champion of Kirkwall? How do you know I'm the champion? Gabriel asked. Slayer of Cunary, Deep Roads explorer, and may I say one fine specimen of manhood? You underestimate your fame. Zevran's smile was flirtatious. Gabriel glanced at Isabella. How do you two know each other? Zevran laughed. How does anyone know Isabella? She glared. Yes, well, you'll never know Isabella again if you keep that up. She turned towards Gabriel. Remember when I mentioned I'd met your cousin? No. I've blocked that memory out with copious amounts of alcohol. Gabriel glanced at Zevran. When you say crows, I'll assume you're not talking about birds. Oh, please do not tell me you know nothing of the Antivan crows. Zevran gestured in disbelief. We are the finest guild of assassins, an object of fear throughout the lands for any man with wealthy enemies. Or, I should say, they are. I am no longer a crow, a fact they find unacceptable. There must be more to it than you leaving the guild. That is offense enough to the crows, believe me. Zevran chuckled. I may have also killed the last 4 assassins they sent after me. And all their men. Oh. And the guild master. In fact, if you were a crow you might make a fortune bringing me in. You should consider a career change. Zevran laughed. No. Really? So this was his cousin's lover. No accounting for taste. I thought you'd be taller. Ah, let me guess, a man named Nuncio has asked you to capture a dangerous killer, yes. Zevran paced, gesturing. What did he say this time? That I killed his wife? Butchered his parents? Sold his children into slavery? Or did he tell you he was a lawman from Antiva, charged with apprehending a ridiculously handsome fugitive? He also said you were a wanted murderer. Zevran nodded. Oh, indeed I am. But technically I imagine everyone here can rightfully claim that title. Bring me to Nuncio if you wish, but I warn you, he surely intends to kill you. The crows do not like loose ends, unlike myself. Zevran gave him an appreciative look. But you are a man who can clearly handle himself, yes? Why worry? He gestured enthusiastically. So you can either tie me up, gag me, and then manhandle me, or you can take me to Nuncio. Which will it be, I wonder? Behind him, Fenris was just shaking his head. Varric was staring in disbelief. Gabriel sighed, and glanced at Isabella. You know him best. What do you think? I've had better. Zevran actually looked affronted at Isabella's words. Gabriel ran a hand down his face. I meant about letting him go or not. Oh. Right. She shrugged. I'd let him go. I'm not going to hand you over to someone who lied to me, Gabriel told Zevran. Plus it would make any future family reunions decidedly awkward. As a suggestion, you might wish to deal with Nuncio. Zevran shrugged casually. If you don't, he will only come after you. He bowed. It's been more than a pleasure, my dear champion. Fare you well. Gabriel walked into Nuncio's camp. I let your assassin go. Was I not supposed to do that? Nuncio's eyes widened comically. You had him, and you let him go. The man reached for his knives. I am thoroughly disappointed. No one fails the crows in lives. Ah, poor, stupid Nuncio. Zevran emerged from some trees. The crows do like that saying, but I am living proof it's a lie. He shrugged at Gabriel. Why they insist on thinking they can kill people like you and the wardens, I will never guess. It was good to know there were others out there who understood. Let me tell you, it's a burden I bear on a daily basis. Nuncio shook his head. You're nothing but a traitor and a coward, Zevran. You'll die here. Zevran drew a knife and threw it behind him, pegging the man trying to sneak up on him in the eye. Yes, well. Let's see how that works out for you. The fight was over quickly. Zevran, despite his behavior, was actually a highly skilled combatant. He grinned when the last of the crows was dispatched. Excellent. Killing my former brothers in arms is oddly satisfying. He bowed. I've little reward to offer you, champion, but perhaps this will serve as a token of my thanks. He offered an amulet, and Gabriel accepted. My dear Isabella, it has been a delight to see you again. You travel in fine company. That's it. Isabella shook her head. You're leaving? What about sex? Ah, Isabella. Zevran laid a hand over his heart. I did so miss you. That's because you have piss poor aim. Thankfully, you've other uses. The two of them began walking off back into the trees. That girl has curious standards, Varric said. Are we sure he was part of a guild of assassins? Fenris asked. If we ever do meet my cousin, let's just leave this part out, Gabriel said. It took him a few days, and he had to deal with Sane's Chalbran. But in the end, the confiscated ship was his. Now for the tricky part. Isabella folded her hand. Gabriel glanced across the table at Varric, then casually bet the ship. Varric matched the bet with 2 sovereigns, eliciting a yelp and string of curses from Isabella. The ship changed hands almost 100 times over the course of the next few hours, with everyone at the table taking great pains to keep it from her. Knight Captain Cullen owned it for a good 20 minutes, and took an amused delight in telling Isabella how he was going to redecorate it with chantry symbols and use it as a mobile Templar base. Meryl only owned it for a minute, but her comments about turning it into a floating garden nearly had Isabella frantic. Sunrise came, and Isabella had half the deck hidden in her boots, but she eventually got her ship. Winning it in a game of Wicked Grace was, apparently, acceptable by piratical standards. Zevran Arena. It certainly sounds like him, Leliana acknowledged. Cassandra stared at her for a long moment, then shook her head. Did you know about this? Actually, yes. Leliana shrugged. Part of it, anyway. Zevran is the one that told Burhan his clan was near Kirkwall. He didn't mention meeting the champion, however. And Isabella did get a ship. Cassandra folded her arms. An avenue for escape. My information on Isabella puts her back with the Felicia Armada. Another excellent place for someone to hide. Clearly, we need to have a few more words with Lenore. Leliana considered for a few moments. If Varric is being truthful, I'm about to enter the story again. When Cassandra raised an eyebrow, Leliana gestured at the map. The champion's little trip to Orlais. Ah. Yes. Chapter 25, Mark of the Assassin. A message was waiting for him on the front desk. From none other than the King of Ferelden himself. He smiled, then waylaid Avellini. They arrived in the Viscount's keep to find Meredith in a heated argument with the king. Let me guess, that's your final answer. King Alistair stood, arms folded, staring at Meredith. 3 mages have fled to Ferelden, and you have intervened to protect them as if it is your right to do so. Meredith glared. Well now, that was interesting. Both that the king was protecting mages and that Meredith only knew of 3. What other answer did you expect, your majesty? A maybe might have been nice. I do not deal in maybes. I deal in cold, hard facts as should you. She clenched her fists. Perhaps when Ferelden next chooses a king, it will be one that takes his duty to the Maker seriously. Meredith stormed off. Well. That was awkward. The king shook his head. That's just Meredith's idea of Kirkwall hospitality, Gabriel said, giving the man a bow. Really? Kirkwall brutality must rip the skin off your face, then. The man next to the king gestured. This is the champion of Kirkwall. The king held out a hand. Right. I'm Alistair, Gabriel accepted the handshake. King of Ferelden. And this is Tegan, my uncle. Sort of. I'm actually Tegan. I'm only sort of his uncle. Avellini made a squeaking sound, then found her voice. Your Majesty. May I say what an honor it is to meet you? She actually bent knee. He smiled. You could, but you'd be the first today. I fought at Ostagar. What happened there was. She shook her head. A great tragedy. A cloud covered Alistair's eyes briefly. Ah. Yes, it was. Sadly, Loghain still lives. Anders tilted his head to one side. Say, weren't you a Grey Warden once? That's the rumor. Alistair blinked. Wait, weren't you? That's the rumor, Anders replied. Huh. I guess we get around. Alistair turned back to Gabriel. I was hoping we could talk. Would have been better timing before being emasculated by Meredith, but I'm not picky. Things are looking up, Gabriel said. It's not often I get called on to meet with foreign leaders. Considering the last one foreign leader he'd met with was the Orishik, that was probably for the best. I know you came here from Lothering. A Fereldan refugee that did well for himself, against all odds. I have to admit, I was hoping your influence in Kirkwall might be of use. Things. Alistair sighed. Haven't been going well with Orlais. Without a Viscount here, however, there's only the Knight Commander to deal with. You were having an argument about mages. That part had intrigued him. He'd known the Fereldan Circle was considered something of a refuge, but not that the king himself was apparently involved on some level. Yes, well, apparently I don't feel the same way about mages as the Chantry does. Alistair shrugged. So we're in disagreement. That means they get nasty. They're like that. Sounds like the Circle is better off in Fereldan. Alistair sighed. You'd think so, wouldn't you? He shrugged. Sadly, I don't control the Circle. I can only deal with mages outside the Circle. His eyes went briefly to the staff on Gabriel's back. Of which there aren't many. A lot of your people fled to Kirkwall, you know. I know. I wish I could have helped them. The blight devastated the kingdom, and afterwards. He shook his head. Well, it hasn't exactly been peaceful. They're welcome back, of course. As are you. But after so many years away, would you still consider it home? Fereldan will always be my home. I hope to see you back there someday. We could use someone like you, champion. He didn't like the sound of that. Is there to be a war, then? I hope not. Tegan shook his head. You're more optimistic than I am. Empress Celine is doing her best. Alistair shrugged. Orlais isn't the most stable place right now. What's happening in Orlais? Oh, the usual. Attempted assassinations, uprisings, fancy parties with stinky cheeses. Alistair gestured dismissively. Apparently, some Orlesians think it would be grand to get their lost province back. Gabriel considered a moment. Hypothetically speaking, you could fix the no Viscount situation. Tegan blinked. That's asking a lot. It's tempting, Alistair admitted. But I'm sorry to say my support won't mean much without the support of the Templars. He sighed. I suppose it doesn't matter. I was hoping to have your help before Meredith got wind of my arrival, but that's done now. What you can do is protect Kirkwall. It will take someone like you to keep it from falling apart. And life was bones and wine. Just me standing between the city and disaster, huh? I've been there. Alistair shrugged sympathetically. Trust me, it isn't pretty. He glanced at Tegan. Well, I suppose I should get back to the old ball and chain. Tegan laughed. You know the Queen hates it when you call her that. No, she doesn't. Just because she shoot a dragon out of the sky, she doesn't scare me. You keep telling yourself that, Your Majesty. Anders watched them walk away before glancing at Gabriel. She scared me. Varric went through a few other bits of story. The champion apparently went back to the bone pit and killed a high dragon. Under other circumstances, it might have been a thrilling tale. You've been wasting my time, Varric. It stops now. Seeker, you wound me. The champion nearly starts a war and you're all too happy to bury it beneath your words. You will tell me about the Cunary. What's left to say? The Orishik was killed in a champion crowned. And yet we had Orlesians threatening sanctions of every kind and measure. Cassandra glared. What happened at Chateau Hain? What happened with Talus? Varric blinked. You've heard about her? We had someone there, but they lacked your access. Whatever Talus was to the champion, it seems like it angered a nation. Thousands of lives were at stake, Seeker. Perhaps one still is. Nicely nonspecific. All right, let me set the scene, an ambush, an invitation, A hunting party. Varric leaned forward. All because of Talus. And of course there's no one. Varric shrugged. All I know is it had something to do with you and nobles. Edge is usually very reliable. Reliable at leading us into an ambush, you mean? Avellini glared. Why? Varric turned to look at her. It's not always an ambush. Around them, armed men started emerging. Varric sighed. All right, maybe sometimes it's an ambush. The leader of the armed men smiled. And there is the champion of Kirkwall. You die today. Gabriel sighed. If he had a sovereign for every time he'd heard that. He was about to reach for his staff when a dagger took the man in the shoulder. An elven woman leaped down from the roofs and started stabbing people. She was very good at it. Kill her. Kill all of them. The leader shouted a moment before the elven woman slit his throat. She winked at Gabriel. Well? What are you waiting for? A very good question. He called down fire on the archers as Avellini and Fenris drew their blades. Who the blazes is that? He called over to Varric. Don't know. Varric yelled back. Kill people, then ask. Good plan. The elven woman yelled. Sloppy, she said, kicking one of the bodies over. You'd think the crows would be better at this. They've been doing it for ages. Revenge for the ones he'd killed with Zevran? Or perhaps, were these crows a gift from you? That's generous. She grinned. Oh, I didn't arrange this, but it's no coincidence I'm here. My name is Talus, and I've been looking for you. It was always lovely when crazy knife-wielding roof jumpers came looking for him. Looking for me? Looking for the man who has an invitation to Chateau Hain, to be specific. Varric rubbed a hand across his forehead. That's what Edge was on about. He glanced up at Gabriel. You remember? Duke Prosper, the one who fawned all over you at the Champion of Kirkwall banquet. He talked about a hunt. He remembered. Vaguely. Mostly he remembered wanting to gnaw his arm off to escape. I doubt I'd go to such a thing. I was hoping you'd reconsider. Talus gestured. The Duke is a delightful host, or so I hear. Let me guess, this isn't just a social call. As if he needed more headaches. She paced. I need to relieve him of something he has no right to possess, and I can't do it alone. Avellini's eyes narrowed. You want us to be thieves? Stealing from Orlchians is never wrong, Varric said. Or so I've been told. This isn't how I was planning to ask you this. I was pictured an introduction with. She looked around. Less blood. What makes you think I steal things just because people ask me to? He did, but that was beside the point. Varric rubbed the back of his head. I may have talked you up a bit. Maybe more than once. Writers. Wonderful. What? Varric spread his hands. You'd rather I told everyone you were a mage. All I've heard is you get things done, Talus said. I'm hoping that's true. Getting out of Kirkwall for a while actually did sound like a good idea. He'd bring along Anders. Maybe Meryl, get her some fresh air. Why not? I hear the Orlchians make excellent cheese. Talus laughed. That's right, you're feral Dan, aren't you? We're not actually dog people, despite whatever rumors you've heard. Avellini and Sebastian would likely not want to come. I'll keep that in mind. Best find out how much trouble he was about to get into. So tell me, what exactly is it you want me to steal? A jewel. Her answer was a bit hesitant. The Duke thinks it's valuable, and it is, just not in the way he believes. She went back to pacing. What's more, he shouldn't have it in the first place. He who wishes to walk on water must first learn to swim. She turned to look at him. Come with me to Chateau Hain. I'll explain everything on the way. She shrugged. If nothing else, you get fine wine and fancy company. But. Her smile was hopeful. I hope you want more than that. She walked off. Avellini came to his shoulder. I don't like the sound of this, Hawk. You think it's a trap, or you don't want to steal from a nobleman. I don't think we should be breaking laws for someone we just met. Want to come? She hesitated a moment, and then, to his surprise, she nodded. Someone has to keep you out of trouble. Fenris. I remain at your side. He glanced at Varric. The dwarf shrugged. You know that meeting with Edge? The one that turned into an ambush just now. I changed my mind. Let's not go. Talus filled them in on the voyage. Isabella was ecstatic about being able to take out her new ship, even if the crew were mere hirelings instead of proper raiders. Andrastes tears, Prosper, someone shouted. When is this going to get started? Presently, the man in the plumed helmet said. All right, everyone. You all know the tradition, yes? The first to find and slay a wyvern wins the honors of the evening. And bragging rights, of course. Duke Prosper gestured. Good luck to you all. Gabriel walked towards the Duke, only to have another man step between them. Lovely day for a hunt, don't you agree? Very. He searched for a word. Outdoorsy. Ah. The champion of Kirkwall. Duke Prosper gestured at the other man. These are honored guests. He gave Gabriel a small bow. Please excuse Kahir. He chuckled. A polite bodyguard is a contradiction in terms, or so I am told. A chastened? Here. Ah, yes, you are Fereldan, aren't you? You would know of his people. I know of Darkspawn too, but I generally don't let them breath on me. The Duke laughed, and gestured grandly. His helmet and movements reminded Gabriel a bit of a rooster. Oh, he breathes on all the guests. Think of it as a rite of passage. He bowed towards Talus. And who is this lovely specimen? You flatter me, your grace, she said, shying away demurely. The Duke gave him a considering look. I must say, I didn't really expect you. I already have an Amel, you see. Or hawk, I suppose it is. The Duke gestured at where a man in warden armor was walking towards them. A grey warden, no less. No doubt ensuring I don't accidentally cure their blight business. Brother. Carver smiled. Perhaps you should join forces, to avoid any appearance of collusion between parties. The Duke gestured dismissively. At any rate, I won't keep you from the hunt. Wouldn't want you to fall behind the others, yes. Splendid idea. Gabriel grinned at his brother. Maybe this trip wasn't a bad idea after all. So what brings you here? Gabriel said after giving his brother a hug. A wyvern hunt, same as you. Carver smiled, then greeted the others. At least that's what I assume brings you here. I'll fill you in later. Gabriel glanced around, and got some information as to what the hunt entailed. He even got a recipe for the poison cure. Fenris was getting annoyed by the number of people that referred to him as Gabriel's manservant, much to the amusement of Varric. Gabriel headed out to the hunting grounds, then, mostly to annoy Varric, headed uphill. It wasn't long before they encountered a few young dragons. Not our prey, I suspect, Fenris said, poking at one with the tip of his sword. Do dragons and wyverns even mix? Talus frowned. I don't think so. So if we drop part of this in the right spot, we might lure a wyvern out to protect its territory. Talus nodded excitedly. Good thought. Do that. Talus glanced at Carver, her eyes resting for a moment on the griffin decorating his armor. So you're Hawk's brother? We still admit that, on occasion. Carver gave her an equally considering look. But you're on good terms. Talus glanced from one to the other. This second. Carver shrugged. I suppose so. The day's young, though. Gabriel reached over and messed his brother's hair. He'll bugger it up yet. He blinked, then knelt down by a darkened splotch on the ground. Red was still dripping off a rock. A lot of blood. Would that be from prey or from a wyvern itself? I've heard they fight for dominance. Talus peered at the blood. Can't be gentle. Maybe we can use some to draw out rivals. He started rummaging in his belt pouch, and Carver handed him a small glass vial. Carefully, he filled it with the blood, and tucked it away. Added to what we have already, is it enough to draw one out of hiding? I'd say so. Tallis considered a moment. A little one. Probably all we need. In the right spot. She shrugged. No doubt. This hobnobbing with the nobility suits you. Anders glanced at Gabriel. I suspect that's an insult. He wrinkled his nose at some of the so-called hunters. Meant in the best possible way. Anders shrugged. I knew the day I met you that you'd rise above the rest of the refugees. He sighed. I wish there were more nobles who had to earn it. He glanced back at Carver. Sedita is in charge of the vigil then. I think so. I haven't been back in a while. She ordered you here. You aren't a warden anymore, Anders. Carver narrowed his eyes. Why do you care? I don't, I just. Anders sighed. He was a good man. On that, we agree. Merrill fell into step next to Carver. Do you think wyverns are hard to take care of? You could tame it. Carver smiled at her. Tame its wild heart. Gabriel couldn't quite stop himself from snickering. I'm sorry. I really am. Carver glared at him. Quiet, you. Where would you take it for walks? Merrill gazed up at the clouds. What if it got hungry and ate the neighbors? And there goes the moment. Carver sighed. That was adorable. Tallis said quietly, glancing back over her shoulder. They ran into a man looking for his dogs, and promised to keep an eye out. Isabella glanced at Carver. I always did like a man on a mission. Wardens go deep. It's a hard calling. And we also save the world. Her eyes widened, and she smiled. Very interesting. I'll tell you about it sometime, when I'm not, you know, saving the world. Whatever reply Isabella was going to make was cut off by a screeching sound. Is that, wyverns mating? Tallis squinted into the distance. Could we mimic that? No. Tallis blinked. Oh, the sound. Right, yes, I can try that. Isabella snickered. Been a bit light on the career advice since I got here. Carver glanced over at Avellini as Gabriel collected ingredients for the poison antidote. You've been a bit light on needing it. She shrugged. Although, why the wardens would care about a fop and his utter waste of ability and time. Yes. He toys with big beasties. Who knows what he'll flush out of the dark? Carver shrugged. It's light duty. Can't lie about that. Watch it. Varric gestured at the cave. Ghast hole. Gabriel blinked. A what hole? Varric shrugged. A scholar might call it something else, but they don't know their ghasts from a hole in the ground. Anders ran a hand down his face. And they say I'm the monster. I'm going to hit him. Avellini put a hand on the hilt of her sword as Carver and Isabella just laughed. I'll do it. Fenris sighed. That one actually hurt. Why do you bad touch words like that? Gabriel asked. He started to turn away from Varric. And why is that man not wearing any clothes? He continued forward. The man rushed up to them. Oh, blessed Androsta, thank you. I thought I'd die out here. I've been trapped here since last night. I know I'm going to regret this, but... Gabriel took a deep breath. Why are you standing out here in your small clothes? Ghasts were chasing me. I thought I could leave false trails. The man sighed. Truth told, I'm not looking for the wyvern. I'm a scholar from Cumberland, researching an Avercult that once lived here. They worshipped the Lady of the Skies to the exclusion of all other gods. I'm searching for their shrine. Gabriel pointed back in the direction they'd come. I've seen something that might be the shrine you're looking for. Then you have succeeded where I failed. The man sighed. The rumors say they were driven from their last refuge. They left a great treasure in the goddess's keeping. He offered a sheaf of notes. But the mountain has defeated me. Please, take my research and see if you can do anything with it. Carver reached forward and took the notes. I will try to make it back to camp. Good luck to you, Sarah. Varric glanced up at Avellini. Should have come to the hanged man last week. You missed Brennan drunk off her ass, reciting love poems to Corf. She did not. Avellini looked at Gabriel, who just sighed and nodded. 4 hours she spent clinging to the bar, shouting sonnets at the poor man. Varric gestured. Ugh, a guardsman's poetry. Avellini shook her head. That's assault, that is. Keep an eye on her. Varric lowered his voice dramatically. I think she's in possession of a few concealed dirty limericks, too. Oh, make her help me, Carver said. I've actually missed you people. Gabriel came around some trees and stopped. He wrinkled his nose. Oh, Tallis said. A wyvern kill? Some kind of hala or something. That. Gabriel poked the mess with one end of his staff. Could be a tunic. Don't know, don't care, it's bait they liked for some reason. You are too willing to involve yourself in the affairs of others, Hawk. Fenris gave Tallis a disapproving glance. Each time you put yourself at risk. One day you will not be so lucky. You have a better idea. Gabriel raised an eyebrow. Guard what you have. Keep your head low. Like a dragon. Gabriel gestured. Guarding my treasure hoard. That's not what I meant. He knew very well what the man meant. Shall I eat passers-by? He tapped his chin thoughtfully. Maybe I can demand virgin sacrifices. What was the fun of a virgin anyway? Even dragons are eventually slain, Hawk. Gabriel sighed, and nodded. He gestured out at the view. For a slaughtering ground, it's actually rather pretty. Tallis nodded. The Montfort family inherited this mountain from a clan of Navaran dragon hunters. She tilted her head to one side. Well, maybe inherited is the wrong word. What do you call it when you kill someone in order to get all their stuff? Adventuring. They saved the dogs and returned them safely to their owner. He was a bit surprised to see Maberry hounds belonging to an Orlshian. He'd considered bringing Runt along, but these days Runt didn't like to get very far from the kids. Or Orana and the treats she kept in her pockets. Meryl smiled brightly. You know, Fenris, you should get a pet. I'm afraid to ask what brought this on. On the way here, I saw a noble woman in a gown made completely out of fur. I thought she was a bear at first. Fenris blinked at her. So I should keep an Orlshian noblewoman as a pet. She looked at him like he was insane, then shook her head. Orlshians would make terrible pets. They'd complain all the time. No, I was thinking of a griffin. Somehow, I should have expected that. He sighed. She turned to Carver. You'd get me a griffin, wouldn't you? First griffin the first find, it's all yours, he promised. She locked her arm through Carver's and rested her head on his shoulder as they kept walking. Gabriel tried to hide a smile. Gabriel stopped at a very large pile of. He sighed. Looking for clues. Oh, very mature, Carver said. Why don't you just roll in it like a dog? For a moment, he considered throwing some at his brother. Just for a moment. Tallis glanced down at what he'd found. Oh, nug bones. I wonder if a nug call would help attract a wyvern. You know a nug call? He stood, looking at her in disbelief. You go elbow deep in wyvern shit and I'm the weird one. He glared, because she was right. Then he went to the pond and washed his hands. We must have enough to bait a trap now. Tallis nodded. In the right spot, no doubt. They found a clearing. Tallis looked around. Yes, I think this would be the place to find a wyvern. And room enough to kill the thing without getting sat on. She knelt, examining the area. They're not stupid, though. We'll need some really good bait. I think we've got enough to draw one out. She nodded. More than enough. Careful though. With this much bait, we might have our hands full. She smiled impishly. But it'd sure be fun. He glanced back at his companions. There were smiles on various faces. Lay it all out. I'm bringing the Duke a trophy to talk about. Yes. Tallis bounced, then glanced back at him. I mean, if you're sure. She started rummaging through what they had collected. Let's get to it. We've got a lot of stuff to lay out, for starters. She took the vial. Right, Now the blood. She splashed it on her armor, then gave him a defensive look when he raised an eyebrow. What? The prey needs to be moving. Doesn't it? She inhaled. Okay, I'll do the sound. You get ready. Don't look at me while I do this. He gestured for his companions to position themselves as Talus proceeded to dance around and make an ungodly cacophony. He blinked at her. Was that good? She glared. You want to do it? Didn't think so. She went back to dancing and making weird noises. A moment later, something roared. They were patting each other on the back and gazing at the dead wyvern when another group of hunters approached. Well, if it isn't the feral Dan Turnip. The leader of the other hunters glared. They say you are the champion of some backwater city in the east. Quite the achievement, I'm sure. I suggest you run along with your servants while you have the chance. This wyvern was mine to kill, not yours. The man actually stomped his foot. Mine, mine, mine. I paid good coin to be the one who wins this contest. It was my turn. Gabriel narrowed his eyes at the implied insult to his friends. Oh, I didn't realize the Duke was offering charity to his more useless guests. My mistake. I will not accept such talk from a backwater mongrel. Talus sighed. You do realize Hawk can beat you like a rented mule, with both hands tied behind his back. A rented mule would probably smell better. More insolence. From a knife ear this time. I can take no more of this. Kill them all. We can say the wyvern was too much for them. Gabriel sighed, and drew his staff. Now what is going on here? Prosper asked. Prosper. The other hunter managed to get back to his feet. This bloody bastard tried to steal my rightful kill. The Duke gave the man a disbelieving look. Now is that any way to speak of the champion of Kirkwall, Baron? The Baron glared. This is your fault for inviting a stinking turnip in the first place. Your mother would be ashamed. They were bringing mothers into it now? So much for civility. Prosper laughed. Says the man whose mother has slept with half of Valshevin. He turned to look at Gabriel. My apologies. Arlange has always been a cheat. What would you have done with him? Talus narrowed her eyes. You're not suggesting. Why not? Prosper shrugged. You believe Arlange would have stopped short of murder, given the chance. Gabriel glanced at Talus. Something on your mind? Just let him go. He's not worth your time, Hawk. He agreed, actually. Prosper laughed again. My word. Such mercy. He can't be more than he is, that's all, Talus whispered. You've bested him. His blood smells worse than the wyvern's. Gabriel shrugged. Best keep it where it is. You hear that, Arlange? Prosper gestured at the Baron. It behooves you to leave while you still can. Arlange sneered. Fine. I will go. Prosper turned back to them. Congratulations on finding the wyvern. It looks like a fine one, indeed. There will be a celebration in the chateau courtyard. Do attend when you're ready. Talus waited for Prosper to leave, then glanced at Gabriel. You let him go? That was. She smiled. Very merciful. Carver shook his head. You say that like it's a bad thing. We should go to the chateau. Talus gestured. Time to practice your conversation. He imitated Arlange. And my Orlshian accent. Avellini whacked him in the back of the head. He glanced around, and noticed Carver was missing. He was about to say something when his brother came around the corner and nodded. Before he could ask, Talus came back towards them. I had a quick look around. There's one door into the castle that isn't under heavy guard. Carver shrugged. Here we go again. I can't get it open. She sighed. And believe me, I tried. Bent a nice set of lockpicks in that stupid door. One of the Duke's guardsmen must have the key. They wouldn't just look themselves out of the castle. I hope. Actually, that wouldn't surprise him. Why else would the party be in the garden? He probably has someone breaking a window right now. She considered a moment. Could make that work, actually. But in the meantime, let's find someone with a key. Let's split up. Carver glanced at their group. We don't want the Duke to think we're laying siege to his party. Tallis and I will look for the key. In the meantime, scout out the castle for another way in. Let's see what we can find out. Tallis started heading in. Come on. Prosper gave a speech to honor Gabriel's wyvern kill, and presented him with a finely crafted wyvern skin belt. He made small talk with several of the other guests. Lady Elegant greeted him warmly. Comtesse de Lancet informed him that Emile was apparently going to be a semi-proud father. Séné's Chalbran was also in attendance, with the lovely Serendipity on his arm. Tallis found that somewhat awkward. Tegan greeted him. Champion. It's good to see you again. He gave a small bow. I'm sure you don't remember me. We met when King Alistair made his trip to Kirkwall. I'm Arl Tegan Garin. He gestured behind him. This is my wife, Caitlin. Gabriel kissed the young woman's hand, then glanced back at Tegan. You think I often intervene between Meredith and foreign heads of state? He blinked, then shrugged. Wait. Actually, yes, that's pretty normal for me. You remind me a great deal of someone I once knew. Tegan suddenly smiled. Ah, that's right. You and Lenore are cousins, are you not? We are. Though we've never actually met. Tegan laughed. Entirely your loss, I assure you. A pleasure to see you again. If you speak to Ban Perrin, I don't advise you to bring up the chantry. Or. He shrugged. Knickers. Sister Nightingale. Leliana smiled. Champion. It is good to see you again, under less. She twitched a shoulder. Dire circumstances. Her gaze went to his companion. Tallis. Leliana. It's so lovely to see you again. There was a small trace of panic on Tallis's face, and her eyes darted around momentarily. You look stunning this evening. Your hair is darling. Did you do it yourself? Gabriel glanced from one woman to the other. I get the distinct impression you've met before. Oh, briefly. Tallis shrugged. A long time ago. There was an uncomfortably knowing look in Leliana's eyes. You meet all sorts of people in Orlais. It keeps life exciting. It sounded like there was a very interesting story behind all this. Well, I'm glad you two had this chance to chat. Yes. It was. Tallis was still looking around. Very. She looked back at Leliana. Fortuitous. We shouldn't take up any more of your time, Leliana. I'm sure you have. She glanced at the wine glass in her hand, and casually dumped it into a nearby plant. Things that need attention. Right now. Leliana lifted her own glass in Tallis's direction before taking a sip. What was that about? Gabriel glanced at Tallis. Oh, nothing. Let's see if we can find the guard with the key. He shrugged, and walked up to one of the guards. My friend here has had a bit too much wine. She needs to sit down inside before she gets sick on a duchess. Tallis swayed back and forth. Oh, I can hear the ocean in my head. Tide goes in, tide goes, out. That's never a good sign. He sighed as Tallis struck out first with the guard, then with the servant. After a bit more work, she also struck out with Prosper's son, Lord Cyril. She threw her hands up into the air. This is officially my worst night ever. Not Lord Cyril's type. She shook her head. Maybe he just doesn't like elves. She glanced over her shoulder. Or women. She turned back to him. In either case, you're the answer. He has the key. Go get it. When he glared, she shrugged. What? It's your turn, Hawk. Go on. Sounds like I could save time and just assume a plan will fall apart from the start. Why did they even bother with a plan anyway? Usually things hit their worst when everything appeared to be going according to plan. That was an important lesson he should really learn one day. It hasn't fallen apart. It's just. Tallis gestured. Not entirely cooperating with reality. Just. She waved at him. Go try something. He glared at her again before heading in. Lord Cyril was examining a tapestry. Tell the elf that her pleas are for nothing. She's pretty enough, I suppose. No doubt there are some men who would like that sort of thing. I thought you might be a man of. He mentally apologized to Fenris. Refined tastes. I heard the same of you, Monsieur Hawk. He leaned forward and whispered into Cyril's ear, helping himself to the key as he did so. Why don't we talk again after the party? Cyril nodded eagerly, and went back to examining the tapestry. Talus was waiting outside for him. You have it. Tell me you have it. He shrugged. Was there ever any doubt? Good. Then we can find the. She swallowed. Jewel and get this over with. You don't sound that excited. It's simply been a long time coming, that's all. He gave her a concerned look. This jewel is that important to you? There was clearly something she hadn't told them. Yes. I suppose it is. I want this part of my life finished. He spread his hands. So soon? I heard they were just about to bring out the candied nug. I want to see that. Let me ruin it for you. Her voice became lofty as she gestured dreamily. It tastes like forgotten aspirations. He gave her a sad look. You have crushed all my hopes and dreams. She laughed. Let's find that door and get inside. She was more upset than he'd have thought by having to kill the guard. It's not like his family can say, we thought he only had to bake cookies. There are other paths. They do not all need to lead to the same destination. She stood back up. Enough. We're here for the heart. She turned towards him. I'd like to do this quietly. Alert as few guards as possible. What do you think? Stealth wasn't really his strong suit. Come to think of it, leaving the building still standing wasn't really his strong suit. Still. Don't relish the thought of 24 guards chasing me round the chateau. Quiet's the way to go. He had to knock out a guard to get the key. Since the man was unconscious anyway, he took a few moments to make a few additions to Leopold's evening repast, just in case. A sick wyvern should be an adequate distraction. Cautiously, he and Talus moved up the stairs. He found another unconscious guard, and blinked. He didn't recall knocking that one out. Maybe the man was just having a nap. Or maybe Talus had done it when he wasn't looking. He shrugged, and kept moving. He found pieces of a fog warrior amulet and pocketed them to show Fenris later. They came down a flight of stairs, and found the vault. Naturally, it was guarded by an annoying floor puzzle of switches. It's never as easy as it seems, is it? It took several minutes and the unfortunate destruction of 2 no doubt priceless statues, but they got the door open. He glanced at Talus as they entered the vault. Something wrong? I don't know. She looked around as guards started to enter. Yes. Don't fret, my dear, Prosper said. Gabriel turned around and counted the guard. He really wished he hadn't left his staff with Fenris. I see the party's moved indoors. It's not over yet, Talus said. But it is over. Prosper shrugged. I knew who you were the moment you arrived, assassin. Assassin? Well, that would explain how she and Leliana knew each other, anyway. I knew it. You. She glanced back at him. Did. She jumped off a roof and stabbed people. He shook his head at her. Have you met my friends? All of them are crazy and most of them are killers. Clever man. Prosper nodded. Have you also deduced that your elven friend is Qunari? Well, no, that one was sort of new. The hare did an excellent job of hiding her horns. Qunari. It's. She had the good graces to look abashed. Complicated. This has nothing to do with me, then. Prosper snorted. Yes, you were only here to rob me. Much better. Talus turned towards Prosper. Look, I came to stop the heart from doing something we will all regret. She gestured at Gabriel. He didn't. Leave him out of this. And waste all the effort I spent luring you here before the heart's arrival. Prosper shook his head. Don't be foolish. Asa ihasatra Mas, Talus said. Mas of Astrazakulun, Prosper replied. He gestured. Take them away. Cassandra blinked. The elf was Cunary. So that's who Talus had been working for. One small mystery solved, anyway. And the dwarf has no beard. I know, it made no sense to me, either. Varric shrugged. Maybe they cut her horns off. The Cunary are not a race. Cassandra narrowed her eyes. They are a religion. What I don't understand is why a Cunary agent would try to kill one of her own people. And why involve the champion? Excellent questions. I expect answers to match. I live to please, Varric said, settling back down in the chair. So at least we're not dead. He'd feel a bit better if he knew his friends and brother were safe. She gazed up at him. I don't suppose an apology would make things better. Is it the sort that comes with fabulous riches? He glared at her. Are we talking about make-believe fabulous riches? Don't be ridiculous. And how would he cart fabulous riches out of here in the first place? Isabella had a ship, maybe he should get a wagon. Or at least a horse. Dog sled? No, that wouldn't help. Runt was back in Kirkwall. Probably sleeping on the bed. Then no. You're really terrible at this. The crows were almost starting to look good by comparison, and that was saying a lot. I am sorry. This didn't work out like I'd planned. She gestured at the cell they were sitting in. Obviously. It was good to know there had actually, at one point anyway, been a plan. Allegedly. What was your plan, exactly? The one I expected to find is named Salat, a member of the Ben Hasrat. She sighed. The heart of the many. I was told he's here to sell secrets to the Orlshians, and I came to stop him. She looked down at her hands. Suppose I was misinformed. So you came here to stop this Salat from betraying your people. An understandable motive, anyway. You probably won't believe me, but this isn't a political mission. It's... She stood up. Personal. What do you mean? Salat was my Bessarat Harry, the one who recruited me into the Ben Hasrat. My tutor. He's the one who saw my potential, convinced me I could make a difference. It doesn't matter now. A family matter. That he understood. But you said he was selling secrets. He is, or at least he intends to. One last act of defiance. She shook her head. I can't let him do that. Not when he'll hurt so many others in the process. You mean he'll hurt other Cunary? Not every Cunary is a soldier, you know. There are tens of thousands of farmers, artisans, craftsmen. She shook her head. People who have never hurt anyone. People whose only crime is living. They don't deserve what he's going to do to them. Neither had many of the people of Kirkwall, or those that would be killed or brainwashed when the Cunary did actually invade. But it's more than my duty to stop Salat. It is my moral obligation. Morality. So everything you told me was a lie. Not everything. So I just missed the part where you're one of the people I drove into Kirkwall. He'd killed one of the leaders of her people. A people who'd happily put him in a collar and sew his mouth shut. You don't need horns to embrace the coon. She paced the cell. What you need is a purpose. A belief in unity, in improving the lot not only for your own people but for everyone. Everyone except those who had their mouths sewn shut. You're right. I can think of many people who would be improved by the loss of a head. You're joking, but you're also right. She shrugged. That doesn't mean it's the solution for everyone. So everyone else just loses a foot? Maybe a big toe. Greta crying over her father's body. Being Cunary doesn't automatically mean you're a zealot. She gestured. Most Cunary don't even understand humans, why you act like you do. She walked towards him. But I grew up among you. I understand perfectly well. He was a human, and he didn't understand them most days. And clearly he didn't understand elves either. Wait, aren't you here to kill someone for the Cunary? I never said I was killing him for the Cunary. He rested his head in a hand. So you're improving his lot? Perhaps repeatedly. She sighed. I know it's not easy to understand. After what the Orishik did, I hardly blame you. But just tell me, can you honestly say there's nothing to improve, nothing to strive for? Freedom? Not having his mouth sewn shut? Scones. We believe in striving together. We may stumble, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't try. I don't disagree. The ideal was nice. The methods left a lot to be desired. It's who I am. I joined the Ben Hasrat because I felt it meant something. When he tilted his head at her, she corrected herself. Means something. Interesting. You sound like you're trying to convince yourself. It's been a long time since I even talked to anyone about it. She gestured. I suppose it's not really prison cell conversation. He stood, and did some pacing of his own. Had his friends found a way in, or had they found trouble of their own? So did you really involve me just because I had an invitation? You were the only one on the invitation list who wasn't a personal friend of the Montfort family. She smiled at him. And you're also Bay Saladin, remember? An outsider worthy of respect. Was there nothing about the Cunary that wasn't going to come back to bite him in the ass? You know about that. Of course. If there was anyone a Cunary should or would consider going to for help, it's you. That explained the fellow with the swords, anyway. Come to think of it, hadn't he said something about the Ben Hasrat in his role? And what was going to happen when this was over? I thank you, we go our separate ways. He considered beating his head against the walls of the cell. It probably wouldn't help, but at the moment, he couldn't see how it would make the situation worse. Really? I wouldn't notice a thing. Truth? You're. She shrugged and looked him over. Not exactly what I was expecting. I've heard a few stories about you. They don't quite do you justice. Perhaps if I'd done my homework, I would have known more about you. Given you the respect you deserve. She leaned against the wall. Nothing I can do about it now. He sighed and sat back down on the bench. I suppose the good news is with all this extra time I can learn to knit. Could you make me a sweater? No. She sighed. The first order of business is getting out of here before His Grace decides we would taste good in the soup. She shrugged. Or whatever he has planned. She glanced at him. Any ideas? Oh, I'm sure the others will be along any minute now. Fenris came to a halt. So, we're lost. Isabella looked around. Definitely. Now what do we do? I could try to guess the color of your underclothes again. Isabella shrugged. Anders shook his head, and turned towards her. All right, we should have tried your suggestion. Which? Challenging the guards to a game of riddles and making, where is Hawk? One of the questions. He glared. I meant the, follow one wall, and you'll navigate the maze, idea. Well, we can try it next time. She gestured at Fenris. Either that, or, let's get a sledgehammer and break down the walls, I thought that had merit. We've been going in circles for over an hour. Avellini kicked at the wall. I'm so used to Hawk leading the way, I think my sense of direction has withered. Varric looked up at her. So, wait for him to rescue us. When you tell this part. Leave it out. She sighed. Let's see if we can at least find the others. Talus gave a vexed sigh. That's it. I'm officially tired of waiting to be rescued. She walked over and unlatched the portcullis. Everything was going to go boom. Why didn't you just do that before? She gave him a defensive look. You said your friends were coming. And speaking of his friends, there were Isabella, Anders, and Fenris. Fenris gave him a worried look. There you are. Were you hurt? What happened? Let's just find the others and get out of here. Fenris nodded, and handed him his staff. He glanced at Talus. So back through the castle, then. Unless there's a better way then. The castle suddenly shook. She blinked, then continued. Fighting through the Duke's entire army, what was that? I have no idea. They found Avellini and Varric dealing with a few guards. He started to ask where they'd been, but Avellini gave him a frustrated glare and he switched his comment. Where are Carver and Merrill? We split up, they headed left. Avellini looked around. Haven't seen them since. We'll find them. Done with my hospitality already, are we? Duke Prosper glared down at them. Such a shame. Gabriel shrugged. It's not that we don't appreciate the accommodations, but you know how it is. Alas, it's too soon for my guests to leave. You will miss the main event. He shrugged. I could live with that. No. I am afraid you couldn't. And now they were under attack again. Tallis at least made an effort with the whole, take me instead, I'm the one you want. Useless, but her heart seemed to be in the right place. Pity about her brain being missing. And what was with these painted Orlchion clowns with knives? He was actually starting to miss Kirkwall and blood mages. He glanced at the portcullis that had closed behind Prosper. I don't think we're getting out this way now. Since they were there, they robbed the vault. It seemed fair. A passage in one of the vaults led them back to the dungeon. He started to walk back to find the way his friends had come when a large crack in the wall caught his eye. Tallis suddenly smiled. I think this can get us out. She glanced at them. Got everything from the chateau? The way those rocks look, I don't want to test this path more than once. There's a lake? In the middle of the mountain. Gabriel shook his head. Tallis nodded. The retreat needed to house hundreds of people during the blight, if not thousands. Can't do that without fresh water. She gestured at a path. Here we go, this will lead us out. She started down the path, then stopped. That's odd. I could swear there was. A portcullis slammed shut between her and the others. She glanced over her shoulder. Trust me. And promptly ran off. Tallis. He shook his head, then turned to face his new problems. Well, hadn't he just been hoping for the chance to fight crazy mages? Wishes did come true. The Chastened was giving a speech when Tallis threw her knife, missing him by inches. She jumped down from her vantage point and rejoined them. You frightened me? Fenris said quietly. Gabriel glanced at him. Me. Before we found you, there was a moment when I... He shook his head. Don't do that again. He smiled. And there's the way out. Tallis gestured. See? I told you I had a plan. It was a good plan, the kind that had an escape and everything. Not a monster lair? Gabriel shrugged. That is a good sign. She turned to face him. So you could go. There are, however. She gave him a hopeful look. Other options. Oh, I suppose there's room for a cot, but where would we put the dinner table? And where the hell was his brother? And Merrill? I know you want to leave. Just hear me out. She spread her hands. What Salet is going to do will harm so many innocents, my people as well as yours. It's my duty to stop him. Even so, I can't do it alone. Not anymore. Was she actually asking for his help? She was crazier than he was. After everything you've already done, why would I help you again? She touched his face. Because I've got your nose. Why couldn't he meet anyone normal? The Coon taught you that. If I were following the Coon, I would actually have your nose. She looked up at him. I suppose that doesn't help. She sighed. If I had my way, you would never have been this involved in the first place. He wasn't leaving without his brother anyway. What did you have in mind, exactly? Well, we could go back, maybe have some tea with the Duke. Get to know one another. Then, just as he starts to trust us, you slip a bag over his head and we drag him to Antiva. No. Not Antiva. You fiend. Gabriel stared at her. He heard Isabella start to giggle. Or we could find out when Salet is arriving, and stop him before it's too late. He glanced back at his companions. They gave him various shrugs. He looked back to Tallis. Explain what's so terrible about Salet's plan. She gave a frustrated sigh. Can't. Not completely. And yes, I know. That's a hard sell. The information Salet plans to turn over to Orlais won't just hurt Cunary, however. It will harm anyone living in Qunari lands. Even those who fled the Qunari, of any race, will be condemned to persecution forever. Damn it. That was a pretty good reason. It couldn't just be a way to convince me to help you again, I suppose. If only it was. Tallis paced. I'm not here on some directive from the Khun, I came. She sighed. Salat was declared Talvashoth, but they didn't deem intervention worthwhile. She shrugged. Couldn't agree. I had to try. Doesn't that make you Talvashoth as well? No. The Ben Hasrat didn't order me not to do this, but here I am anyway. She chuckled. I was trying to earn my way back into their good graces. This probably won't help. Her own people were fed up with her. Not a good sign. Why? What did you do? It's not easy, being an elf in the Khun. You're not born to it like they are. She folded her arms. I've struggled to find that peace, that certainty. I know it's there, I just... She shrugged. Keep falling short. She looked at him. What about you? Have you ever been part of something bigger than just yourself? I protect Kirkwall. Or is that not what you mean? It's not the same thing. She gestured. The Qunari have a vision of what life should be like. Free from pain and fear and doubt. You see tyranny and I see caring, an interest in the welfare of all. Yes, it could be better. But so could human indifference and cruelty. Or do you disagree? Collar and mouth sewn shut, or tranquil. Such lovely options. Like trying to decide which cliff to leap from. Saying the Qunari could be better is an understatement. Maybe. What Salat does won't help. It'll only make things worse. You know how to argue. It wasn't a convincing argument, mind, but it was an argument. And his brother was still missing. But my options are: follow or don't. It's pretty much that simple. How metaphorical. He watched her walk away, then glanced at his companions. Like it or not, heading back to face the Duke was their best chance of finding Carver and Merrill. He sighed, and started after Tallis. Baron Arlange came back for a visit. How nice. And he'd brought friends. A group of archers started to line up shots. Gabriel started to throw up a barrier, and then Carver emerged from behind the archers. He used his great sword almost like a broom, sending half the archers tumbling off the ledge. Merrill brought down lightning on the others. A few moments later, there was naught left of Arlange but an unpleasant memory. Tallis shrugged. He was persistent. I'll give him that much. Where have you two been? Gabriel said, staring at his brother and Merrill. Looking for you, Merrill said with a smile. Yes, Carver said. Looking for you. His brother's face looked slightly guilty. Merrill nodded. You weren't in the garden, or the orchard, or by the pond. We looked around the pond twice, just to be sure. Twice, huh? Isabella waggled her eyebrows. Carver turned red. Merrill blinked at him, then glanced at Isabella. Oh, did I miss something dirty again? They fought a bunch of Qunari, and learned about the meeting place. They'd come this far, anyway. It would be rude to leave without saying goodbye to their host. Tallis looped around the other side while he went in to provide a distraction. The Duke and this Salat were engaged in some kind of drama as he approached. Prosper glared. Champion. I should have known you would turn up. I have an excellent sense of dramatic timing. And good hair. Joke while you can. You will not find it funny for long. Tallis had managed to make off with the scroll the Duke had received from Tallis. The look on the Duke's face when he realized that was pretty funny. There was a bit more family drama. Or the Qunari version of family drama, anyway. Threats and killing. And then it was time for the killing. The presence of Leopold the Wyvern did complicate matters, but the additions he'd made to the food earlier seemed to help. There were some explosions, a lot of soldiers, and more Qunari. Against the blades of Avellini, Fenris, Carver, Tallis, and Isabella, backed up by the spells of Anders, Merrill, and Gabriel himself, their enemies fared poorly. Varric even helped. A little. Prosper hit him with a blast of that green goo. Gabriel glanced down, and saw Leopold charging. He held his ground until the last moment, then sent out a spray of ice before dodging. Leopold skidded on the ice, and his momentum took him out over the cliff. The wyvern fell, but the Duke managed to catch hold of the ledge. Gabriel walked over. "Keep away from me," the Duke said, hanging on with one hand. "The Empress will hear of this. Orlais will burn Kirkwall to the ground. All of you will die screaming, I swear it." He'd heard more creative threats. "I would have tried begging for mercy, but that's just me. You blasted turnip. Thank you for the lovely party. I'll treasure the belt." Maybe he'd give the belt to Isabella. She could use it to hold up her non-existent pants. The Duke's grip slipped, and he fell down the cliff. He hit 2 rocks on the way down. Fenris shrugged. They never learn. If the Duke only knew what he nearly had in his grasp. Talus was kneeling by Salet's body. "Thank you. There's no way I could have done this without your help." "What is the scroll?" He's sort of like to know why he'd almost been killed. Repeatedly. "This is a list of agents throughout Thedas. Qunari like myself." She touched the scroll. "Many of them have children, family, friends. They're people you wouldn't suspect. Some have even left the Qun behind. But if this list fell into human hands, they and everyone they know." She met his eyes. "Would be killed." She started pacing again. "The Arakan believes they knew the risks, but what about the innocents? I couldn't let this happen." An enumerated list of his headaches. "Maybe those agents should be discovered. I believe in the Qun, but I'm not doing this to protect the Qunari." She touched the scroll again. "This list doesn't distinguish innocent from guilty, it doesn't show the friends, lovers, children who." She shook her head. "Nobody should have it." She was right, in her way. "That's what I do, feed the sick, cure the poor, pat the hungry on the head. Kill nasty Orlshians. Are there any other kind? Oh, before I forget." She tossed him an amulet with a very large gem. That was going to be the heart of the many. "You'd find a jewel, while I'd go off and find Salet." She glanced down at the bodies. "And be back before anyone was the wiser. I suppose nothing ever goes like we plan, does it?" She waved cheerfully. "Take care of yourself, Hawk. Maybe we'll meet again sometime." He lost track of Carver and Merrill again. Isabella volunteered to go look for them, but Avellini caught her by the scruff of the neck before she could go more than a couple paces. They continued down the mountain, and found the bodies of a couple dozen more Talvashoth. "Looks like the Duke's soldiers weren't completely useless," Fenris said. Anders started to continue down the path, then stopped suddenly. "I don't recall there being a waterfall there." Merrill and Carver rejoined them shortly before they reached where Isabella's ship was docked. He pretended not to notice that there was grass in their hair. He tried not to notice Carver kiss Merrill goodbye, but Isabella's cheering made that a little bit difficult. "Let me guess, you haven't seen Talus since that day." Varric shrugged. "A safe assumption, given her nature." Cassandra gestured. "And who is left to appease Orlais after a Duke's murder at the hands of the champion of Kirkwall?" Prosper invited it by dealing with Talvashoth. "Possibly under orders from Empress Selene." He grinned. "Imagine the scandal if that was known. If you believe a Qunari agent. That's the difficult part, isn't it?" He folded his hands. "I don't know why Hawk helped Talus. I suppose she was pretty for a Qunari." He leaned back. "Whatever the reason, I doubt it's the last we've seen of her." He shifted slightly. "But what do I know? I just tell stories." Chapter 26, A New Path. Coming home to 2 children hugging him was an odd feeling. Caleb dragged him to a chair so he could listen to the latest melody, while Sala excitedly showed him how she could turn a teacup full of water to ice. It briefly occurred to him that he could likely have asked the king to take both children back to Ferelden. And yet, somehow, the idea didn't seem to have any merit to it. When had Kirkwall started to feel like home? Merrill giggled. Fenris glared at her. "What? Why are you looking at me like that?" You're in love. I am not. You keep looking at Hawk with said puppy eyes every time his back is turned. There are no puppy eyes. It's all right, you know. Even you can be happy once in a while. It won't kill you. But your face might crack if you smile, so be careful. Gabriel fought very hard to keep a straight face. He was about to order a round of drinks when one of the barmaids tapped him on the shoulder. Someone in the back rooms wants to see you, love. Seemed a bit insistent. Sorry, the louts over there need more ale. He shook his head, and headed in. Fenris fell into step behind him. 2 Templars were waiting. He'd have been worried, but if they had intended trouble, they'd have sent far more than 2. The barmaid sent me. What do Templars want with me? Hawk. The man bowed. Your speech against First Enchanter Orsino was stirring. The woman smiled. We hope you can aid us more directly. Templars were asking for his help again. Clandestine, no less. This should be interesting. You seem capable enough of capturing apostates and blood mages. A lone apostate or blood mage is of little consequence. But a group of them have become organized. The man gestured. And many wretches in the city lend them a hand. The woman's voice tried to be soothing. The commoners are merely misguided, Ser Metin. Ser Metin shook his head. Regardless, these mages are proving difficult to track down. He still wasn't sure he liked Templars, but he knew he didn't like blood mages. Depending on what you need, I could be of assistance. This hive of blood mages and their supporters know us. If we get close to them, they'll scatter like cockroaches. Ser Metin nodded at him. But you could take them unawares. Ser Metin, we cannot dally. If the blood mages see us with Hawk. Here are the details. Ser Metin handed him a piece of parchment. Eliminate these threats to Kirkwall. We'll send any future communications by letter. They left. He glanced at the parchment, then looked at Fenris. So, apparently, not only did I join the city guard when I wasn't looking, I'm also a Templar. I did advise you to keep your head low. Gabriel leaned forward and kissed him. So, want to go hunt some blood mages later. But what shall we do with the rest of the evening? Meryl was pacing back and forth in front of the mirror. Lethalin, I need to ask you for a favor. She sighed. I thought the Arulin Holm would be the last thing I needed, but the Eluvian still won't work. I think. She hesitated. I think I have to go back to the... She looked away. Spirit that helped me at the start of all this. Spirit. She still prevaricated. Why do you think this demon will help? He knows about the mirror. I don't know how much. He wouldn't tell me everything, and it's dangerous to trust. She looked down at her hands. He said he witnessed its forging. He told me how to cleanse it of its corruption. He must know how to make it work. He gestured for her to sit, then took the chair across from her. What do you mean it doesn't work? He still wasn't sure what it was supposed to do. Well. She gestured. Look at it. Do you think it's supposed to just sit there and show nothing at all? I can feel the power in it, but it's... She shrugged. Like it's asleep. I can't seem to wake it. Nothing bad ever comes from summoning demons. He shook his head at her. That's why. She took a deep breath. Why I need you to come with me. I've called to the spirit, but he doesn't seem to hear. He was sealed in an artifact on Sunder Mount. I have to look for him there. But... She inhaled. If things go wrong... She looked up at him. If he possesses me, I need you to strike me down. He stared at her. You want to summon a demon that may possess you, then have me kill you. He slammed his fist into the table. How is that a plan? She put both of her hands over his fist. Please do this for me. She shook her head. There's no one else here I trust. When he tried to look away, she moved to keep eye contact. Lethalin, please, come with me. I don't want. She sighed. Anything bad to happen. Carver was going to kill him. And if he didn't go with her, she'd just end up going by herself and then. If you're determined to do this, Then I'll come with you to make sure nothing goes wrong. She hugged him. Ma Serenus. You've no idea what a relief that is. The demon is sealed in a cave on Sunder Mount. The sooner we get this over with, the better. You seem troubled. Fenris opened the wine bottle. My brother's girlfriend may have just asked me to kill her. Fenris blinked. Meryl. She wants to go to Sunder Mount to communicate with her demon. And she wants me to come along to deal with the matter if something goes wrong. That's... Fenris filled the glass. A very unfair thing to ask of you. And if I say no, and she goes alone? Gabriel shook his head. Then not only is she still going to end up dead, but she may take a lot of people with her. I'll come, Fenris said quietly. Fenris. And, if necessarily, I'll do what needs to be done. He met Gabriel's eyes. She's like a sister to you. I don't understand it, but I acknowledge it. I can't ask this of you. You aren't. Fenris leaned forward and began setting up the board. They played in silence for several minutes before Fenris spoke again. Orana has asked if I am moving in. You are welcome to, you know. It is strange, being in a house with people. Servants. A small smile came to Fenris's face. Children. Gabriel shook his head and laughed softly. Tell me about it. Fenris moved his castle. Gabriel sighed. The game is yours, Gabriel cut off as Fenris moved, tackling him to the ground and pinning his arms up over his head. A long, slow kiss followed. Fenris smiled. So are you. Varric spent most of the walk to the Sunder Mount trying to talk Meryl out of her plans. Does anybody else get the feeling that this is going to end badly? Just me, huh? It's not all bad, Varric. Meryl tried to give him a cheerful smile. Think of the stories you'll be able to tell later. No offense, Daisy, but I could live without telling anyone that we murdered you on some mountainside. It's little hard to make that one sound good. Gabriel sighed. He'd hoped the dwarf's considerable powers of persuasion would succeed where his own had failed. There was one thing left to try. He walked towards the keeper. She smiled when she saw Meryl. Welcome home, Delenn. Meryl shook her head. This isn't a homecoming, keeper. Why is the clan even here? You should have moved on ages ago. The clan still has business here, Delenn. We will leave when it is time. It was time 3 years ago. Meryl gestured. You can't stay here. Eventually, the humans will force you to leave. There are plenty of hiding places in these mountains. We will stay until my business is done. The keeper clasped her hands behind her back. If you are not returning to us, what has brought you back? He took a deep breath. If one of the Dalish becomes an abomination, what do you do? If you are hoping the Dalish hold miracles, child, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Even if the demon is driven out, the soul is left scarred. It can never recover. Not truly. Like a wounded animal, it will fall prey to scavengers. The only cure is death. How cheerful. How can Meryl fix the Eluvian? I wouldn't restore that cursed thing, even if I could. The keeper shook her head angrily. It has stolen lives, brave young souls who were well loved by this clan. And if awakened, it will do far worse. No one is pained more by their loss than I, but the mirror wasn't responsible. You must come to your senses, Meryl. This evil cannot be allowed in our world. It is part of our world. It has been in our world for centuries. Meryl put on her stubborn face. But I'm wasting my time. You'd rather fear the past than reclaim it. This is pointless, Hawk. Let's go. All of this would be so much easier if he knew why the mirror was such an issue. If it had been cleansed of the corruption, what was the threat? This appeared to be getting them nowhere. Right now, short of this Mahariel himself coming over the mountain and telling her not to do it, he saw no way to convince Meryl. For a moment, he considered trying to convince Meryl to come back to Kirkwall so he could send a letter to the wardens. But she was already on her way up the mountain. With a sigh, he followed. As expected, the statue was ugly. And creepy. Meryl was shaking her head. Something is wrong. This is where the spirit was bound. but now, it feels empty. Oh. Good. They could all go home and put this behind them. Preferably never to be spoken of again. Who bound this demon here and why? There was a war, long ago, between my people and the Tevinter Imperium. After the Magi Stirs sunk Arlathan, my people made a last stand here, fighting on the graves of our elders. I don't know if it was the Elvayanan or Tevinter who bound the spirit, but he was left here from the war. He put a hand to his staff. Maybe it freed itself. Killing demons was okay. Killing friends possessed by demons not so much. It would have taken powerful magic to break him free of this prison. She paced in front of the statue. You couldn't just set him loose. Nobody could. Not without doing something terrible. This is very wrong. How are we going to finish the mirror now? I don't know. I don't understand what's happened. How can he be gone? A footstep came from behind them, scraping against the stone. I happened. Keeper Marathari descended into the chamber. Keeper, what have you done? Marathari's face held sorrow. The demon's plan was always for you to complete the mirror. It would have been a doorway out of this prison and into our world. You would have been his first victim. I couldn't let that happen, Delenn. That was the kind of information it would been useful to know 3 blighted years ago. You didn't think to mention that the demon was gone before we hiked all the way up here. It's not gone, Marathari said. His blood went cold. I couldn't fight it in the Fade while it was trapped. And I couldn't banish it without making it stronger. So I made myself its prison. Kill me, and it dies too. Meryl will finally be safe. No. You can't ask. Meryl covered her face with her hands. I won't do this. You always knew your blood magic had a price, Delenn. I have chosen to pay it for you. The keeper smiled gently. Dareth Shirel. The demon took over. Meryl used her staff to fling rocks at the demon. Gabriel hit it with a blast of ice. Suddenly, it vanished, and Keeper Marathari was standing there again. She fell forward. Keeper, Meryl cried out, rushing towards her. You've beaten it, Delenn. You are so much stronger than I imagined. The demon is dead. Keeper, Meryl's face was joyful. Let's leave this awful place. The clan should hear the good news. He wanted it to be true. For Meryl's sake. For the clan's sake. He closed his eyes, shook his head, and then gazed at the keeper. You told us that the demon was bound to your life. It would only die with you. Meryl's eyes went wide, and filled with tears. She turned, and drew her dagger. Arabella's, keeper. She cradled the old woman's body as the keeper fell. What have you done? I don't want this. I never wanted this. Creators, please let this be a bad dream. Gabriel stepped forward and put a hand on her shoulder. I'll wake up and feel like an idiot and she'll scold me for not listening. He wanted to comfort her. Exactly which part of, don't talk to demons or awful things will happen, did you fail to understand? If there was a price to pay, I should have paid it. She stared up at him angrily. She had no right to interfere. I don't think anybody wanted this. Not even the demon. Marathari did what she had to. Why couldn't she have believed in me? She bent her head. I don't know what to do now. He pulled her to her feet, and into a hug. She clung to him. I should go to the clan. Someone needs to know, needs to come, take care of her. Finarl met them a few steps outside of the cave, several other hunters behind him. We know the keeper came here. What's going on? Where is she? Finarl, the keeper, she? Meryl started to cry again. One of the other hunters gestured. Look at her, Finarl. She's covered in blood. What have you done, Meryl? Finarl walked towards the cave. Keeper. Can you hear me? She's dead. Meryl choked out the words. I should have guessed you'd turn on her, you monster, a hunter said. Gabriel moved to stand between the elves and Meryl. This was a tragedy. I promise you, I'll make sure no one else is hurt by Meryl's blood magic. You expect us to take the word of a Shemlin? The hunter started to reach for her blades. Stand down, Inria. Finaral's voice was tired. She was our first, once. The keeper loved her. He wouldn't look at Meryl. More than she loved the clan, it seems. Finaral. I'm sorry. I never wanted this. If I could have saved her, if I could have died instead, I would have. Words are cheap. Inria practically spat the words. That you're still breathing says enough. Enough, Inria. Finaral met Gabriel's eyes. Human, take Meryl away from here. He gestured, and the other elves followed him. They'll never forgive me. If you weren't here, Hawk, they'd kill me. Meryl sounded broken. Fenris glanced at her. This keeper of yours, she was a friend. She was like a mother to me. To all of us. Then I'm sorry. Meryl glared at him. No, you're not. She's just one more mage to you. Why would you be sorry she's dead? I'm not sorry she's dead. Fenris's voice was calm. I'm only sorry she died for you. What? Meryl nearly stumbled. Let's hope the sacrifice of someone who cared for you that much isn't wasted. Gabriel glanced down at his hands. Any other day, he'd be defending Meryl, telling Fenris his words were uncalled for. Today, though, perhaps they were exactly what she needed to hear. Everything about this was senseless, and could have been avoided. If the keeper had told them everything. If Meryl had listened to what she had been told. If Arlathan had never fallen. Meryl let them take her back to the estate. Varric tucked her into the bed in one of the guest rooms before coming back and joining them in the study. She took a hell of a beating. Let us just hope it took, Gabriel said, staring out into the garden. Yeah. Varric helped himself to a bottle. I know what you mean. Cassandra sighed. No wonder he was quiet all the way back from Kirkwall. He contacted Ishal as soon as we reached Denerim. She made arrangements to help Sabre clan get back to Ferelden. Leliana sighed. If Finaral hadn't been there, hadn't kept a clear head. You think the champion would have harmed them? If they attacked first, they'd have left him little choice. Chapter 27, The Last Holdouts. Gabriel wasn't sure if Avellini was actually teaching Caleb to use a sword, or just enjoying having an excuse to use him as a practice dummy. He didn't make too big a disgrace of himself, at least. The swordplay lessons his father had given him all those years ago came back quickly. After watching for a few minutes, Sala picked up one of the practice blades and joined in, laughingly dueling Gabriel while Avellini patiently showed Caleb the proper way to use a shield. Sandal got in on the act a bit, making Gabriel very grateful the swords were made of wood. Otherwise, Sandal would have chopped his own head off. Twice. Sebastian dropped by briefly, then spent an hour showing both children how to use a bow. Caleb proved to be a bit better with a bow than a sword, actually managing to at least hit the target. With the lute, however. Caleb's latest composition actually managed to bring tears to Avellini's eyes. Not his though. That was just a bit of dirt. Orana joined Caleb in a lovely duet of an old Ferelden lullaby. Bodan drew him aside to let him know a letter had arrived from the Templars. Ser Metin and Ser Agatha had tracked down the rest of the Blood Mages, and were requesting his assistance. Thank you for letting Sandal join in, Ser. He's always welcome. You know that, Bodan. Gabriel leaned on the wall and looked out into the garden, where the children were playing hide-and-seek with Runt and Sandal. Rather nice, having the sound of children in the garden. I wish Mistress Amel could have seen it. She always wanted grandchildren. Gabriel shook his head. I suppose some things weren't meant to be. Bethany died and Grey Wardens don't have children. What about you, Ser? Gabriel laughed. Well, if you can convince Fenris, I'm willing to give it a try. Bodan stared at him, then started to laugh. You could adopt those two into your house, you know. He gestured out at the garden. It's not uncommon, for dwarves. And you don't even have to petition the assembly. That's... Gabriel tilted his head to one side. An interesting idea. But would they be hawks or amels? Varric asked. Another good question, Gabriel said. You might as well make it official, Fenris said. He glanced at Varric. I've got 5 sovereigns that says if he even broached the subject of rehoming either child, Orana would beat him to death with his own staff. I only take bets I have a chance of winning, elf. Varric shrugged. All she'd really have to do is threaten to stop cooking, and he'd be begging for mercy in 10 seconds flat. I notice a certain dwarf is very fast on the scene when she's making pastries. Gabriel raised an eyebrow at Varric. Avellini laughed. He's not the only one. There have been fights in the barracks over who gets the Hightown patrol on Saturdays. I really need to start locking my door. Gabriel gestured. And here are our Templars. Metin strode over to meet him. Good. You've made it. Agatha looked worried. There are many innocents in there, Ser Metin. Innocents? Metin scoffed. Hardly. Let us strike now and put down these blood mages. Gabriel exchanged a quick glance with his companions. They all nodded. Blood mages yes, innocents no. With the aid of the Templars, the fight was over quickly. The non-combatants, and a few of the mages, cowered in various corners. Metin, they've surrendered. Ser Agatha started to put her sword away. Metin shook his head. Our duty is clear. They all must die. The mages, perhaps. Ser Agatha gestured. But you can't kill the others just for helping their family and friends. Watch me. Metin started forward. Gabriel stepped into his path. Your duty is to deal with mages, not simple citizens. He gestured at Avellini, who was, after all, wearing the uniform of the Kirkwall Guard captain. We will not let you do this. Ser Agatha came to stand at his side. At last you show your true colors, Ser Agatha. You are a traitor to the order. He yelled over his shoulder to the other Templars. Kill them. Kill them all. It was rather brutal to watch. Only about half the Templars listened to Ser Metin. The other half stood to defend the civilians. There were tears in Ser Agatha's eyes when it was over. I can't believe. She knelt at her former comrade's side. Ser Metin. She closed his eyes before standing. We must go, Hawk. But we will not forget your service to the order. He watched the good ones follow her out. He wasn't going to forget this either. The Chantry was supposed to be a place of peace and reflection. He could use a little of both. Familiar voices drew him up the stairs, to where Sebastian and Avellini were talking. Hawk should do it. Sebastian gestured. Kirkwall needs a viscount. Have you asked him? It would be Hawk's decision. Avellini folded her arms. I watched my parents in Starkhaven. When times are good, the city rules itself. Years could pass and no one would notice who is prince. He paced back and forth. But when there's famine, when there's war, people look to their leaders. He shook his head. Who does Kirkwall have beyond Hawk? Avellini started to respond, then saw Gabriel standing there. This is probably a conversation for the two of you to have. She nodded, then walked away. He stared at Sebastian. You want me to be Viscount? He wasn't necessarily opposed to the idea. In fact, he'd mentioned it to Alistair. But that had been a while ago, and now? Now he wasn't so sure it was a good idea. Even if he wasn't a mage. Andraste said, the Maker is king in the heavens, but it is the kings of Thedas who must recreate his worldly glory. Sebastian leaned on the railing and stared at the statue of Andraste. I keep thinking about that. Who better serves the Maker, a brother of the faith, or a prince who can sway a whole city? Petrice had all but caused a war. What could someone genuinely working for the common good accomplish? There's no better way to influence people than standing in a big building and singing, don't you think? Elthina is risking her life by not deserting her flock. Could I do the same? It's been 15 years since I lived in Starkhaven. The people there are only a memory to me. Kirkwall, the Chantry that's real. That's where I belong. Great. He clapped Sebastian on the shoulder. Now that that's out of the way, let's get a drink. Sebastian laughed. Sorry to burden you with my doubts. But. He smiled. I do appreciate you hearing me out. You've been a good friend, Hawk. I will stay, as much for you as for her grace. They stood there for a few minutes in companionable silence. Would you? Sebastian asked finally. Would I take the position of Viscount? I'm a mage, Sebastian. Part of me thinks. He sighed. A part of me thinks that's why it should be you. A mage, who fights alongside the Templars to battle demons and abominations. Isn't that how it should be? He glanced over at Gabriel. You're the kind of leader the world needs, Hawk. The kind that actually serves the people. Gabriel sighed. I'm not sure anyone could lead this city, Sebastian. Not without grabbing everyone by the scruff of the neck and dragging them all in the same direction. You may have a point. Are you asking because you think I'd be good at the job, or because you don't want to see Elthina standing alone? Sebastian took a few moments to answer. Can it not be both? Cullen, what can I do for you? Two things, actually, Cullen replied, giving Gabriel a small bow. The Templar's eyes went briefly to the Cunnery-style longsword Gabriel had taken to wearing in a back sheath, crossed with his staff. There is a matter regarding. He sighed. I've heard a rumor that Guard Captain Avellini is coddling her men and weakening law enforcement. Gabriel started laughing. He shook his head, and tried to speak, but it took him a moment to get the laughter under control. Cullen just rolled his eyes. Finally, he managed to get out actual words. Have you met Avellini? I have, Cullen said. But, in the absence of a Viscount, I'm being called to vacate her position and assume her authority. Frankly, I'd rather not have the headache. I'll look into these. Gabriel snickered again. Allegations. Thank you. Cullen glanced around. As for the other matter, I have heard a rumor that you are hiding a mage child in your house. Gabriel met Cullen's gaze steadily. Cullen, I like you. After what we've been through together, I'd like to call us friends. So I'm going to be completely honest here. He narrowed his eyes. Only a suicidal moron would dare make such an accusation official. Cullen slowly nodded. I concur. He gave a slight bow. I haven't seen Thrask in a while. You've been keeping him busy. Not particularly, Cullen said. Though, with the Knight Commander being more strict of late, perhaps regular card games with a known yet tolerated apostate isn't the wisest pastime. Does that mean you aren't coming by for Wicked Grace later? There was a Templar in Avellini's office, apparently annoying her. You have no Viscount. It's clear you are suffering without. The Templar smirked in a way that made Gabriel want to walk over and punch him. Sufficient leadership. Avellini folded her arms and glared. That doesn't grant default authority to you or your commander. It would be easier if you cooperated. Wouldn't it? Guard Captain. The Templar marched out without so much as a nod. Gabriel considered tripping him as he walked past, but decided against it. Avellini would be annoyed if he got blood on the floor. Trouble. Yes. He's been hounding me. These Templars strut around as it is, but now it's just. She gestured in frustration. Out of hand. He could be fishing for a less strenuous position here in the barracks. She waved dismissively. Well, he won't be getting one from me. This was a conversation he really didn't want to have. He'd never actually seen Avellini set fire to something with her eyes, but he was pretty sure he'd smelled smoke a few times. That's not what Cullen has heard. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously. What are you talking about? Gabriel caught Fenris's shoulders and moved the other man to between him and Avellini. That you coddle your men. It's all lies, of course. But it's out there. For a moment she just stared at him. Then she shook her head. No wonder the lieutenant was harassing me. She paced the length of her office. Bastards. She whirled around to face him, and he ducked behind Fenris. If they think I'm coddling anyone, it'll be my husband, Donnic. You and I will intercept his patrol tonight. Then you can see for yourself if I'm coddling him. Or any in my command. He peeked out over Fenris's shoulder. Well, I could do with a breath of fresh air. Good, because there's no way I would let this go. Cullen wants to know if these things are true. You'll be able to tell him. She pointed. Donnik's patrol, Hawk. Me and you. Tonight. He nodded, and turned to leave. Fenris whacked him in the back of the head. Let's see what his patrol consists of. Fenris shrugged as they walked into Lowtown. Who jumped us last time we cut through here at night? Gabriel asked. Carta, Varric answered. No, not them. That was an honest case of mistaken identity, and they apologized. The other ones. Avellini shot him an annoyed look. You didn't tell me you got jumped by Carta. Because they apologized. Gabriel shrugged. Even waived Gomlin's debts as a show of good faith. Are you talking about those bandits that got hold of some dragon blood? Fenris asked. Yes. Those. Did we clear them all out or? Gabriel blinked as he saw Donnik and the rest of his patrol surrounded. Guess not. Nah, those look like coterie, Varric said. Well, I suppose we can help him out anyway. Gabriel sent a blast of ice at the coterie alchemist. Gabriel's hands glowed white as he healed the shallow wound one of the guards had taken. Donnik gave him a small bow. Sarah Hawk. Or is it always champion now? You're too much of a chameleon, my friend. He returned the bow. I didn't expect to find you so. He glanced around at the corpses. Deep in bandits. A good day, to be sure. Donnik rolled one of his shoulders. I'll be sore tomorrow, but it was my choice. He glanced from Gabriel to Avellini. Tell me, what's going on? It's all right. Avellini nodded, then gestured for Donnik to keep talking to Gabriel. Go ahead. Donnik nodded, then turned to face him. Every guard chooses the patrol they want. My wife promotes from the bold, not the reckless. Action is up, casualties are down. It is. His smile was proud. Remarkable. As are you, love. Avellini's cheeks flushed just slightly. Thank you. That will do. Another time, Sarah Hawk. Donnik and the other guards gave them slight bows. Safe travels. Avellini waited for them to leave. That should be sufficient. Take that to the Templar. She was acting as if he'd ever doubted her for a minute. The guards dragged him out often enough that he had a pretty good idea of what they faced. Indeed. Let's go talk to Cullen. Cullen looked as if he'd like to hide behind someone. Champion. And you are with the captain. None too happy about the accusations against her, I'm sure. You could say that. She folded her arms and glared. Gabriel gave Cullen a small bow, then shrugged. I have successfully wasted my time, and there is no merit to the claims. As I suspected. Cullen gave Avellini an apologetic look. She shook her head. Then why press this? Some feel that the solution to the current crisis of leadership is to. Cullen gestured. Consolidate authority. As long as these complaints continue, baseless or not, they will serve as justification for eliminating the position of guard captain. It would be the simplest fix, whether or not I agree. Obviously, this particular problem wasn't just going to go away on its own. He glanced from Cullen to Avellini and back again, and then sighed. Just point me in the right direction, and I'll get you some peace and quiet. Cullen gave him a grateful look. I have no answers for you other than to say that all of the complaints have come from Lowtown. Guardsman Brennan is on that patrol. Why wouldn't she tell me of this? I don't know, but... Cullen ran a hand through his short hair. I do apologize for the assumptions of this incident, guard captain. It has been. He shook his head. Unfortunate. It's not done. Avellini gestured. To Lowtown, Hawk. I need to speak to Brennan. Someone's going to get a spanking, Isabella said. He thought about trying to warn Brennan, but saw no way to do so that wouldn't result in Avellini directing her ire at him. Guardsman. Avellini strode towards Brennan. Why did a Templar have to tell me there is unrest in this district? What's going on? Better make it good. Gabriel said, trying to give Brennan a supportive look. Brennan sighed. It's Captain Jevon. I didn't report his return because... Her shoulders drooped. I'm ashamed for him. He's trying to rile the guards against you, but none of us will follow him. You lead better than he ever did. Gabriel blinked. He couldn't even recall what Jevon actually looked like. We've made so many enemies. I don't remember him as that impressive. He deserves to be forgotten. Avellini gestured angrily. He abused his position, and blamed me when we caught him. He was well liked by some, Brennan said. She hastened to add, but not once the truth was known. Well, let's go have a chat with the man. Maybe they'd get lucky, and this Jevon would surrender, apologize, and turn into a decent, upstanding citizen. And then give everyone a dozen sovereigns and a kitten. The guards will have nothing to do with him, so he found others. Brennan gestured. Militia, mostly anti-feral Dan. The same kind who were against the Cunary. She shook her head, then offered them a pamphlet. I guess it's been long enough they've forgotten how many the champion killed. A rally. Avellini glanced through the pamphlet. Against the tyranny of the guard, and foreigners who infest Kirkwall. I'm sorry, Captain. Brennan sighed. Avellini closed her eyes for a moment, and then nodded. Return to the barracks. She turned to him. The rally is in Darktown, Hawk. I need to be there. He waited until Brennan was out of earshot. You aren't actually angry at Brennan, are you? No. Disappointed, perhaps. Avellini shook her head. I expected better judgment. She's... You don't need to defend her, Hawk. I'm not going to punish her for trying to spare my feelings. Ah, good. Frankly, if anyone coddles my guards, it's you. Someone has to, as often as the poor dears get chewed on. She punched him lightly in the shoulder and laughed. A murmur went through the crowd as they approached. The champion? Here. It's the captain? Are we ready for this? The gray-haired man giving a speech at the front of the crowd did look vaguely familiar. Too long, brave Kirkwall. You did not throw off all others only to fall under feral Dan influence. Leaderless, displaced. Alien hands on the most basic authority. Foreign elite bleeding you. Jevon. Avellini's voice quieted crowd and speaker. You. She narrowed her eyes. Disgrace yourself. Jevon sneered. The feral Dan with the Orlshian name. Is there anybody else who so embodies how far this city has fallen? Gabriel gave Avellini a slight bow. This one is all yours, Captain. She strode forward, gesturing. Do they know how you sacrificed your men? She turned, making sure she had the crowd's full attention. How you alone disgraced your name. Bitch. Jevon snarled the word. You took everything from me. You took it from yourself. Avellini's voice was cold and firm. The guard know this, and none stand with you. She turned back to the crowd. He stands alone. This is no rebellion. It is delusion. She shook her head. A joke inflicted on Kirkwall. Your home, and mine. I will not be left with nothing again. Jevon reached for his weapons. No. Avellini drew her own sword. You shall have less. He was pretty sure she could have handled the entire thing herself. If she asked, later, the wall of fire was just for show, to heighten the overall drama of the moment. That it kept anyone from coming up behind her while she dealt with Jevon and the very few supporters he had remaining was incidental at best. You fool. Avellini stared down that corpse. Why would you do this? If I live to 100, I will never understand his kind. She straightened, then turned towards him. To the barracks, Hawk. My guardsmen will be waiting. She leaned on her desk. Jevon. Son of a bitch. You build a good thing, work your hardest, and the past just claws at you. Gabriel nodded. Tell me about it. I can't go 20 minutes without getting jumped. But when does it start to hurt those you care about? Avellini sighed. I've tried to lead well, but this. I wonder what I would do if my captain lost my respect. If he recalled correctly, she'd busted him and then taken his job. and built the city guard into a force to be reckoned with and then some. He was saved from having to reply by the entrance of Donnik. "Captain? We're waiting for orders. Will you accept them?" Her voice was contemplative. "May I speak freely?" He barely waited for her nod. "There isn't a man or woman here who wouldn't follow you through the void." He smiled as he bowed. "Captain." She looked at Gabriel as Donnik left the room. "I'll take it. I need a moment, Hawk, but..." She shook her head. "There is something else. Come back and talk to me." He started to walk away, then turned back to her. "Just so you know, Captain. What he said includes me." He gave her a bow, and left. Cassandra paced. "I do not know what to make of this." Colin did not mention any fighting between groups of Templars. "It is possible he didn't know," Leliana said. Varric said nothing about the champion reporting back to Colin about what happened. Templars trying to kill innocent civilians. Cassandra clenched her fists. Interfering with the city guard. That, Colin did mention. Chapter 28, Nathaniel. Varric dealt the cards and eavesdropped unapologetically on the conversation Choir Boy was trying to have with the elf. "It's our duty to tell the Templars." Fenris, for his part, just shrugged. "Then why haven't you done it?" "I guess I was hoping they'd come to it on their own. And then you wouldn't have to betray Hawk's friends, right? That's not reason enough to allow a Maleficar to walk free." He shook his head at Fenris. "Which of us should do it? Shall we draw lots?" You want to turn them in, you work it out with Hawk." Fenris picked up his cards. Sebastian glanced up, and caught Varric watching. He sighed, then turned to Avellini as she sat down. "Perhaps you should talk to him. He listens to you." She sighed. "I think that if you think turning them in is going to end well, then you don't know Hawk at all. He's a good man. I can't understand why he lets these Maleficar. If you want to understand, you need to look at what Hawk is, first and foremost," Avellini said, accepting the drink Varric passed her. Sebastian sighed, then nodded. "A mage?" "No." Avellini shook her head. "Before he was champion, before he was a mage. He's a big brother, one who lost both his siblings. A papa wolf who saw his pack cut down." She glared at him. "Think about what he did to those assassins who tried to come after you. And I suggest you consider, before coming after anyone Hawk considers to be family, just exactly how much you are willing to lose. I guarantee you both Meredith and Orsino have." Fenris glanced at Gabriel, who was staring up at the statue they'd built at the docks. Gabriel's head was tilted to one side. "I have never once, in my life, worn a helmet like that. And I don't recall you cutting the Orishik's head off, either." Fenris looked over the triumphant figure. "Other than that, and the triumphant sword, and overall look of dignity, I think it's a fair likeness." Gabriel shook his head. "I'm going to need some paint. I'm not bailing you out of jail." Meryl was standing in front of the mirror, gazing into the non-existent reflection. "She's gone. She's really gone." Gabriel found himself glad he'd decided to come check on her. "Meryl." She buried her face in his chest. How did all of this happen? He could have answered in a million ways. Because she didn't listen. Because she was too proud to consider the ramifications of her actions. Because she thought she knew better than anyone. Because the Keeper had tried to keep secrets. Because the Keeper also thought she knew better than anyone. Because a long time ago, she'd lost two of the people who mattered to her most. I don't think beating yourself up over what happened will bring Maridhari back. No, but she'd want me to kick myself a few times, at least. All this time, I thought. She sighed, and pulled away from him. I could help them. Save them. But they won't let me, will they? They'll destroy themselves to escape my help. You couldn't help people who didn't want your help. That particular lesson was one she very much needed to learn. They might ruin themselves, but I'm sure they'll feel very self-righteous about it. They wouldn't be Dalish, otherwise. Maybe. She folded her arms and leaned on the wall. Maybe it's time I stopped living for them. My people will kill me if I go back. I'm all alone. What will I do now? He gestured at her front door. There are plenty of elves in Kirkwall who could use your help. Not mirrors, maybe. But stories. Lore. Memories. That's true. Her eyes lit up. The Dalish always say we're the only true elves. And I've lived here for years, and never thought. She laughed softly at herself. I've barely even looked at them. I feel like such a fool. Thank you. Gabriel ran into Anders as he passed the hanged man. The other mage gave him a nod. Gabriel smiled. Feel like coming to the estate? Sala has some questions about healing magic that I think you are better equipped to answer. Certainly. Anders fell into step beside him. How is her training going? She has trouble lighting so much as a candle on fire, but she's got barriers down fairly well. I don't know that she'll ever be very good at combat, but she does seem to be developing a knack for healing. He smiled fondly. Both magical and more mundane methods. I found her a book on Elfroot and now she has a whole window box full of the stuff. They were almost to the estate when a dark-haired woman stopped them. Gabriel saw Anders' eyes widen in recognition. Master Hawk, I must speak with you. You're the only one that can help. The Wardens mounted an expedition to retrace your route through the deep roads to discover whatever it is you found years ago. It's a fool's errand, and my poor brother is with them. Nathaniel how? Nathaniel. Anders actually smiled. Well, put me in a dress and call me a Templar. How is the old boy doing? She glared at him. He's missing, Sarah. Haven't you been listening? I'm not worried about Nathaniel. Anders gestured. He's crawled out of worse places alive. Gabriel raised an eyebrow. I take it you and Nathaniel have some history. Certainly. We were in the Wardens together in Amaranthin. Hordes of darkspawn, psychotic brood mothers, usual Warden business. Anders tilted his head to one side thoughtfully. I wonder if Nathaniel ever found a sense of humor. He turned back to the woman. Why were Wardens interested in our expedition? Make her help me, I have no idea. She shook her head in frustration. My brother never tells me these things. Wardens range into the deep roads all the time. He tried to reassure her. But he's been gone far too long. Something terrible has happened. I'd tell the Wardens, but by the time I reach Vigil's Keep. She shook her head. My poor brother. Do you know any other details? I know almost nothing. Nathaniel never speaks about the Wardens. It was only happenstance that I heard your name mentioned. Please, go back to the deep roads. Find my brother. You must. Before he could say anything, Anders was assuring the woman, who he called Delilah, that they would do everything they could to find Nathaniel. Gabriel left Anders to speak to the woman while he went and rounded up a few others. Avellini had to decline the trip, as he expected. Now was not a good time for her to be away from Kirkwall for any length of time. Sebastian, however, volunteered eagerly. Varric responded to the suggestion of a deep roads excursion by explaining to Gabriel that he was not, in fact, at home, and that Gabriel only thought he was talking to Varric. Anders met them as they left Kirkwall. The mage was smiling. What are you so cheerful about? Gabriel asked. Did you know Felsi named an ale after Ser Pouncelot? I don't know how such news could possibly have escaped me. He lives at her brewery, keeping it clear of mice and darkspawn. According to Delilah, Nugget, that's Felsi's son, spoils him rotten. He gestured. She says when she gets back, she'll send us a few bottles of the ale. Assuming we rescue her brother, Fenris said. From the looks of things, Nathaniel had already more or less rescued himself. The archer made Sebastian look like an amateur with a bow. It took Gabriel a moment to realize that he had seen the man before, back during the Cunary attack. Nathaniel how? Nathaniel nodded. You're the champion of Kirkwall, aren't you? And? He blinked. Anders. Anders gave a friendly smile. Making friends as always, I see. A variety of expressions crossed Nathaniel's face before he settled on friendly. There's no escaping you, it seems. I'm special that way. Anders gestured. That is one way to put it. Nathaniel began retrieving his arrows. Delilah says you followed my expedition's route. Why? You went further into the deep roads than anyone believed possible. The Warden Commander herself ordered this investigation. I was offered a generous share of the salvage, plus extra coin up front to discourage any. He shrugged. Curiosity. Gabriel looked around at all the dead darkspawn. It looks like you met heavy resistance. The Warden's allies assured us these tunnels would still be mostly clear. But it seems they were wrong. Nathaniel tossed a broken arrow aside, and put the rest back into his quiver. They seem to know a great deal about darkspawn. Are these allies dwarves? No, not dwarves. It's... Nathaniel shrugged. Complicated. Let's just say we live in strange times. He saw Anders' eyes widen slightly, and decided to just ask the mage about it later. I don't remember drawing anyone a map to the Tague. Who told you about it? We have contacts of our own, Nathaniel said. As much as I enjoy the company, is there anything keeping us in these darkspawn-infested tunnels? Nathaniel shook his head. I cannot leave now. When we were attacked, I was separated from the rest of my expedition. Some of them may yet live. We must go deeper into the tunnels to rescue them. Who else could be alive? Your brother, for starters. I know he survived the initial ambush, as did the dwarf. Worry crossed Nathaniel's eyes. But who still lives? Only the Maker knows. Carver was in trouble? We have survivors to find. Let's go. Crawling through blight-infested tunnels, rescuing wardens in peril. Sebastian actually sounded cheerful. This is what I signed on for. We should move. Stay alert for darkspawn. Nathaniel led them in. They found a dwarf carefully placing a barrel of something along the pathway. He turned towards them. Master, how, you live? Temarin. Good man. Are there any other survivors? He nodded. Up ahead. Temarin gave a slight bow. Well met, our strangers in the belly of the earth. He gestured at the barrels. I hope Sir Fenley won't mind, but I set up the explosives here and there. Figured I'd blow up as many of the spawn as I could before I embraced the stone. Gabriel blinked. How did you manage to get Qunari explosives? Temarin actually looked insulted. These aren't Qunari explosives. They're dwarven made. And don't you forget it. Nathaniel gestured. Temarin's cousin Dworkin made the explosives back in Vigil's Keep. Aye, and that he did. Temarin finished with what he was doing, then stepped back. Before the sodding Qunari forced him into hiding. What were you doing with these explosives? There looked to be 4 barrels along the wall. We were prepared to do extensive excavations around the Tague you found. A few well-placed booms prove most efficacious at clearing rubble. Temarin actually looked a bit gleeful at the thought. Corridors lined with explosives and darkspawn galore. Gabriel spread his hands. It's not even my birthday. He winced as Fenris smacked him lightly in the back of the head. Temarin, the way behind us is clear. Head to the fallback point, and pass the word. Aye. The dwarf gestured. I've set explosives all along the tunnels. Blow up as many of the sodding spawn as you can. Luck to you all. Gabriel had seen a lot over the past few years. Dragons. Demons. And yet nothing really had prepared him for the sight of his little brother taking on an ogre as though it were a casual stroll through the park. Carver's blade shimmered with electricity as it sliced through the ogre's throat. Carver. Well, just like old times. Still coming to the rescue after all these years. Carver wiped the blade clean. I have it under control, but thanks. He shook his head affectionately. Don't you have archdemons to hunt or something? There's a considerable gap between blights, you know. Apparently, just long enough for people to forget. We wardens don't have that luxury, though. Nathaniel started to say something, then shook his head. We don't have time for this. The darkspawn approach. He really should have invited Merrill along for this. The wardens moved through the darkspawn easily. Fenris started to move in, and Carver waved him back with a stern reminder that Fenris wasn't immune to the taint. Fenris took the warning, and remained near Gabriel, dealing with the occasional darkspawn that made it past Carver's blade or the arrows of the archers. After they'd downed an ogre, he saw Nathaniel half close his eyes and turn in a slow circle. After a moment, the archer nodded. For the first time since I've been down here, I don't sense a single darkspawn. We've won. The route to the surface should be safe now. Because of you, I will see my sister and nephew again. He offered Gabriel an amulet. Please, take this with my blessing. I apologize I couldn't answer all your questions. You may have them yet, in the fullness of time. They walked back to where the dwarf was waiting, with a report that this Ser Fenley and the mercenaries had apparently gotten themselves killed being stupid, and that the others were off to keep the door open. Anders started chatting amiably with Nathaniel and Temerin while Gabriel turned to Carver. It appears you've finally figured out which end of a sword to hold. Carver laughed. I've rather missed having someone rain fire all around. He reached into his belt pouch, and pulled out a small wrapped package. I wish we had time to pay a visit into Kirkwall. Could you give this to Merrill for me? As long as it's not copper marigolds. He shook his head at the blank look Carver gave him. I'll explain some other day. He's lying. Cassandra raised an eyebrow. I've suspected Varric hasn't been entirely truthful. Actually, I think Varric is being honest. I'm referring to Nathaniel. Leliana narrowed her eyes. And Carver, by extension. Explain. Warden Commander Setida complained often that Nathaniel ignored her missives. While she did have an interest in the Taig, she considered it a dwarven matter, not an issue for the wardens, and as such not within her sphere of responsibility unless the dwarves asked for warden aid. And wardens don't get paid coin up front for warden business. They get stipends, not that Nathaniel was collecting his. You are saying Setida did not send Nathaniel? Cassandra glanced over her shoulder at the room where Varric waited. Setida's standing order for Nathaniel was for him, and his compatriots, to report back to the vigil. By the time this occurred, she wasn't exactly phrasing those orders all that politely. Leliana shook her head. What were they doing down there? And what did he mean by allies? Cassandra's face became contemplative. We had assumed that Anders found a stash of Cunary black powder or something similar. But, there were explosives developed at the vigil, yes. And Anders may have played some role in their development, yes. Leliana folded her arms. He spoke to the dwarf. She sighed. I see what you mean. It is possible that Temerin would have thought little about discussing his formulas with a former colleague. I think that I would like very much to talk to Warden Constable Howe. You are not the only one. Chapter 29, Best Served Cold. He found Merrill at the estate, showing Sala how to properly harvest the elfroot. You'll never guess who I ran into in the deep roads, he said. Oh, Merrill considered for a moment. The King of Ferelden. Gabriel laughed. I didn't mean you actually needed to guess. We rescued Carver and some of his friends. He said to tell you he's sorry he can't come visit right now, but asked me to give you this. He handed over the parcel. She unwrapped it eagerly to reveal a ring. Her eyes went wide. It's beautiful. Do you know what it is? His brother had given Merrill a ring. What exactly had they been up to in Orlais? Well, I thought so right up until you asked me that. It's sylvan wood. She slipped it onto her finger and admired it. Rare as diamonds. You only find it in very old, very wild places. She held it for Sala to see. The carvings tell the story of the betrayal. The dread wolf tricking all the gods away from the world. He leaned against the doorframe, then gestured for Caleb to join them. Start at the beginning. What happened to the gods? She sat back and started to recite the tale. Long ago, there were two clans of gods. The creators looked after the people. The forgotten ones preyed upon us. And one god who was neither. Fenharel, the dread wolf. He was kin to the creators, and in the old days, often helped them in their endless war against the forgotten ones. I assume he got tired of helping. Gabriel raised an eyebrow. That he did. Fenharel was clever. He could walk among both clans of gods without fear, and both believed he was one of them. He went to each side, and told them the other had forged a terrible weapon, a blade that would end the war. He told the creators it was forged in the heavens, and the forgotten ones, that it was hidden in the abyss. She lowered her voice dramatically and gestured to the attentive children. And when the gods went seeking it, he sealed them both in their realms forever. Now he alone is left in the world. Betrayal sounds bad. Gabriel shook his head. Next time Carver should go with flowers. It's not bad, exactly. Meryl shook her head defensively. This was made for a keeper, you see. Guarding a clan from the Dread Wolf. She turned the ring around on her finger. Is a keeper's place. It's a very sweet memento. Caleb, what have I told you about climbing on the chandelier? Not to let Orana see me. Gabriel winced as Orana turned her glare on him. That's not exactly how I phrased it, he said, holding his hands up defensively. He turned his gaze back up to the boy. Get down from there. The boy swung, then let go. He caught the railing, then tumbled over it and landed lightly on his feet. Gabriel fought the urge to applaud. Sandal, however, had no such compunctions, and clapped eagerly. Enchantment. Go wash up for lunch. And then get to your lessons. Orana shooed the boy into the kitchen. Bodan brought him a piece of parchment. Message for you, sir. He took it, and noted the Knight Commander's seal. And it had been such a pleasant day thus far. Ah. Yet another urgent matter only I am equipped to handle. I wonder what it will be this time. Demons? Darkspawn? Anti-Vans? If it's Anti-Vans, would you bring home a bottle of brandy? Bodan asked. If I bring home a bottle, will I get any? Gabriel narrowed his eyes suspiciously at his butler. It is highly unlikely, Bodan replied. At least the man was honest. Meredith actually looked relieved to see him. Why did that make him nervous? Champion. It seems you are the only one who still responds to my summons. She leaned on her desk. Let me get directly to the point, there is a conspiracy afoot within the gallows. The mages are responsible, but they have blinded the Grand Cleric and even those who wear the sun shield to the truth. You would think Orsino preaching treason in the market evidence enough, but it seems only you have the sense to see it. This did not bode well. Either she was actually going mad, or there was a problem. No, scratch either. This was Kirkwall. She was going mad, and there was a problem. You mentioned a conspiracy afoot. She nodded. The mages are bolder since Orsino spoke out. They are sneaking out of the tower and deceiving my men. She sighed, and gestured. I know how it sounds. Claiming I am irrational has become the latest sport, it seems. But this is no fantasy. She tapped a piece of parchment on her desk. I am not imagining these events, and I will not pretend they don't exist. He tried to keep his voice gentle and unchallenging. That doesn't sound like very compelling evidence. She shoved the parchment towards him. It appeared to be a list of names and times. Yet mages have indeed gone missing only to reappear later, their absences unreported. And how, but with blood magic, could they convince my oath-sworn men to lie to my face? She shook her head. I have demanded Orsino provide more detailed accounts, but he refuses. Either he is incompetent or involved, neither is acceptable. Isn't it the first enchanter's job to work with you? He should really talk to Orsino, but the man had been avoiding him since that day in the market. Actually, come to think of it, the man had been avoiding him for a bit longer than that. It is Orsino's job to advocate for his mages, as well. She shook her head. He claims I am being unreasonable, and so far he has persuaded the Grand Cleric to agree. He tried a different tactic. This grudge you have against mages seems very... He rejected several words before deciding on personal. It is personal? She was quiet for a moment, then met his eyes. My sister was a mage. She was a kind, gentle soul. She leaned on her desk. And completely unprepared for such a burden. My family hid her. We knew she could never last in the circle or pass their rigorous tests. She was your family. What else could you do? Amelia was terrified, and utterly grateful for our efforts. We thought we were doing the right thing. Meredith went silent for a moment, and looked away. Finally she looked back at him. And then she was possessed by a demon. My sister killed our family, and I only barely escaped. Before the Templars brought her down, she'd slain 70 innocents. So I understand perfectly well why the mages struggle. Her eyes hardened. As well as why the laws we uphold are so vital. Well. Shit. That explained a lot. That must have been horrible. It gave me a reason to join the Templars, and a worthy cause. I will not allow my sister's death to be without purpose. It will serve as a reminder of where good intentions can lead. I have sympathy for mages. She nodded at the staff on his back. You suffer a terrible curse. She met his eyes. But it is one that carries a price you must not deny. He didn't disagree with her intent. Only with her methods. Maybe I can shed some light on this for you. Thank you, champion. She actually smiled briefly. I knew I could count on you. I need to bring hard evidence before Grand Cleric Elthina. It is the only way she will believe I am not motivated by hatred. She gestured at him. You are respected, champion, a neutral party whose word even Orsino cannot question. You can convince her grace whereas I cannot. Time for the very important question. What if the evidence I find doesn't prove what you want it to? She shrugged. Then I am wrong. I would never ask you to lie, champion. One of my loyal men has brought me word of a meeting place the mages travel to at night, a small square in Hightown. You can go there without arousing suspicion, whereas I cannot. Do that and we can all finally see what this conspiracy consists of. He gave her a respectful bow before departing. Do you think she's right about a conspiracy? Fenris asked. It's Kirkwall. Gabriel sighed. Probably. But is it the conspiracy she thinks it is? He leaned back in his chair. I'm guessing we are going to find the remains of the mage underground, trying to smuggle people to the other circles. If that's the case. He shrugged. Then we admonish them to cover their tracks better. But if it is these, what were they again? Resolutionists. Yes. Them. Then we bury them. Kirkwall has trouble enough without Tevinter sticking its nose in. He folded his hands. Her sister was a mage. Fenris raised an eyebrow. Meredith. He nodded. They tried to hide her, and she was possessed. Not every family with a mage child is lucky enough to have someone like my father. He glanced down the corridor to Sala's room. Mages need to learn from mages, or they'll never gain the skills necessary to resist. It's possible the girl tore the veil by accident because she didn't know what she was doing. You are saying the circle is necessary. I'm saying. He sighed. I'm saying the idea behind the circle isn't a bad one. It's just the implementation leaves much to be desired. And that Meredith perhaps isn't seeing clearly. He let Avellini know the plan. She offered a few of her guards, and he shook his head. The way Meredith is jumping at shadows, I don't want her to get the notion the guards are involved in any way. She nodded. You should bring Sebastian. As impartial witnesses that the Grand Cleric will listen to go. I was planning on it. Do you know anything about this? Anders shook his head. I know there are many who oppose the Knight Commander, but nothing about secret meetings in Hightown. Anders shrugged. I would tell you if I did. If she's right, this is going to cause a lot more problems. And she'll never believe she's wrong. Anders folded his arms. I think it would be better if Orsino was involved in a conspiracy. At least then the man would be doing something. He's managed to sway the Grand Cleric somewhat, Gabriel said. Frankly, that alone is impressive. Moving pieces around a chessboard pretending there is a compromise that will actually solve the problem. Anders shook his head. The status quo is helping no one. I'm afraid you might be right. Gabriel sighed. I suppose the only question is, are we off to stop this conspiracy? He gestured. Or join it. Fenris wasn't at his mansion, or at the estate. Gabriel searched his memory to see if the man had mentioned one of the occasional mercenary jobs he picked up. Maybe Fenris had and he'd just been distracted. He headed towards the meeting place and was joined by Sebastian and Varric. Despite their earlier conversation, he wasn't all that surprised to see Avellini there. Not just mages. Mages and Templars. It was so nice to see people working together. Now if only they were working together on the right side. Someone's coming. The champion. A Templar drew his sword. We know you're working for Meredith. One of the mages gestured at the others. Run. We'll handle this. He lifted his staff and started calling up a spell. So much for the peaceful solution. He found a piece of parchment on one of the Templars. Why did people insist on carrying around bits of incriminating evidence? A secret meeting at the docks, Sebastian said. The plot thickens. Shall we? A mage was talking to a familiar-looking Templar. I told you he was after us. The Templar turned, and Gabriel saw recognition dawn on the young man's face. No. He shook his head. Not him. I can't do this. He ran off. The mage drew his staff. To arms. He really hadn't come here to fight or kill, but if they were going to insist. Karen approached after the last of the attackers were dead. He held up both hands in a peaceful gesture. I told them not to do it, I swear. If I knew you were the one they were talking about, I'd have warned you. I don't hold with kidnapping. Not after what I went through. Gabriel gave him a frustrated look. Didn't I save your life? You did. Karen shook his head. Believe me, I still dream about those blood mages. I don't know where I'd be without you. I'd never have let them kidnap anyone I knew was one of yours. He narrowed his eyes. What are you talking about? They said someone was spying, we needed leverage, someone they cared about. As a hostage. We just got word they kidnapped some elf from Tevinter. Took out 4 men before they subdued him. The chill in his blood was replaced with white-hot fury. You bastards are going to pay if you hurt him. We weren't going to hurt him. Karen took a step backwards. Just make sure you left us alone. Do you understand? Thrask says Meredith will cause open war with the mages if she stays in charge. We have to take her down. Is this whole thing to oust the Knight Commander? Skulking in corners, attacking him, going after. Were they stupid? They had to be stupid. She needs to go. Don't you see? Karen gestured. We need a real Viscount, and Templars who protect mages, not massacre them. Just look what Thrask accomplished. Mages and Templars, working together. Isn't that what we all want? Is Thrask the one running this conspiracy? Thrask knew him. Thrask could have come to him. Karen nodded. He's the one who brought us together. For 6 years, he's been working on mage, one Templar at a time. Teaching us we don't have to hate each other. He showed us Meredith isn't the only way. Maybe it was a different Thrask. Do you mean the Templar Thrask? You've worked with him. Karen spread his hands. He's a good man. You should help us, not fight us. All we want is someone sane in Meredith's place. I'm not your enemy in this. Though that would change quickly if Fenris was injured in any way, shape, or form. I think Meredith is a dangerous zealot. Relief filled Karen's face. Then talk to Thrask. He would welcome your aid. Our main base is on the Wounded Coast, an old ruin. They should all be there. Your friend too. I promise you, Meredith is the only one we're trying to harm. I'll go back to Makas. Please don't tell Meredith about me. It would kill Maka if I got in trouble. Gabriel started to walk away, then turned back. Karen. Yes. If Fenris is hurt, Makas won't be far enough away. Karen swallowed, and nodded. He was willing for diplomacy. To be reasonable. To settle the situation peacefully and with no one hurt. But they had to start with the blood magic. Why did they always go for the blood magic? They had finished the last of the demons when a vaguely familiar man came up the path. Well, here you are. You've been sticking your nose in every problem in Kirkwall since you stumbled off the boat. Who are you, again? Samson. The man shrugged. I'm the one who fouled up your lad Fenriel's escape, some years ago. Further back, I was a Templar. But that was before your time. Gabriel looked down at the corpses at his feet. Are the mages here using blood magic? It always comes down to that, don't it? Samson actually looked disappointed. They claim innocence, demand equality, but back them into a corner and they got options we don't. Haven't found a mage yet who won't take it. You were the upstanding citizen begging coins to get your next flask of lyrium. Samson twitched a shoulder. It's a long time since anyone could get under my skin with that. I know what I am. So it shouldn't surprise you to see me here, right? One more blockhead move that's gonna keep me in the gutter. He glanced down at the body of a Templar, and sighed. I just wanted to see Meredith out on her ass, like she did to me. Meredith does seem to have a serious case of the crazies, yes. But is she wrong? I'd hoped with Meredith gone, I could take up the shield again. Samson tapped his sword hilt, then shook his head. But maybe she was right, give them a hint of freedom, mages go bad. This was stupid. Surely they had to understand what resorting to blood magic meant for their cause. Every mage seems willing to use blood magic in the name of freedom. They can't be trusted. Every mage. Avellini blinked at him, and he realized what he had just said. Anders was staring. He thought about trying to smooth over his comment. But damn it, when was the last time they'd actually encountered a mage peacefully minding their own business? Much as I hate it, I think you're right. And Meredith's lost more people to this movement than she knows. She needs men she can trust. Samson gestured. If you go after Thrask, I'll gather the Templars I know who are still loyal. Maybe I can earn my shield back after all. Gabriel nodded, and moved aside for the man to pass before continuing down the path. Fenris was lying on the ground. A mage he recognized as Alon was standing nearby, his position suggesting he was acting as a guard. He fought down the urge to just hit everyone with lightning. Thrask walked towards them. I suppose it was too much to hope that you wouldn't have come here. Though I cannot understand why you side with Meredith now. You showed me we can stand up to her. When I realized you had risked your life lying to protect those mages. Thrask held up pleading hands. Please, champion. I have nothing but respect for you. It's Meredith we must see gone. His lover was breathing, and didn't appear to be injured. Gabriel turned his gaze to Thrask. Your cause is just. But I take issue with your methods. Thrask gave him a relieved smile. I should have known you recognize the threat Meredith poses. I am sorry for any distress we caused you or your friends. Let the hostage go. For a moment, a brief moment, it looked as though it was going to end peacefully. And then she stepped forward. No. The elf dies. Then the champion. Stand down, Grace. Thrask turned towards her, a look of surprise on his face. Anders blinked. Grace? We saved you. What are you doing? We will not kill an innocent to achieve our ends. Thrask held up his hands in a placating gesture. It gains us nothing to become Meredith. Meredith. Grace spat. What do I care for Meredith? I'm here for the champion. No good deed goes unpunished. Should be the Kirkwall motto. Gabriel narrowed his eyes. I've been wondering when you'd come back to bite me in the ass. Decimus was right. There is no way for a mage to live by the Chantry's laws. The look she gave him was pure hatred. You killed the best man I ever met. But I learned all he had to teach. She gestured at the mage guarding Fenris. Alon, kill the hostage. I don't know, Grace. Alon started shaking his head. Try to do a blood mage a favor. Gabriel drew his staff. This isn't right, Grace. The champion tried to help us. Grace stepped forward and slapped Alon across the face. Don't defy me, boy. Without me, you'd be nothing. If you're too squeamish, I'll do it myself. No. Thrask moved to block her. No one has to die here. She laughed. Oh, but that's where you're wrong. Restrain yourself. Thrask's voice sounded desperate. Forget the hostage. Grace cut open her hand, and the blood started to swirl as she changed. Kill the champion. Thrask tried, he really did. Grace cut the Templar down without a moment's hesitation. Gabriel hit her with a blast of ice that barely slowed her. Around him, his companions moved into the fray. He put up a barrier and a wall of fire to protect Fenris, then directed his attacks towards the abomination. Several Templars and a few mages threw down their weapons and backed away. Avellini collected the weapons from the ones that had surrendered. Alon gave Gabriel an apologetic look. I knew she was still alive, but I didn't know Thrask was working with her. When I saw her today, it brought everything back, everything I saw Decimus do. He hesitated. I'm sorry. Grace used blood magic to hold him. There's no other way to wake him up. Fenris stirred, then stood as the spell holding him vanished. He came up as if preparing for a fight, then looked around in dazed confusion. His eyes met Gabriel's. I should not have let them take me. I let you down. Gabriel stepped forward, fingers glowing lightly with a healing spell. He kept his voice light and teasing, though he knew the other man could see the worry in his eyes. I thought you were better than this. A couple of lousy Templars and you're down. Apparently I am not as invulnerable as I thought. Fenris managed a small smile. Thank you. He surveyed the field. Is comforting to know I have you at my back. I promise, I'll never let anything like this happen again. Gabriel turned at the sound of footsteps. Samson was with a group of Templars led by Cullen. I got here as soon as Samson looked around. Oh. Champion. Cullen gave him a confused look. Samson never said you were involved in this. The champion's a good man, sir. Alon stepped forward. He tried to solve things peacefully. Cullen grunted, then glanced at a Templar behind him. Put the mage to questioning. Gabriel held up a hand. This disaster had gone on long enough. The boy stood up to his elders when they would have killed an innocent hostage. Humph. Anger showed on Cullen's face as he looked at the bodies in Templar armor. You mean he was one of them, save for a convenient last-minute change of heart? He took a breath. I'll encourage Meredith to take it easy on him. Alon gave Gabriel a grateful look. Thank you, champion. Everyone else here is under arrest. Cullen gestured. Take them to the gallows. He watched for a moment before turning back to Gabriel. Is there any recommendation you would have me bring to Meredith, champion? They'd stood down. They knew right and wrong. And they weren't entirely wrong. If you killed every man who doubted Meredith's fitness, Kirkwall would be a ghost town. You think that reason enough to spare blood mages and their willing dupes? Cullen sighed, and watched the mages and Templars being led away. Perhaps some of them might still be saved. She should consider reinstating Samson. When it came down to it, he showed where his heart is. True. Cullen turned towards the man on his left. Samson, you have done us a great service. Do you wish to take up the shield once more? Samson's eyes nearly fell out of his head. More than anything, Knight Captain sir. Cullen nodded. Then I'll see what I can do. Thank you, sir. Thank you. He took Avellini with him to report to Meredith. I'm not sure if you're aware, but a lot of people in this city don't like you. Meredith gave him an impatient nod. And? What is Orsino's plan? He is part of this conspiracy, is he not? The first enchanter had no role in this. He saw frustration in her eyes. Cullen would agree with you, it seems. He claims a Templar turned on me and the mages only followed. She gestured dismissively. I do not believe it. It's over. He could only hope she'd listen. If you continue to chase ghosts, you only give people more reason to think you're mad. Many are assumed to be mad. She gestured dismissively. Right up until the point they are proven correct. Avellini's voice was quiet. If that makes sense, I'm mad too. Still. Meredith paced her office. Without proof of Orsino's direct involvement, the Grand Cleric will never believe as I do. She sighed. It seems I will have to search harder. Orsino cannot evade me forever. She offered Gabriel a shield. Thank you, champion. You have done a fine service for your city. He took the shield, gave her a bow, and left the office. He handed the shield to Avellini as they left the gallows. Maybe one of your guards has a use for this. Hawk. I suppose it was too much to hope that she'd learn something from this. He kicked the side of the boat. That anyone would. He sighed. I need to go check on Fenris. He's fine, Hawk. I know. She put a hand on his shoulder. But you need to go check on him anyway. I understand. He found Fenris staring contemplatively out a window. He wanted to make a fuss, and decided against it. Instead, he took the blade he'd found earlier and offered it. Take a look at this. Fenris's eyes widened. A blade of mercy? I remember these. You see them in the Imperium, replicas of the sword Archon Hessarian used to kill Andraste. This one looks finely crafted. So they sell these things at every market stand in Minrithis. Gabriel leaned on the window next to Fenris. He laughed, and took the blade. Hardly. Here, let me show you. He moved his hand down the blade, activating an enchantment that wreathed the blade in a warm glow. These are gifts of honor, given to those who have performed a service for the Imperium. He tested the balance. Dainarius coveted them, as I recall. It looked right in the man's hands. The blade is yours, if you want it. For me. Fenris held it up, and looked down the length of the blade. Yes. He smiled. I think I'd like that. I'll think of the irony as I wield it. Thank you, Hawk. Gabriel leaned forward, and met his lips. Stay the night. I was planning on it. He set the blade on the table. I've been thinking. Is the offer to? He hesitated. I'd like to stay here more than just the night. My home is your home, Fenris. He smiled. Always. Gabriel blinked when Bodan showed Cullen into the study. Cullen gave him a slight bow. The Knight Commander agreed to show mercy to those found conspiring with Ser Thrask. What is the Knight Commander doing about the conspirators? He gestured for Cullen to take a seat, and offered the man a glass. Cullen took it, and let Gabriel fill it with the wine. The mages have been confined to their quarters and sedated. The Templars have been suspended without pay. That is as lenient as we dare be. Thrask was a good man. Gabriel looked up at Cullen. If it hadn't been for Grace, it could have ended peacefully. He tried, Cullen. Thank you, for that. Cullen swirled his glass, then took a drink. When I first arrived here, I was. He sighed. Thrask took me under his wing, showed me around, helped me get my feet back under me. Meredith is convinced he was under the influence of blood magic, but Grace was a blood mage, and he opposed her. Tried to get her to stand down. She killed him for it. He should have come to us, Cullen said softly. Yes. Gabriel leaned back in his chair. Alon, is he? I told Meredith that Alon didn't just surrender, that he actively opposed Grace and the others. He's being watched, but he's the only one not confined to quarters. He seems a good lad. Why he'd be involved? Cullen shook his head. Karaz has been. Gabriel narrowed his eyes. Do something about Karaz, before I have to. Cullen met his eyes, and nodded. I'll take care of it. Gabriel lifted his glass. To Thrask. Cullen touched his glass to Gabriel's. To Thrask. Why was Meredith so obsessed with the notion that Orsino was behind everything? Cassandra leaned over the desk. That is a very good question. Leliana shook her head. The Seekers were getting reports, yes. All very conflicting, Cassandra said. And with all the confirmed reports of blood mages. She sighed. We should have been there. Chapter 30, House Cleaning. A letter from a panicked father regarding a damsel in distress had them back out on the coast. He hadn't gone far when an Yvetz showed up complaining about Gabriel killing all his men some time back. The man was in the process of swearing revenge in dire fates when Varric shot him in the throat. He glanced at the dwarf. What? Varric asked. You were going to do that, right? Yes, but I was going to do it with more style. Varric caressed the crossbow. Don't worry, sweetheart, he didn't mean it. You do realize there are more of them? Sebastian asked. At least a third of the remaining bandits appeared to have found something better to do with their afternoon. The rest appeared confused. For a moment, Gabriel considered shouting boo, just to see what they would do. He reached for his staff, and they started to run. Come to me, Isabella said in a low, sultry voice. And I'll take you to places you've never been. Isabella. Varric stared. Are you talking to Bianca? Isabella let her fingers trail over the crossbow lightly. I think she deserves to feel a woman's touch on her trigger, don't you? Bianca responds to my touch. Varric shook his head. She'd never give it up for you. That's what they always say. Isabella batted her eyes. And I always prove them wrong. Stop it. You're confusing her. And me. Who was that fellow, anyway? Gabriel asked as he kept walking. Someone had rescued the damsel in distress before they'd arrived. She saw them and smiled. You, there. Did my love send you? Will you take me to him? Gabriel shook his head and looked around at the bodies. From the looks of things, the bandits had killed each other. Either your father didn't give me the whole story, or I really hope you're talking about someone else. Finriel, the man of my dreams. She was all but gushing. These brutes intended to take my maidenhood. As they argued about who would go first, I fainted. Then Finriel spoke to me in a vision and told me not to fear. When I awoke, the men had slain one another. Please take me to Finriel. I want to thank him properly. He exchanged a somewhat wide-eyed look with his companions. I'm sorry, but I have no way to locate him. According to the last letter he'd received, the man was in Tevinter. A few more bandits found them, and made the mistake of drawing their weapons. The young woman shrugged when it was over, and started walking. It seems I must wait a bit longer for my love. She sighed. Thank you for your aid. I will find my way back to Kirkwall. The walk will tire me, and we'll be reunited in my dreams. Finriel, my love, I'm coming. Well now. Time to write a letter to Tevinter. Anders walked towards him when he entered the clinic, then gestured to a corner where they could talk privately. I'm going to be trying something, and I thought you'd want to be part of it. We've both been wrong. What I did with Justice was unnatural. It should never have happened. Is there some way to undo it? I've spent the past 3 years researching the methods of Tevinter Magisters. Why am I not surprised? Fenris shook his head. They're the only ones who have ever sought to reverse spirit possession, not just behead the victims. Anders gestured. I believe I have a formula for a potion that can separate Justice and me. Without killing either. That sounded promising. Implausible, but promising. Is it dangerous? There are always dangers with magic. Anders shrugged. But I believe this will be worth the cost. Gabriel smiled. That was going to be my next question. I knew you'd stand behind me in this. Even if... Anders trailed off. What? Gabriel raised an eyebrow. Nothing. I've gathered most of what I need, but there are some outlandish ingredients I was hoping you'd help me collect. A powder the Tevinters call Celopatry, and a small amount of Drakestone. Is it just a potion? If there was something that could reverse possession, you'd think they'd be stocking it at every tavern from here to Seaharan. It occurred to him that it was likely dangerous. Is there anything more to this ritual? No ritual. Anders shook his head. Just mix the ingredients up and, boom. Justice and I are free. And we can take our rightful place among free mages. Or die of horrible poisoning, which sounded more likely. What is Drakestone? The Tevinters used to mine it for their apothecaries. There should still be deposits in the bone pit. Good thing he'd taken care of the dragon problem. Again. Where would we find Celopatry? Anders hesitated a moment. It's a crystal that forms from concentrated manure and urine. Ew. We can't just. He wrinkled his nose. Buy it somewhere. It's not used by mages here. There's no reason for any merchant to stock it. I suggest we search the sewers. There's an entrance not far from here in Dark Town. He'd done stranger things for his friends. But it was clear there was something the man was not telling him. We're not looking for virgin's blood or the tongue of a hanged man or anything, are we? Well, you know Tevinters. They can't throw a winter send party without a human sacrifice or two. Anders shrugged. But I promise, everything in my research says there's no blood magic involved. Varric was pacing the entry when he got home. Got a minute, Hawk? He didn't wait for an answer. I know this is ancient history, but remember that Hightown House Bartrand barricaded himself in? Bartrand doesn't exactly need the place, now that he's in the sanitarium. I've been trying to sell it. I can only imagine there's a huge market for the homes of deranged killers. Gabriel gestured for Varric to accompany him to the house, where Orana immediately started offering them food. The creepy sort of people who are interested are generally not the ones with the coin to take it off my hands, Varric said around a mouthful of blueberry pastry. I found a minor noble in Riven who bought the place sight unseen. But now there's a problem. They say the place is... He swallowed. Haunted. Bartrand's atrocities must have weakened the barrier between this world and the Fade. Maker, I hope not. Varric helped himself to another pastry. I don't think I can fix the veil through applied use of force. They've noticed some minor problems, voices whispering in the walls, apparitions, things moving on their own. My hope is it's a relic Bartrand brought back from the deep roads. We smash it, and the haunting stops. What happens if we do nothing? Gabriel snagged a pastry before Varric could finish the plate. Best case? They drag me before the Sanes Chal and accuse me of fraud. The worst case involves Antivan crows. Considering their last encounter with the crows, Gabriel thought Varric might just have that backwards. I'm not an expert on hauntings, but what if smashing something does not make the problem go away? Ah. Varric shrugged. That's where things get tricky. You're a mage. You must know something about. He gestured absently. Weird shit. I'm sure you'll be able to figure something out that will help. It was nice how much faith his friends had in his abilities. Very well. We'll investigate the mansion. Again. Thanks, Hawk. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Hey, is that music? Where is that coming from? Gabriel gave Varric a concerned look. I don't hear anything. They hadn't gone much further when a vase picked itself up off a table and smashed onto the floor. Something in this house is restless, Fenris said. I guess the buyer wasn't kidding. Varric kept touching Bianca as if reassuring himself the crossbow was still there. They kept walking. Meryl let out a squeal as a pile of books threw themselves into her path. Hello? Messer a ghost? Would you stop that, please? I can barely hear it, Varric muttered. I wish I could make out the words. He strode into a room, and shook his head. Look at this, my brother's junk was left here. You wouldn't know it, but Bartrand was a sentimentalist. This came from our estate in Orzammar. When I was 7, I knocked over one of Mother's plates and broke it. My brother yelled at me for an hour. Varric rubbed the back of his neck. This was made by the artisans of House Saldras. The clay was from the Drozatana River, which never sees the sun. There's no way you're talking about the same Bartrand that I met. That man hadn't a sentimental bone in his body. He'd left his own brother to die for a chance at more gold. Maker's truth. There were tears in his eyes. I never thought that was possible before. That stupid plate was the whole city of Orzammar to him. Powerful magic, or many thousands of deaths, must have happened here. Fenris watched a bottle float across the room. Or maybe it was just Kirkwall. Varric suddenly turned towards him. This isn't being caused by some random artifact. The idol is still in the house, Hawk. It has to be. Gabriel nodded, and started walking deeper into the mansion. He hadn't gone far when a vase threw itself at him. It shattered on his breastplate, sending shards everywhere. Whatever is here is angry, Fenris said. A young woman emerged from where she'd been hiding behind the curtains. Are you real? You've got to get out of here before it comes back. Gabriel was about to reassure her when Varric stepped forward. Where's the idol? She gave him a confused look. What idol? Don't waste my time with your lies. Varric actually reached for his crossbow. Tell me where it is. Gabriel caught Varric's hand. I didn't exactly want to stay for dinner, but I think we've got a few minutes to hear her out. She's hiding something, Hawk. He tried to pull free. Don't lie to me. I know it's here. You must have found it. I swear. She held her hands up in front of herself defensively. I don't know anything about an idol. Please. There was a strange humming noise. Maker, no. It's starting again. She fled the room. Varric started to follow, and Fenris moved to block his path. Gabriel was about to ask Varric what was going on when they heard the woman scream. Oh. Varric stared at what appeared to be a golem. The golem was translucent, almost like a spirit. Naturally, it attacked. Gabriel sent a blast of lightning at it. Next to him, Merrill hit it with a blast of fire. Fenris moved forward, flames erupting on his sword as Gabriel cast the spell. Varric fired Bianca. The golem vanished, to be replaced by a ball of strange light. Gabriel threw up a barrier just as the light exploded into a wave of electricity. He dimly heard Varric yelp. It took several more spells, combined with Fenris's blade and Bianca before the thing stopped moving. A small piece of glowing red something fell to the ground as the golem vanished. Varric walked over and picked it up. This is a piece of the idol. He shook his head. I should have known Bartrand would lie to me. Of course he'd keep a piece of the statue for himself. Think of what we could do with this. A piece of the thing had done everything they'd seen in the house. And the idol itself, what it had done to Bartrand. He didn't particularly want to think about it. I don't know about you, Varric, but I don't want to end up like Bartrand. I'm not my brother, Hawk. Varric shook his head. The idol drove him crazy, but this is just one tiny piece. He gestured dramatically. I need this thing. 6 years of my life have gone into this. He paced a few steps. The shard is my only hope of curing Bartrand. It's my only chance to set any of this right. Varric was acting very un-Varric. He saw worry in Merrill's eyes. Varric, if you keep that thing, you'll go mad, I'll have to kill you, and Bianca will be heartbroken. You're not listening, Hawk. Varric spread his hands. I know I can handle this shard. Acting crazy is not a compelling argument in favor of keeping that accursed thing. Fine. I don't really want to argue about this anyway. Varric shoved it at him, and he wrapped it carefully in a cloth rather than touch it. Take it. It's your problem now. Maybe Enchantment Boy can dispose of the thing for you. Varric sighed. Let's go. I think I could use some air. Rather than heed his own words, Varric turned back to what had once been the master bedroom. Merchant's Guild ledgers. Varric sighed. Dwarves fighting over whose ancestors were the dwarfiest, whose gold is the shiniest. I never understood how he could stand it. 5 minutes with them, and I need a strong drink. Everything makes you thirsty. Gabriel gestured for Varric to follow them out of the house. Don't try to blame that on the Dwarven Merchant Guild, Varric. Varric nodded, and followed. You might have a point there, Hawk. Bartrand wagered everything on the expedition. Everything, for the chance to escape the guild. Make enough money, and the guild doesn't matter anymore. You're free. He sighed. Damnation. Let's keep going. He had Merrill take Varric into one of the guest rooms. Caleb followed, carrying his flute, and a few minutes later he heard the boy playing a sweet melody. He listened for a moment, then gestured at Sandal. He set the wrapped fragment down, then pulled the wrapping away to reveal it. Think you can do something with this, Sandal? Bodan's eyes widened. Is that lyrium? I've never seen anything like that. It's dangerous. Varric suggested Sandal might be able to dispose of it. The older dwarf put a hand on Sandal's shoulder and smiled proudly. I think my boy can do better than that. Oh. Sandal said. Enchantment. He found Varric sitting at the table the next morning. Orana was moving around the kitchen, fixing breakfast. Varric gave him an abashed expression. Listen, Hawk. I don't know what came over me back there in Bartrand's house. I'm glad you're watching my back. That's what I'm here for. He smiled as Fenris joined them. That, and doing all the fighting. Fenris just rolled his eyes. You know what I like about you, Hawk. Varric accepted the cup of tea from Orana. Your humility. Gabriel accepted the plate Orana gave him. Have I told you lately you're a marvel? Yes, master. Well, I'll say it again. And don't call me master. She smiled at him. Yes, master. Avellini folded her hand. Why are you still here, Varric? Varric threw in his bet. Starkhaven's too pretentious for me and Cumberland's too boring. You always say you hate commitment, but here you are, 6 years later, still at Hawk's side. He showed his cards, to the vexation of Isabella, and swept up his winnings. Avellini, I thought you'd have noticed by now, I lie a lot. He took the cards, and dealt the next hand. Meryl looked at her cards, then looked over them at Varric. How do you do it, living in the city without picking a side? Doesn't it matter to you? Of course it does. He tossed in his bet. That's why I don't take sides. She put in some coins of her own. That doesn't make any sense. He gestured around the table. I've got you and Avellini, Fenris, and Anders. Hawk. Isabella. He shrugged. I've got friends in the circle and drinking buddies in the Templars. All of them matter. But you're going to fight. She raised. If it comes to that, I mean. I fought my own brother, Daisy. He sighed. Nobody said this was going to be a happy story. He glanced in the study to see Fenris asleep, a book still open on his lap. Sala was curled up next to the elf, snoring softly. Earlier that day, Sala had called Fenris father. A charging dragon hadn't managed to bowl Fenris over quite that thoroughly. He smiled fondly, and then walked into the next room. Bodan came to stand next to him. Things have been very troubling these last few years, haven't they? Bodan sighed. I was thinking that it might soon be time for my boy and I to move on. As much as he'd been waiting to hear that for 5 years, it still stung. Back to the merchant's life, I suppose. It's an honor to serve the champion of Kirkwall, make no mistake, but I'm getting older. It's time to see to Sandal's future. I'll stay on until arrangements are made. I hope that's all right. Gabriel shook his head as he watched the flames dance in the fireplace. I'm almost tempted to go along with you. Bodan laughed. Have a bit of the wanderlust yourself, eh? Hopefully this business with the Templars doesn't get worse before we go. I worry about you, Messera. He folded his arms, and continued watching the fire. This Fenrir killed people in their dreams. Cassandra shook her head. That has to be an exaggeration. There are stories, Leliana said. And this idol. It must have played a part in what happened. I agree. Chapter 31, Justice. Isabella smiled when he entered the Hanged Man. You're here. Good. For a moment, it looked like she was blushing. Wanted to talk to you. He sat down across from her. Finished redecorating your ship yet? She wrinkled her nose. I'll never understand Castellan's obsession with mustard-colored satin. She waved for a barmaid to bring them drinks. Anyway, I'm glad you're here. Saves me the trouble of having to go look for you. I wanted to thank you for everything you've done for me. I'm glad you walked in here all those years ago. I was drawn in by the intoxicating aroma of stale piss and vomit. She laughed. Now that I have my ship, I'll need a new crew, and I'd like to have someone like you on board. Someone I can really trust, who has my back, no matter what happens. I couldn't leave Fenris. Bring him along. She waggled her eyebrows. The bed in the captain's quarters is big enough for 3. She gestured. And Orana can rule the galley. Sala and Caleb will make excellent raiders, don't you think? As ideas went, this one had some merit. Exploring the world and getting away from all this? I'm game. Ha. She smiled and spread her hands. It'll be just you and me and the ocean. Oh, and a couple dozen hands, but they really don't matter. She laughed fondly. They say in Lamarin that a true friend is as constant as the northern star. Never put much stock in that saying, till now. Hawk. Varric glanced up as Gabriel entered his room. This is awkward. You. He raised an eyebrow. At a loss for words? I should mark this day on my calendar. Enjoy this while it lasts. It might never happen again. He shrugged. Look, I just want to say, it has been an honor knowing you. Are you about to die? Gabriel's eyes widened. Am I? Why so serious all of a sudden? Don't panic. I just needed to get that off my chest. He shook his head. You know it's 6 years today? 6 years since I found you dragging your tail out of Bartrand's office. Here's to whatever comes next. Gabriel smiled. That's, actually one of the reasons I'm here. I need your help. He set a small pile of ledgers on Varric's table. What's all this? Apparently, I own or am significantly invested in quite a few businesses. Varric flipped through the ledgers. I thought Bodan handled all this for you. He does. But he may be moving on soon. Apparently, there is a position for Sandal in the court of the Empress of Orlais. Varric let out a low whistle. Not bad. And I guess I see why Bodan can't turn that down. So what do you want me to do? He sat down heavily in the chair. There is a distinct possibility all of this is going to end very badly. I need to make sure my kids are cared for. Varric's eyes widened. Yeah. I lost that battle a long time ago. Gabriel smiled. The moment I told Walter to round the kids up. He shifted the ledgers. The Hawk name will continue on, at least. He selected 2 ledgers. I'll need to make sure Orana has something as well. At least enough so she can move on and start her own business if she has a mind to. I can handle that. Leave it to me. There was a letter from Charade. It occurred to him that he should probably make sure she had something as well, and that Gomlin's stipend continued. Fenris came in a few minutes after he did. Feel like crawling through a sewer to help out Anders. If I say no, are you still going to make me? Probably. Then no. Fenris shrugged. He's trouble, Hawk. If this had a chance of working. He sighed. We have to help him try. He held up the letter. Charade says hi. Isabella mentioned something about us becoming pirates. I thought it best to have a backup plan if this whole champion thing doesn't work out. He leaned forward and kissed Fenris. And you'd look dashing with an eye patch. I'll keep that in mind. Avellini was laughing hard enough she had to use her desk to hold herself up. And then he says. Isabella gestured. He says, I swear I had 2 when I came in here. You know those stains never came out. You are horrible. Avellini shook her head. Every inch. You love it, big girl. And you owe me for the bottle. She brushed her hand over his shoulder as she left the office. Hawk. She's not so bad. Avellini smiled fondly. Except when she is. She came around and sat on the edge of her desk. Did you know I've been dead for 7 years? I got word last week. They only just sorted the casualties of Ostagar. The king has offered to reinstate the commission of any surviving officers who will return to Ferelden. And she wasn't considering taking him up on it, was she? It occurred to him that if Avellini did leave Kirkwall, the whole taking to piracy thing was actually going to become his best option. And what? Does this appeal matter? He had a sneaking suspicion she was messing with him. Maybe he would sneak that Bronto into her office after all. It had been ages since he'd played a decent prank on her. I thought you were sworn to Kaelin. King Alistair has apparently become something of a sensation. A champion of hope. Regardless of who has the throne, I served Ferelden. The country survives, even if Kaelin didn't. You brought it up. What's your decision? It's been a strange time here in Kirkwall. Did Carver ever tell you about that last night at Ostagar? How it happened? I don't mean the betrayal. Everyone knows the signal went up and the flanking charge never came. But that moment when the tower lit and then... For a moment, her eyes were far away. The fight just kept going. It was the oddest feeling. Hope answered with. She sighed. Nothing. I don't like the thought of going out with a whimper, Hawk. Mischief suddenly danced in her eyes. Not again. Shock of shocks, you're staying. He knew she was, but was relieved to hear it anyway. You'd walk all over a new captain. I could never subject these men to that. Thank you for everything. I have so much because of you. She hugged him. I'm here for you, Hawk. And for myself. Anders was waiting for them at the sewer entrance. We can enter the sewers from here to look for the Celipatry. Are you ready? There were so many better ways to spend the day. Teaching Caleb rude words in multiple languages. Watching Isabella teach Sala to embroider lewd things on kerchiefs. Handing Fenris a vulgar book and seeing how far he'd read aloud before noticing. Let's go. Hold your nose. We'll have to get pretty close for me to tell what we're looking at. They hadn't gone far when Anders glanced over at him. I know it isn't my place to criticize, but... Anders shrugged. Are you sure about Fenris? He seems less a man to me than a wild dog. Gabriel narrowed his eyes. It was bad enough Anders was dragging him through the sewers without having to listen to him insult Fenris. You just don't know him. I know as much as I'm ever likely to. Anders shook his head. That's right, Mage. Fenris glared. He has let one bad experience color his whole world. Surely, you want someone more open-minded. A mage and a hypocrite. What company you keep? Well, this particular trip into the sewers was just turning out to be all sorts of fun. He was surprised by just how much of the stuff Anders collected. Maybe it had to be distilled or something. The bone pit was still a mess. One of these days, he'd have to see about investing into getting it cleaned up. Maybe hire some guards this time. He still wasn't sure why he'd thought taking possession of the place was a good idea. Anders led them to one of the shafts. We'll have to look for Drakestone deposits along the sides. Again, the man collected a fairly large amount. Gabriel narrowed his eyes. There was something going on he didn't like. When they were done, Anders waited until the others were out of earshot, then said that there was something else needed, but it would take a couple days. And needed to be discussed privately. Surprise. Gabriel tossed the amulet to Isabella. Her eyes widened. I see. Sometimes people get things for other people they like. This is the part where you say thank you. I know that, you goose. She smacked him lightly on the shoulder. Don't you know what this is? It's a Riveni fertility talisman. These petal-like shapes represent. She pointed at the amulet. Certain fleshy bits, and this protrusion is. She held it out to him. Well, just look. I knew it was a little crude, I just thought you'd appreciate it. You like? He shrugged. Vulgar things. Well, yes, books with body poetry and pictures to illustrate, but this is. She turned it this way and that. Something else. Riveni women would wear these so that their wombs would be fruitful and their marriages blessed with many children. Not that they worked, of course. She chuckled. Seems to me you either have a fruitful womb, or you don't. Thank you. It's nice to have something to remind me of my homeland. So, if I found another one, what are the odds you could convince Avellini it's just a flower and get her to wear it? Isabella's eyes widened. Oh, we could give it to Donick. Tell him it's her favorite flower, and let him give it to her. He put a hand on his chest. Isabella, so cruel. That's perfect. He stopped in at the shop, and picked up the items he had commissioned previously. Once at the house, he watched the children playing in the garden for several minutes before calling them over. Caleb held the signet ring like it was the most precious thing he'd ever seen. Sala slipped hers on her finger, and turned her hand this way and that to admire it. We are hawks now, she said, and looked up at him through tear-filled eyes. You've been hawks for a while. I just thought it was time to make it official. He smiled as they hugged him. Family, Fenris said softly. Family, Gabriel nodded. I like it. Anders was pacing when he arrived in the clinic. There is one more thing I would ask of you, Hawk. And I can't tell you why. I must get inside the chantry, without being seen. Will you talk to the Grand Cleric for me? Distract her long enough for me to do what must be done. That didn't sound the least bit foreboding. What do you want me to talk about? Food? The weather? What does it matter? Anders gave a jerky shake of his head. No, talk of mages. Give her one final chance to hear what we have suffered. To pick a side. Perhaps she'll be more inclined to listen to you. Tell me your plan. He tilted his head to one side. Final chance? You would not thank me if I told you. If you support freedom for mages, help me. That's all I can say. Gabriel started to shake his head. What is it you don't want me to see? You said you believe in me. Again and again, you have shown your support for mages. Anders gazed at him earnestly. Then trust me now. I am only doing what is necessary. Was this ever about you and justice? Gabriel straightened to his full height, and squared his shoulders. Or have you lied this whole time? For a moment, Anders stared at him. And then he looked away. I lied. There is no potion. But what we have gathered will bring freedom for more than just me and justice. It will help mages throughout Thedas. In the face of that, one lie means little. Digging through the sewers, fighting spiders through mineshafts. I can't act blindly. Tell me your plan. I am taking a risk. I would not see you drawn into it. Anders gestured emphatically. But maybe your support of mages ends at talk. It's easy to support freedom if no one must die to achieve it. You cannot pretend friendship, then stop now. Being a friend doesn't mean I have to agree with your every decision. Maker knows he disagreed with everyone else often enough. You cannot care for me and despise what I stand for. I am the cause of mages. There is nothing else inside me. Will you aid us now? Or does your support stop at the chantry door? Anders shook his head. Would you see the Templars drag Sala away? Watch helplessly and wring your hands while they lock her in the gallows? Make her tranquil when she cries out for you. For a moment, Gabriel seriously considered breaking the other man's jaw. After all these years, that he would. Tell me what you would have of me, then. But I won't forget you blackmailed me to get it. I promise, whatever happens, it's on my head. It will not come back on you. Go to the chantry. Talk to the Grand Cleric. I will join you when I'm done. Anders slipped away from him as soon as they entered the chantry. I'll find you as soon as I'm done. Thank you. Maker's blessing, champion. Have you come to pray? Elthina gave him a warm smile. What the hell was he doing here? He sighed. So, hypothetically, if there were a group of people being brutally subjugated by another, wouldn't the Maker favor the oppressed? You speak of mages. Have you changed your mind, champion? Recently, you seemed to support the Knight Commander. We must give Meredith and Orsino time to work out their differences. No good can come of showing favor to one side. A dozen lifetimes wouldn't be enough to make those two work out their differences. He was starting to think nothing less than Andraste herself could. I guess that means you are not ready to disband the Templars and set every mage free. I feel for the mages, I do. I would not wish to be locked in the gallows. But I cannot take sides. We are all the Maker's creatures, but magic allows abuses beyond the scope of mortals. I can only hope I can balance the needs of everyone. For if it comes to war, it is the people of this city who will lose. He was still searching for a response when Anders came over to them. There you are. I've been looking for you all over. He gave Elthina a small bow. Your Grace. Your soul is troubled, child. Elthina's voice was gentle and said when she looked at Anders. I hope you found a balm for it here. Gabriel let several hours pass before heading down to talk to Anders again. He found Anders talking to Varric. I wanted you to have this. What's that? Varric gave him a confused look. Pillow. Hand embroidered by my mother. The only thing of hers they let me keep when I went to the circle. Why in the name of Andraste would you give that to me? You've been a good friend, Varric. You keep your pillow, Blondie. And may you have many more dreams of killing Templars on it. Varric shook his head, then waved goodbye as he left the clinic. Hawk. Anders wouldn't quite meet his eyes. Didn't expect you here. But. Anders looked down at his hands before looking back up at him. Let me take this time to tell you how much I respect you. You've stood by me, when I gave you every reason to turn away. Just remember, whatever happens, I wanted you to know that. Why are you talking like this? Gabriel watched the man he had, until recently, considered a good friend. And began to wonder if he actually knew him at all. Anders stepped out of the clinic, and leaned over the railing that separated Darktown from the view of the bay. He'll still be here, you know, just as long after you and I are gone. It doesn't mean the same thing to a spirit. He'll just go back to the Fade. Usually people don't say things like that unless they're about to stab someone in the back. He watched Anders carefully. None of this is aimed at you, Hawk. I think I've made that clear. I was hoping we'd find a better way, but... Anders looked genuinely sorrowful for a moment. Justice and vengeance are too intertwined. I can't tell one from the other. You have been a better friend than I ever thought to have. He put a hand on Gabriel's shoulder. Your support has meant the world to me. The sun was starting to set when he realized his feet had led him back to the chantry. With a sigh, he entered. Elthina was talking to some of the mothers. She walked towards him when she'd finished her conversation. I hope you haven't come to try to talk me into leaving again. Kirkwall needs a steadying hand on its reins, now more than ever. Orsino and the Knight Commander grow more fractious by the day. She gave him a concerned look. He sighed. There are apostates plotting something against the chantry. He wished he knew what the plot was. Elthina raised her hands skyward. And the sky is blue and the rains come in the spring. She laid a hand on his shoulder. It's no secret you have close associates who are apostates, champion. I do not doubt you know of one's plans. But mages have threatened me before. I cannot turn on my Templars, on the very words of Andraste, for fear. No matter how justified that fear might be. She patted his shoulder, then walked away. He sighed, and caught Sebastian's eye. Hawk. I don't know. Gabriel shook his head. But you think Elthina is a target. I know she is. I just don't know what, exactly, she's the target of. Gabriel sighed. Perhaps nothing. Perhaps everything. You watch yourself as well, Hawk. Do you think I could do it? Do. Sebastian's eyes widened. You are thinking of taking the Viscount's job. With a second hand on the reins. Gabriel looked in the direction Elthina had gone. Maybe we can stop the cart before it goes over the cliff. If anyone could, my friend, it's you. The champion tried to warn her. Leliana folded her arms. I wonder what would have happened if she'd listened. Cassandra shook her head. He didn't know what Anders intended. It appears that way. Leliana sighed. To be used like that. Cassandra examined her hands. It could have ended differently. Elthina a woman of peace. The champion a Viscount with Meredith's respect. You think they could have stopped the cart from going over the cliff? After listening to Varric's tale. Cassandra considered her answer for a few moments. Finally, she nodded. Yes. She sighed. At the very least, I wish they'd gotten the chance to try. Chapter 32, The Last Straw. Avellini, you'll look after Hawk, won't you? Of course I will. Avellini raised an eyebrow at Merrill. What kind of a question is that? And sometimes Isabella gets into awful trouble. You'll watch out for her, too. Merrill. Avellini gave her a concerned look. What brought this on? Anything could happen. You'll protect them, though. It's what you do. There's nothing to worry about, Merrill. Gabriel sat quietly, listening to his friends talk. He wished he could believe Avellini. He was about to join the conversation when Bodan entered. "Excuse me, Messera, but this just arrived for you." He took the letter from Bodan, and read it quickly. He shook his head. "Meredith is asking me to come to the gallows." He set the parchment on the table. "As soon as possible." Fenris rose, and collected his sword. Gabriel had barely set foot in the gallows when Moira came running up to him. "Champion! Thank the Maker you've come. What's happened?" Knight Commander Meredith and the first enchanter got into a terrible argument. She gestured. The first enchanter stormed off to bring the matter before the Grand Cleric, but Meredith gave chase. "I fear there will be blood." "Wonderful. Take me to them." She nodded, and led him back towards the boat. "I will have the tower searched." Meredith stood only a few feet from the first enchanter. Her face was flushed with anger. "Top to bottom. You cannot do that." Orsino gestured furiously. "You have no right." "I have every right. You are harboring blood mages, and I intend to root them out before they infect this city." "Blood magic? Where do you not see blood magic? My people cannot sneeze without you accusing them of corruption. Do not trifle with me, mage. My patience is at an end. A wonder that I never saw it begin." He strode forward, stopping when he was almost between them. "The way you two carry on, people will talk." Meredith nodded to him. "Good. You've found us." Orsino shook his head. "The champion will not stop me. The people deserve to know just what you've done." "What I have done is protect the people of this city, time and again." She started to step towards Orsino, and Gabriel gently laid a hand on her shoulder. She took a deep breath. "What I have done is protect you mages from your curse and your own stupidity." She shook her head. "And I will not stop doing it. I will not lower our guard, I dare not." He turned to Orsino, keeping himself between the other man and Meredith. "Is there any truth to what she's saying?" Orsino shook his head. "These are only her latest accusations, nothing more." He spread his hands. "And what if she does not find what she's looking for? How much further will she go to root out something that isn't there? The champion knows better than anyone how deep the circle's corruption goes. I must find the source." Meredith folded her arms and glared. Gabriel gestured towards the watching Templars and mages. "You both set quite the example for your people, you know that." Meredith sighed. "What other option do we have?" She met his eyes. "Tell me, champion, that you have not seen with your own eyes what they can do, heard the lies of mages that seek power." He gestured at his own staff. "Some of us want exactly what you want, Meredith. We're not the enemy." For a moment, it seemed to be working, and he saw her relax just slightly. Orsino gestured. "You would cast us all as villains, but it is not so." She nodded. "I know, and it breaks my heart to do it, but we must be vigilant." She made a sharp gesture with one hand. "If you cannot tell me another way, do not brand me a tyrant. This is getting us nowhere. Grand Cleric Elthina will put a stop to this." Meredith shoved past Gabriel and caught Orsino's sleeve. "You will not bring her grace into this." Gabriel moved to intervene again. He was about to suggest everyone else go home and leave the three of them to go to the Grand Cleric when the sharp sound of a staff striking stone rang through the air. "The Grand Cleric cannot help you." Anders walked into the area. Meredith turned to stare at him. "Explain yourself, mage." Anders gestured. "I will not stand by and watch you treat all mages like criminals." He swung his gaze to Orsino. "While those who would lead us bow to their Templar jailers. How dare you speak to?" Anders cut him off with another rap of his staff against the stone. "The circle has failed us, Orsino. Even you should be able to see that." Anders' eyes began to glow briefly. "The time has come to act. There can be no half measures." "Anders," Gabriel stared at the man. "What have you done?" Anders turned away. "There can be no turning back." Beneath them, the ground began to shake. There was a horrible sound. Gabriel and the others whirled around to see the chantry start to collapse. Light burst out in all directions as the stone toppled and crashed. Within a few heartbeats, nothing was left but rubble. "Maker have mercy," Meredith said. Anders' voice was soft. "There can be no peace." Gabriel was dimly aware of Sebastian behind him. He heard the man call out, then start to pray. Orsino turned on Anders. "Why? Why would you do such a thing?" "I removed the chance of compromise, because there is no compromise. The Grand Cleric has been slain by magic." Meredith's voice was cold. "The Chantry destroyed." She turned to the Templars. "As Knight Commander of Kirkwall, I hereby invoke the right of annulment. Every mage in the circle is to be executed immediately." The circle didn't even do this. Orsino was shaking his head. "Champion, you can't let her. Help us stop this madness. And I call on you to keep order. After what just occurred, you cannot deny what must be done." He looked from one to the other. Behind him, Sebastian's voice was hot and furious. Are we debating the right of annulment when the monster who did this is right here?" The prince gestured at Anders. "I swear to you, I will kill him." Anders looked at Gabriel. "It can't be stopped now. You have to choose." "Was that?" His eyes narrowed. "Why you needed me to distract the Grand Cleric?" Anders nodded. "If you knew what I was doing, you would have felt honor-bound to stop me. I couldn't take that chance. The circle is an injustice, in many places beyond Kirkwall. The world needs to see. Elthina is not the circle. She was a good woman, and you murdered her. You fool." Orsino shook his head. "You've doomed us all. We were already doomed. A quick death now or a slow one later." Anders met Orsino's eyes. "I'd rather die fighting." "You're a murderer." Gabriel gestured. "The Grand Cleric, the mages, their blood is on your hands. How many friends had he just lost?" "I know. It doesn't matter. Even if I wished to, I could not stay my hand. The people will demand blood." Meredith's voice sounded almost pleased. Gabriel met her eyes. And saw nothing human beyond them. He turned to look at Orsino. "This won't be easy, but I'll defend you. Agatha. Moira. Karen. Hugh. Ravenna. Cullen. Maker help him. Hawk, if you do this, I don't know if I can follow." Avellini's voice was bleak. "After all the evil magic has wrought, you would still support them." Fenris sounded confused. "You sure about this?" Varric asked. "Even you might not win this fight. I know we can do this. I believe in you, Hawk." Meryl's voice wasn't quite as confident as her words. "Shit. What have you gotten yourself into this time, Isabella?" It was good to know at least one of his friends was wise. Meredith took a step towards him. She actually looked disappointed. "Think carefully, champion. Stand with them and you share their fate." He was a mage. One of his children was a mage. He was always destined to share their fate. "I can live with that." "Thank the Maker," Orsino said. "It is a mistake." Fenris stepped to his side. "But I won't abandon you." Avellini nodded. "I see what you are trying to do, and my place is with you." "You are a fool, champion." Meredith stared. He knew that. She gestured at the Templars with her. "Kill them all. I will rouse the rest of the order." She headed away. "Go," Orsino yelled to the mages with him. "Get to the gallows before it's too late." Moira and 2 other Templars stood aside, not drawing their weapons. The rest died there. "So it's come to this." There was grief in Orsino's voice. "I don't know if we can win this war, champion, but, thank you." He glanced at where Anders was sitting on a crate. "I will leave your," he glared, "friend for you to deal with. I must return to the gallows. Meet me there as soon as you can." Gabriel nodded. He turned first to Moira. "There will be desperate people tonight. I won't cast on any Templar that doesn't draw their blade upon me or allies." He gestured to her. "The veil is going to be torn, and that means demons and abominations. He glanced at Avellini before turning back to Moira. Gather who you can, and aid the guard. Kirkwall is going to need you. Yes, champion. She saluted, then gestured to her fellows. He watched her go, then walked towards Anders. The mage didn't look at him. There's nothing you can say that I haven't already said to myself. I took a spirit into my soul and changed myself forever to achieve this. This is the justice all mages have awaited. Did that spirit tell you to do this? No. When we merged, he ceased to be. We are one now. Anders looked down at his hands. I can no more ignore the injustice of the circle than he could. So it's up to you to decide how things should be. He didn't know what answer he was looking for. He wondered if there were any answers that could make sense from this. It's obvious how things shouldn't be. Anders stared into the distance. You've never been part of the circle. I have. The people fear what we can do, but to use that fear to bludgeon us into submission is wrong. And they do it with our blessing. And if I pay for that with my life? Anders shrugged. Then I pay. Perhaps then justice would at least be free. Gabriel glanced at his friends. Angry faces. Sad faces. And no answers. Whatever you do, just do it. The knife was in his hand. He looked down at it. And let it fall to the ground. Just go. No. Sebastian shook his head. You cannot let this abomination walk free. He dies, or I am returning to Starkhaven. Sebastian gestured. And I will bring such an army with me on my return that there'll be nothing left of Kirkwall for these Maleficarum to rule. Part of him wished he cared. Do not interfere, Sebastian. I thought I knew you, Hawk. Sebastian glared. I gave up on Starkhaven to serve the Maker, but he has turned his back on Kirkwall for harboring heretics like this. I swear to you, I will come back and find your precious Anders. I will teach him what true justice is. Sebastian stalked off. Thank you for my life. Anders said. I'll try not to make such a mess of it this time. He wished he cared about that too. We'd all best get to the gallows, and quick. Varric drew Bianca. It's going to be quite a show. They hadn't gone far when a demon appeared. Before any of them could react, a blade ran the demon through. Gabriel blinked. Carver. I've been looking everywhere for you. Carver smiled. I thought you were dead. Here to cheer on the Templars, are you? He regretted the words as soon as he said them. Carver only nodded in understanding. You're the only family I have left. I have to stand by you. Just say the word and you'll have my blade. I thought the order was supposed to be neutral. I'm a warden because of you. I blamed you for a long time, but... Carver touched the hilt of his blade. You saved more than my life. I am so much more than I was. This is what I was meant to be, and I won't thank you by doing nothing while you start a war. He hadn't started this battle. But he was damn well going to finish it. Your blade would be welcome. The Hawk brothers together again, huh? Just like old times. He kept his word to Moira. Unless the Templars attacked first, he let them be. If he found them attacking mages, he gave them fair warning. Some backed off. If he found them being attacked by demons or abominations, he rendered aid. Some attacked him anyway. Blood ran through the streets. The trip across to the gallows was silent. He saw Carver put his arm around Meryl's shoulders. If he thought his friends would listen, he'd tell them to get out. He glanced up at Hightown. Bodan would lock the door, keep everyone inside. The arrangements had been made for some time. Bodan and Orana would get them to safety. There was fighting already in the courtyard of the gallows. Orsino was trying to get his people to safety, but both mages and Templars were already dying. Orsino gave Gabriel a relieved look. Champion. You've survived, thank the Maker. We must dash. Meredith's arrival interrupted whatever Orsino was going to say. And here you are. Orsino stepped forward. Let us speak, Meredith. Before this battle destroys the city you claim to protect. I will entertain a surrender, nothing more. She gestured. Speak, if you have something to say. Revoke the right of annulment, Meredith, before this goes too far. Imprison us, if you must. Search the tower. I will even help you. He held up his hands. But do not kill us all for an act we did not commit. The Grand Cleric is dead, killed by a mage. The people will demand retribution, and I will give it to them. She shook her head. Your offer is commendable, Orsino, but it comes too late. Gabriel looked behind her, to where Cullen stood. The knight captain looked startled by Meredith's refusal to accept Orsino's offer. I was kind of hoping for a happy ending. Enough blood had been shed. I doubt we'll be seeing that. Orsino's face was bleak. I'm disappointed in you, champion. Meredith glared at him. So be it. You will share the circle's fate. So what is it to be, Meredith? Orsino sounded resigned. Do we fight here? She gestured dismissively. Go, prepare your people. The rest of the order is already crossing the harbor. This isn't over. Orsino gestured to the mages, and they followed him into the tower. Gabriel paced the courtyard. Their position was sound. The Templars would have to come through a choke point to reach them. Nervous, Hawk? Varric asked. My mother didn't raise any stupid children. I know how dangerous this fight will be. Varric nodded. Well, that's comforting. It's the most dangerous thing we could ever do. But at least we know that. He shrugged. You know me, Hawk. I'm not one for long goodbyes. I'm not sure we should be doing this. Helping dangerous people run amok. But I'm with you. We've faced down worse things than this, Varric. He gazed out across the water. Lanterns bobbed on the ships approaching the gallows. After everything, he was right back where he started. In the gallows, with no hope. What could possibly go wrong? I hate it when you say that. Varric drew Bianca. What do you say we put an end to all this waiting around and go meet Destiny? Meryl was fidgeting, turning the ring around and around on her finger. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Or there's more to do. Or. She sighed. Does all this feel like a dream to you, too? In a moment, I'll look down and see I have no pants on. He glanced at where Carver was standing behind Meryl protectively. Meryl laughed. The champion of Kirkwall going to battle naked, why can't I ever have that dream? She shook her head. Hawk, before we go. Haven't I said you worry too much? We'll be fine. Come on. Carver laughed. Brother. He folded his arms. You always seem to find a way to make my life difficult. I should be hunting archdemons but... He glanced from Meryl to Gabriel. It feels right to be at your side again. Just don't go catching the blight again, or whatever it is we mages carry. I'm pretty much the Walking Dead already, thanks. Carver shrugged. You kind of accept that as a warden. So, really, nothing to fear today except looking like an ass. He put an arm around Meryl's waist. Take care of that for me, will you? I've put in my time. He sighed. I wish Mother could have seen us like this. I don't know what she would think about the rest, but... Gabriel punched him lightly. Don't make me tear up in front of the others, you jackass. Rubbed your collar with onions. Avellini's idea. Carver straightened. I'm proud to call you brother. That's gone unsaid too long. In war, victory, champion. And whatever else may come. Onions on my collar. Avellini gave him an innocent look. I don't know what you're talking about. She sighed. What a mess. You really put loyalty to the test, you know? Donnic has kept the guard protecting civilians. Meredith will have no support from them. With luck. She shrugged. Well, let's just say we need some luck. Starting to doubt me? It would be fair. He was starting to doubt everything. She caught him by the front of the armor and pulled his face to within an inch of hers as she glared. Never. She released him. Almost never. She took a deep breath. Let's keep the damage to a minimum, shall we? I've walked away from too many wastelands for one lifetime. He laid a hand on her shoulder. I never wanted to mess up your life like this. I think it's something that just sort of happens to friends of yours. She hugged him. Hawk. She waited for him to nod. It's worth it. Now let's bust some heads like the old days. Shouldn't you be halfway to Tevinter by now? Isabella shook her head at him. Maker's breath. Take off with a priceless relic once and you never hear the end of it. She laid her hand on his arm. Your life would have been easier if you had just cut me out of it. But you stood by me. You defied the Qunari and fought their Arishik for me, even after I betrayed you. If you'd gone with them, I wouldn't have been able to yell at you. He winked at her. Oh. Well, I'm glad you wanted to yell at me so badly then. She stuck her tongue out at him. I know I don't exactly inspire confidence, but I swear I'm going to come through for you this time. When you look for me, I'll be fighting at your side. He glanced at the man in the dark coat. For a moment, he considered turning his back and walking away. Then he walked towards him. Anders shifted his weight from side to side. You decided to join the mages after all. Will it sully your victory to have me here? If we win, it will be more your victory than mine. He didn't want this war. He'd never wanted war. If he'd just had a little more time, then maybe. It will be a victory for us all. Anders smiled. I underestimated you, Hawk. I really thought when it was put to the test, you'd have to kill me. You truly are the leader we've been waiting centuries for. Oh, stop. You're making me blush. Thank you for standing by me. We would not have reached this point without you. May the Maker bring us victory. Maybe if he shows his approval, the world will finally be ready to change. Let's be clear, Anders. Gabriel met his eyes. I'm not doing this for you. And when this is over, I don't want to see you again. He clenched his fists. I think, perhaps, that if I do, I won't give you a third chance. Anders nodded. I understand. Here I am, about to defend these mages in hopeless battle. Fenris shook his head. You lead me to strange places, Hawk. I'll take you to stranger places than this, just watch. A tempting offer. Fenris smiled. I may not get the chance to say this again. Meeting you was the most important thing that ever happened to me, Hawk. Fenris ran a hand down the side of Gabriel's face. Promise me you won't die. I can't bear the thought of living without you. I don't make that promise unless you do. Nothing is going to keep me from you. Fenris put a hand behind Gabriel's neck and pulled him in for a kiss. Are you prepared, champion? I believe the battle is almost upon us. The first enchanter looked tired and old. You don't believe there's a chance of winning this fight? With you on our side. Orsino turned to face him. Perhaps. He shook his head. But even if we win, what then? More Templars would come, with even larger armies. We are apostates now. Our only hope lies in the circles elsewhere in Thedas. They could rise up with us against this injustice. I assure you, however, we will find sympathy nowhere else. It was good to realize just how deep the shit they were in really was. Let the games begin. Very well. You will need to give orders to your companions, and I will do the same for my people. Anders, focus on healing and barriers. Anders nodded. I'll try to keep you in sight, then. Meryl, attack from a distance. Disrupt their lines. Stay out of the fight as much as you can. Keep them off balance. I will. Avellini, charge in whenever you see an opening. Give the mages some breathing room, and let them do the work. Very well. Isabella, I want you to fight from stealth. Keep them confused. Maybe lose the tunic. She laughed. Sounds like fun. Varric, take a vantage point. Focus on their archers. I'll stick by Daisy. Carver, Fenris, you two stay with me. I'm going to make a nice big target of myself and it would be nice to have some backup. I think we can handle that, brother. Fenris nodded. I am yours. So, this is it. Some of you are worried. Maybe I am too, but I'm not staying long enough to find out. He gestured. What I know is that I don't like being cornered, and I can fight harder scared than they can angry. We're getting out, and I'm buying when they do. He heard Orsino behind him. Champion. It is beginning. He threw a wall of fire over the choke point. He saw Meryl call up a tempest and put it over the wall of fire. Anders' barrier sprang to life around the combatants. A few Templars made it through, and mages died for it. He saw Emile de Lancet, of all people, throw up a barrier to protect some of his comrades. A moment later, Isabella was there at the buffoon's back, kicking one approaching Templar in the face before burying one of her knives in the throat of another. Some Templars saw Gabriel and surged towards him. The first one to come within reach of Carver's blade was promptly cut in half. On the other side of him, Fenris and the Blade of Mercy began to glow, and he saw the oncoming Templars hesitate at the sight. Across the yard, Avellini fought. He recognized the mage that stood back to back with her as Alon. The young man twirled his staff, keeping the Templars from being able to encircle the guard captain. The first and second waves of Templars came, broke, and fell. Gabriel waited, but if the third was coming, Meredith was rethinking her options. He glanced down at the bodies, and saw the faces of people he'd known. People he'd fought alongside. He turned away. Look at it all. The first enchanter knelt by the body of a dead mage. Why don't they just drown us as infants? Why wait? Why give us the illusion of hope? He stood. I refuse to keep running. I won't wait for her to kill me. Gabriel glanced at him. I hope you aren't giving up without taking a shot at Meredith. Orsino shook his head. I am not giving up. I am giving in. He shook his head. The irony is that until this very moment, I have never used blood magic. Orsino, don't. Gabriel turned towards him. Quentin's research was too evil, too dangerous, so I put it aside. But I see now there is no other way. That name. His mind went back to the letters he'd found in that thing's lair. Signed with an O. You were working with that murderer. He saw the heads of Carver and Fenris come up as they heard the conversation. The expressions on both their faces were murderous. He imagined his own was similar. I knew about him. Orsino sighed. I kept his existence secret because I didn't want to give Meredith more ammunition against us. Orsino looked down at the bodies. I see now I needn't have bothered. He drew his knife and slashed his palm open as more Templars entered. Meredith expects blood magic. Then I will give it to her. Make her help us all. Orsino began to change. Emile died at the hands of a man who'd been supposed to advocate for mages. And it was Templars who fought at their side to put down the monster. He raised his shield to block arrows from striking Gabriel, as corpses began to rise in response to the former first enchanter's tearing of the veil. Finally, there was nothing left but the strange, terrible squirming thing that had once been a man. Gabriel gazed down at it, then crushed it beneath his boot. He looked at the others. The half-dozen Templars that had survived nodded, and stepped back. Here, at least, the fight was over. We cannot afford to remain here, Fenris said. Gabriel nodded, and headed out to meet their fate. The tower was in disarray, but by the time they reached the courtyard, it was free of demons, abominations, and attacking Templars. And here we are, champion, at long last. Meredith stared at him. The time for illusions was gone. I imagine you've wanted to be rid of me for some time. I bear you no ill will. Her face belied her words. You've done this to yourself. You were never part of this circle, and I tolerated that, but in defending them you've chosen to share their fate. It's over, Meredith. Gabriel gestured at the circle. What mages were willing to give in to demons have, and died for it. It's done. No one else needs to die today. She glared. I am beginning to wonder just how large your part in all this actually was. An apostate come into our city, gathering power and influence? A sudden hero of the people. She gestured. How can I trust that the mighty champion of Kirkwall is not a worse threat to this city than the Circle? If you want to see a threat to this city, look in the mirror. He knew damn well there was no way she could let him live, Not after this. He wasn't a threat to the city. He was a threat to her. Humph. Just the sort of misdirection I would expect from you. She shrugged. The people of Kirkwall will mourn your loss, but I will tell them you died battling the mages. A righteous cause. Knight Commander. Cullen stepped out from the other Templars. I thought we intended to arrest the champion. You will do as I command, Cullen. She turned her icy eyes on the Knight Captain. No. Cullen moved to stand between her and Gabriel. I defended you when Thrask started whispering you were mad. But this is too far. I will not allow insubordination. We must stay true to our path. Her voice was no longer calm or controlled, and Gabriel could see the Templars starting to shift and fidget. She saw it too. She drew her blade, aiming the point at Cullen and forcing the man to take a step back. The blade glowed red. A familiar red. Andraste's dimpled butt cheeks. Varric summed up the entire situation eloquently. You recognize it, do you not? Pure lyrium, taken from the deep roads. The dwarf charged a great deal for his prize. That idol. That thrice-damned idol. Was there nothing that wasn't going to come back and haunt him? Any moment ago that fox he'd once let out of a snare was going to run up and bite off one of his ears. It seems a lot more sword-like than I remember. All of you. She turned to the Templars and gestured. I want him dead. Enough. Cullen shook his head and gestured, and the Templars stayed where they were. This is not what the order stands for. Knight Commander, step down. I relieve you of your command. The look she gave Cullen was chilling. My own Knight Captain falls prey to the influence of blood magic. She whirled on the Templars. You all have. You're all weak, allowing the mages to control your minds, to turn you against me. She was all but frothing at the mouth. But I don't need any of you. I will protect this city myself. Cullen stepped in front of Gabriel and drew his sword. You'll have to go through me. She snarled. Idiot boy. Just like all the others. She's lost it. Just like Bart Rand. Varric reached for Bianca. Gabriel nodded, and threw up a barrier, making sure it enveloped Cullen as well. This was not going to be pretty. The red glowing blade penetrated the stone of the courtyard as the red glow grew brighter, spreading over Meredith. Her eyes gleamed with it. Blessed are those who stand before the corrupt and wicked and do not falter. The wave of energy that spread out threw half the Templars off their feet. Red glowed in the archways as fire sprang up on old wards. Meredith practically flew through the air, landing behind some of the wards. Gabriel was trying to figure out how to bring the wards down when some of the statues started to come to life and move towards them. That is not good. Fenris and Carver stood back to back as the statues of slaves surrounded them. Gabriel was about to go to their aid when Meredith launched herself back into the fray. She landed a few feet from him, and Cullen only barely got his shield up in time to block the blow she sent at Gabriel. Gabriel sent a spray of ice at her, aiming to chill her armor and slow her movements. It worked, and Cullen managed to get a hit in before she sent a wave of energy that knocked them both back. They had to roll in opposite directions to escape the fist of a giant bronze statue. An arrow hit the arm joint of another statue, preventing it from bringing its fist down on Isabella. Gabriel glanced in that direction, hoping for a moment that Sebastian had returned. Instead, he saw Nathaniel Howe up on the roof, using his bow to cover Isabella's movements as the pirate backed up Avellini. Some of the statues managed to reform themselves into spider-like creatures. He was going to have nightmares about that one day. He ducked behind Cullen, letting the man cover him as he called up a tempest. He glanced at Anders, who directed a firestorm at the same area, pounding away at the slower statues. Carver and Fenris moved to his position just as Meredith attacked again. With him backing up 3 blades, the insane Knight Commander began to falter. I will not be defeated. She held the glowing blade. Maker. Aid your humble servant. The red light enveloped her, and she began to scream. The statues that were still moving collapsed, and the fiery wards faltered. Meredith's body began to shimmer, turning the same color as the statues as she collapsed to her knees. A moment later, naught was there but statue. Red light still shimmered from it. Slowly, the Templars began to approach. Gabriel watched them cautiously. Cullen gestured, and one of the Templars approached what had once been Meredith. She moved her hand towards the statue, then drew it back before shaking her head at Cullen. The knight captain nodded. Then he gestured for the Templars to step back, and nodded to Gabriel. Gabriel returned the nod, then gestured at his companions. Together, they walked out of the gallows. Bodan was waiting. Orana had already taken the children and their belongings to Isabella's ship. He hugged Avellini goodbye, and promised her he'd see her again. There were tears in her eyes. He told Donnac whatever was left in the estate was theirs. Belated real wedding present. Carver said something to Isabella, and she nodded before setting sail. Word of the slaughter spread quickly. The champion's name became a rallying cry, a reminder that the mighty Templars could be defied. He had defended mages against a brutal injustice, and many lived to tell the tale. The circles rose up and set the world on fire. More Templars arrived at Kirkwall to restore order, but we were already gone. We vanished into the hills, and circumstances eventually forced us all to leave the champion's side. Well, all us except for Fenris. You still hear the stories, of course. With each telling they grow, even if at the core remains the truth. A new legend had been born. So that's it. That's the whole story. Cassandra nodded. Then Meredith provoked the circle. She was to blame. Or that damned idol was. Or Anders. Take your pick. Even so, had the champion not been there. Cassandra closed the book, and set it aside. It might never have even gone that far. I see. So how is hearing all this going to help? Varric narrowed his eyes at her curiously. You've already lost all the circles. In fact, haven't the Templars rebelled as well? I thought you decided to abandon the Chantry to hunt the mages. She sighed. Not all of us desire war, Varric. Please, if you know where the champion is, you must tell me. She spread her hands. He is a hero, a man that the mages would listen to, someone who was there at the beginning. The champion could stop this madness before it's too late. He may be the only one who can. Varric blinked. Is that what this is all about? He shook his head. In that case, I wish I could help you. She looked down at the book. Just tell me one thing, then, is the champion dead? Oh, I doubt that. Chapter 33, Inquisition. Gone. Just like the Warden. Cassandra sighed. That is no coincidence. Leliana folded her arms. So do we proceed with the original plan, or keep looking? It is in the Maker's hands now. We put our faith in him. Leliana sighed. The Divine may have questions of her own. Cassandra nodded. I will bring the dwarf. It is time we go to Haven. Check the description for the links to the author.